Good morning. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Board of Education to order. The next regular Board of Education meeting will be held on Tuesday, January 14th at 7:30 p.m. in the board meeting room. Thank you, everyone, for being here or listening online or sitting at this table. Today, we begin our detailed review of the budget for the fiscal 2026 school year. This budget process is a crucial step in ensuring our students receive the best possible education. It's about more than just numbers. It's about aligning our spending with our district's strategic priorities and making informed decisions about how we allocate our resources. The Board of Education budget, representing approximately 2/3 of the overall town budget, has a significant impact on the town's financial landscape. While our paramount responsibility lies in providing the best possible education for our students, we must also acknowledge other crucial factors, such as long-term sustainability, infrastructure needs, and potential economic changes facing our community. It's important for us to remember that only the Board of Education possesses the authority to make decisions regarding the allocation of funds within our own budget. Neither the Board of Finance nor the Representative Town Meeting, or RTM, holds line item veto power over our budget. This responsibility necessitates from us a thoughtful, strategic, and fiscally responsible approach as we navigate the budget review process. Throughout this process, we'll be focusing on several key areas. First, the overall size of the budget. We will carefully consider the financial implications of the proposed budget, ensuring it is fiscally responsible and sustainable for our district and our town. Alignment with strategic priorities. We will rigorously examine how the budget aligns with our district's strategic plan and ensures that our resources are effectively supporting our educational goals. And thirdly, evaluation of priorities. We will engage in a thorough evaluation of our current priorities, determining which programs and initiatives are most critical to student success and which may need to be adjusted or eliminated to ensure the most effective use of our resources. This process will unfold over the coming 6 weeks. Today, we will hear from administration regarding their proposed budget, including a detailed review of each responsibility center and how the overall budget supports our educational goals. On the 14th, we'll have an opportunity for further clarification of specific questions raised today and any further discussion on the proposed budget. On the 28th, we'll have a chance to suggest modifications and adjustments based on our discussions and our understanding of the district's needs. In years past, this conversation has sometimes focused on smaller details. This year, we aim to elevate the discussion by focusing on modifications that will have a significant impact to the budget. These suggestions might include, first, modifications to the overall budget size. This could involve adjustments to the overall funding level based on our analysis of the district's needs and available resources. Second, modifications to specific initiatives or priorities. We can propose changes to the funding levels for key initiatives or priorities outlined in our strategic plan and otherwise. Thirdly, modifications to specific responsibility centers. We can suggest adjustments to the budgets of individual schools or departments within the district. The broader the recommendation we make, the more it will require administration to consider the implications and to develop specific strategies for implementation. This list is not exhaustive, and we will welcome all thoughtful and impactful suggestions. Our goal is to ensure that we're spending our time wisely during this critical phase of the budget process by focusing on modifications that will truly make a difference in our students' education and to the budget. On the 4th, we'll hold a public hearing where members of our community will have the opportunity to share their input and concerns regarding the budget. We will continue our deliberations following the hearing. Finally, on the 11th, we will vote on any individual budgetary modifications and subsequently the entire operating and capital budgets. On March 4th, we will formally submit the Board of Education budget to the Board of Finance. There are several changes to how we're handling the process this year. The first you've already seen, and that's guidance. Having received a tax strategy from the Board of Finance, we subsequently issued public guidance to the superintendent, emphasizing the importance of transparency in our decision-making process. As the body responsible for fund allocation, we require a more refined understanding of the potential budget reduction outcomes. Too broad a range is insufficiently specific for effective planning and decision-making. We understand that we have decisions to make. This was not a directive of a specific number, but we are looking to understand the universe of possibilities so that we're not solving for something between 0 and 10%. It's too big a number, and we can't appropriately make decisions. Secondly, budget adjustments. As noted, we'll be focusing on modifications that will truly make a difference in our students' education and the budget. No more tubas and violins and ice machines. The board values the input of our community members. Public comment periods are typically held before and after each board meeting. Today, we will continue our practice of receiving specific questions after each RC, and then there is a public comment period at the end of the meeting for folks who want to specifically provide input on the budget. As noted, a formal public hearing will be held on the evening of February 4th. This dedicated hearing will provide a focused opportunity for the public to express their views on how the proposed budget aligns with our community's educational priorities. It's an opportunity to speak to the budget overall, not just any budget modifications, but how this budget reflects what the community wants to see. We urge people to attend and share their perspectives with the board. That said, as I said the other day, not everyone enjoys public speaking. We are also always available by email, and people are certainly welcome to call any one of us with questions or concerns. The Board of Education remains committed to providing the best possible education for our students and shares the community's desire to prioritize student needs and programming. To ensure the long-term health of our district, we must carefully review all options and make informed choices. This process involves balancing competing priorities and making difficult decisions. We've listened to the Board of Finance about their ideal tax strategy. Right now, the job of this board, leadership from this board, will be listening first to our school staff, to our families, to the public, and to one another. Next, it will be to make decisions, but that is not until February. We encourage open and honest dialogue at this table and beyond it. Let us approach this budget process with a clear focus on our shared values, student needs, and the long-term sustainability of our district. Thank you for listening, and with that, I'll turn it to you, Alan.
Good morning, everyone. Those people who are online, thank you to the members of the board for your dedicated time today regarding the budget. To the members of the who are up and early on a Saturday to join us, and also the public officials who are joining us today. So we appreciate your attendance. And as I shared, I'm excited today to actually share the budget details and to hear from other administrators, our administrative team regarding their own RCs. As I shared on Thursday evening, I'm pleased that this budget does protect and enhances our instructional core experiences for our students. It supports student learning through adult learning and the adult learning of teachers, and it does provide sustainability and efficiencies. Yes, there are challenges in it, which are understandable, but those are the three areas where I believe that the budget, it's how we form the budget, this is our thought process through it, and it's actually what it reflects. So I'm excited to have that discussion today and to welcome our administrators online, and we'll proceed with the high school.
Great.
And I see Alan is online. Good morning to you, Alan. Mrs. Dunn.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. You hear me?
We can, yes.
Wonderful. So thank you all very much for welcoming us this morning. I'd like to take a moment, of course, to thank the Board of Education for their consideration of the RC1 budget, also our DHSPA, and all the parents of our community, and our entire Darien community for supporting the work of Darien High School. We are very grateful as an administration, faculty, and staff for the privilege of working with an extraordinary group of young people. We are proud of their academic accomplishments, their generosity of spirit, their kindness, and their pride in their school community, which is felt throughout our beautiful campus every day. All that we do, all of us around this table and as families and educators, is ultimately about their growth, their well-being, and their readiness to take their steps into the future. We are dedicated to their building of confidence in their strong academic foundation and who they are as young people. Independent, resilient, curious for further learning, and the ability to follow their passions beyond our doors. And these budget allocations allow us to continue the excellent education that we offer at Darien High School, and we thank you. Taking a look at the personnel budget, there are 3 significant proposed changes in RC1. I think it's important to note, of course, as we've said, and Dr. Addley has said in earlier presentations, close to 98% of the RC1 is in the people, and that's appropriate. The operating budget is really just a little bit over 2% of our budget. So I want to take that moment to recognize the people of Darien High School, the adults who are working with our students, our faculty, and the entire staff who share a common mission to put our students first and to make sure that they are ready to take the steps beyond Darien High School. I thank them and I'm proud to work with all of them. So the 3 suggested changes. One is an efficiency, and because of change in enrollment, we expect to see a decrease of 20 students at Darien High School in the fall, and an analysis of our class sizes has allowed for a recommended decrease of 0.4 FTE in English, which is equivalent to 2 sections of English, and 0.2 FTE, which is 1 section within social studies. We believe that this recommendation will maintain the class average size of 18 in both departments. The next suggested change in the personnel account 21413 is an increase of 0.33 FTE, which is a result of the adjustment to the grant that funds the Wellness Center coordinator position presently. This change going into the 25-26 school year will bring the Wellness Center coordinator to be funded by 2/3 in the personnel budget and 1/3 will remain in the grant. As you know from presentations about the Wellness Center, it has been a very important cornerstone of well-being within the building. There's tremendous amount of programming and activities for students. It is a tech-free zone where students are welcomed and have the support of not only the coordinator, but the community that has been built there. There are often connections made to interventions for students who may need additional supports. The interaction of our Teen Talk counselor there is also very important, and it has been a very important initiative at Darien High School, and we thank you for your consideration of that. There are a few things of note in the operating budget that are being proposed. The first, 12001, consultant services. This is the account that provides for the Teen Talk counselor at DHS. And there's an increase of $11,450 in this account to pay for that programming. The merits of the Teen Talk counselor model were presented to the board in early December. And I would absolutely add to that conversation in that this role has been very important at the high school. It provides for programming, liaisons with families, home visits when necessary, interventions around school avoidance in some situations. The Teen Talk counselor has a flexibility, as was discussed in December, in her schedule that allows her to be responsive in times of crisis in a way that is really tremendously valuable to our entire team. And we are very fortunate to have a wonderful person in this role, and also have really benefited from her partnership with the entire DHS support team. So we would really recommend that we sustain that program and continue to fund that. Account 22003, textbook consumables. There is a proposed increase here of $2,191. This reflects an expected increase in enrollment in American Sign Language, as well as AP Spanish, with the numbers of students that are coming well prepared into the high school in Spanish from the programming pre-high school. We have more and more students that are engaging in AP Spanish in their third and fourth year of high school. And these, there are workbooks, consumable texts that are used each year for those. And so that additional funding is to support those resources. Account 25003, professional development. There is a decrease in this account and of $8,050. That is funding that was placed in the budget last year to support the decennial visit from NEAS that we talked about earlier this year. That is concluded, and we will no longer need that funding for professional development this year. Account 25007, graduation. As you all know, graduation is a very special culminating event at DHS, and the costs of rentals for the event continue to increase. So the requested increase of $4,250 is to match these rising costs. $3,750 of that increase are in place to support a rain date, as we did this past year. As you recall, we put 2 dates on the calendar last year, and I think it was wise because we ended up having a lovely graduation outside, and the original date we would not have been able to be outside. So I think it is a smart thing for us to prepare for, as we always would love to have all of our families and extended families present at our graduation. Account 25013 is entitled Temporary Hourly Services. The proposed increase here of $1,500 is to support an additional hour a week beyond the school day for our testing center coordinator. The testing center supports students who have either missed an exam due to illness or absence. It also allows for extended time setting for students and a place for alternate setting in some situations where students need an environment that is different from the classroom. Currently, the testing center is supported by a paraeducator, and that we had extended the hours in the past, 2 hours a week. This third hour would allow for greater flexibility before and after school. And this is a very active place. The testing center averages 56 exams a day, 49 exams a day in November and December. So it is it allows for students to take their exam as soon as they're ready, rather than waiting to arrange a free period with a teacher, et cetera. So it is a wonderful resource, and it has been a great support to our students. Account 72044, repairs and service contracts. The proposed increase here of $1,500, excuse me, is requested to as a result of the increasing cost of repair and maintenance of some of the delicate equipment at the high school. So our microscopes and balances in science are serviced each year, world language labs, and the yearly removal of any chemical waste from the department as part of the safety maintenance. And of course, this is money well spent in terms of sustaining this equipment over the long term. Account 73001. This is a request for $5,445, and it's an increase over last year's spending of $811. And it is for the purchase of 7 Pasco interface boxes. These can either work through the desktops that are in the physics rooms or through student devices. And the newer versions now allow for a Bluetooth connection. The probes are used in physics to collect data in the laboratory, and it facilitates discovery and student-centered learning You might remember, as when I was learning physics, we had ticker tape machines, and the tape would go after the cart and burn little holes in, in the paper, and we'd be counting holes and trying to figure out how much time it took for that cart to go across the counter. So these probes immediately load the data, put it into graphical form, and really allow for excellent data. And excellent data is what allows you to come to good conclusions. So these are really important to students being able to do self-discovery within the physics environment. And those are the big changes that I would highlight for RC1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellen. I appreciate that. I'll open it to board questions. Don?
Can one of you remind me how we handled the wellness center before we employed a wellness coordinator, and what the budget was around that model?
The year before last, we opened the wellness center for the first time, and we opened it only during the lunch waves. And we had a rotation of our support staff and really, and our school counselors that took that lunch wave only. So it was not open all day, John, at that point. And that was our kind of pilot year. We saw great success with that. And so we proposed the full-time, which started out as partially with the grant. Those people still rotate actually through during lunchtime because we have to make sure that our wellness coordinator has a lunch break as part of her well-being. So that is that's the duty that they provide for the school, and it's a great opportunity for them to meet with students at that time too.
So just to sum it up, it was limited hours and no budget impact. It was using existing FTE's time that was available. Okay, thank you.
And Rich, and so then will you walk us through the total funding?
So when the wellness coordinator was added a few years ago, it was funded through the ARP mental health grant. So it was 100%, and then that grant starts to step down over the years. So the current year that we're in, it's 1/3 in the operating budget, 2/3 in the grant. So next year it's 2/3 in the operating budget, 1/3 in the grant, and then the following year it would have to be 100% in the operating budget.
Thank you.
So there's one more step to go,
One more step to
basically.
go.
Thank you.
Robin?
Do we have data? Do we have data on the number of students on average per day that are attending, and also the number of students outside of lunch hours?
I don't have handy, Robin, the numbers outside of the lunch hours, but I do have data for, we average over the course of the fall semester now 148 students per day. In the early months of the school year, we have a tendency for students to be outside, which is wonderful. And so we saw a little bit of a lower number there. But December, for example, there were 192 students per day visiting the Wellness Center.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the decrease in the 0.4 FTE for English. Can you hear me? It doesn't sound like this is on. It's very quiet. I can't hear well. You can? Okay. Well, you can. Sorry, Ellen, if you can't hear me, please let me know if that sounds better. The 0.4 FTE in the English, you had said that that's 2 sections, but that the enrollment decrease was 20 students. So 20 students seems like it would be 1 section. So I was just looking for a little more clarification on that.
Yeah, this is a change that occurred this year. Matt Pavia was 0.4 at the high school and took the position at Fitch. And so we, in considering for next year, looking at the class sizes, there are a couple of sections of class sizes that we feel, that we feel would be, we'd be able to collapse. And so, and still remain within the recommended 18. So that 0.4 FTE would not have an increase on the current staffing, but it is an efficiency that we could put forward.
Greg?
Just had another follow-up on the wellness center. Do other districts in Darien have the same thing?
No, no, not, we don't, excuse me, not primarily. There are schools across the country that do it, but not primarily the Derg. I don't know if anybody has developed anything since then. People we do actually around the Derg area schools, if someone puts something in place or takes something away, it's not unusual for other districts to follow suit, but variations. Alan, could you speak to that a wee bit?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of my conversations with our other principals, it's something that people are very curious about and are doing in a number of different ways. Certainly, as we look to programming for the Wellness Center, we just met and discussed, the extending of programming out of the Wellness Center, and our research with Alicia showed an incredible increase in the number of schools that are offering this kind of support across the country. I'm not sure that we have a similar model within our specific DIRG, but there definitely is a recognized need for this kind of support.
Dave?
Thanks, Ellen. You mentioned earlier some stats for daily visits. Question there is, one, what constitutes a visit? And then the follow-up question, earlier you mentioned we had an identification rate of people for additional services from their visits. Can you give me some sort of percentage or ratio? And then final follow-up is how many of those are really indicated or, wind up in services being provided versus maybe just testing the water. It turns out there isn't really much need there. And if you don't have that today, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't have some of that to respond to, but certainly can look into it for you. I mean, I don't think the primary purpose of the Wellness Center is actually to intervene. It really is to avoid the need for intervention. So I think it's certainly we are intervening when we see a need or a student who comes forward or has changed behavior, or someone who's there often, the same way that we would intervene with a student in any setting at the high school. But I think it really is about the promotion of education and the feeling among the student body that there is a place, another place. There are many places that support students, obviously, and people who do. One of the things we've talked about many times around the high school and well-being is the need for every student to have at least one really important person in their lives who they can count on, who they can look to, and many of these roles serve as those people for different students. And so it has great value outside of even those interventions, I guess. So I will look into that data for you as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So just to summarize, let's clarify exactly what data you want, because
So
there was
she
some
said
answer.
We have X number of visits a day. Is that somebody just pokes their head in, walks by?
What's a visit?
Is there for like a substantive amount of time?
Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay.
The next question is, she mentioned that we have people identifying for services.
Okay.
How many of those out of the 192 is the number she mentioned daily? Is it 19, 5, who knows? And then the other question is, say it's 20 a day, turns out there's really only 2 people who need something and they probably were getting it anywhere else. So are we really identifying anything above and beyond?
Got it. Okay. Sarah?
So I would like Ellen to just a little further define what the purpose of the Wellness Center is, because I think it sounds like it's not meant to be an intervention space. It's not meant to have somebody else to be a counselor there. So can you talk to, maybe it's anecdotal, of what, I know anecdotally that there are students there that are, perfectly high achieving, well-adjusted kids that like to go have lunch in there because it's a quiet space and they put their phones away and whatever. So can you speak to the purpose of it more and just define it a little more clearly?
Of course. Yeah. I mean, the importance of the Wellness Center for our student body to be able to find a place, a comfortable space, disconnect from the pressures of the day, find educational resources there as well, relaxation, coloring, conversation, community building, connection to, and a recognition that it's important for us to take a break, a space. Some students will do this through the Wellness Center. Not every student will do it there, but there are, just knowing that there is such a space and there are these relationships and there is a place to decompress, and that we acknowledge as a school community that this is important for our well-being. And I think that really is what, how we came to the decision to create this space and dedicate it. And our students have come to use it, I think, very well. And I appreciate the funding of this. And also, I know our student body benefits from it.
Okay, I see Dave and Greg staying on the Wellness Center. Are there Wellness Center follow-ups? Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I just want to follow up and slightly respond, Sarah, to you. I appreciate your asking that question. Is the explanations given for the justification of Wellness Center that Ellen just gave comported with my original understanding. But then earlier today, the justification was given that we're identifying services, we're having visits. There are other use cases, seem to be some sort of mission creep. I was trying to understand that better. So thank you.
Okay. Greg?
Yeah, I was going to ask a similar question, which is just, if the purpose is relaxation, like why are we paying to have counselors and clinical staff there if that's not the intent? Are there other places where the students have access to those, whether it be teen talk, whether it be psychologists in the school, or otherwise, if it's just supposed to be a place for them to relax on their own, why are we funding additional resources?
So is your question, Greg, could they relax other places, or is your question?
They can relax in the wellness center, but why are we staffing? Why are we funding additional staffing of counselors, service people, whoever?
Okay, Ellen.
Yeah, the wellness coordinator is not a clinician. So this is, we're not adding a social worker or school psychologist to the wellness center. Those who are covering the lunch waves and are present in the wellness center are doing that as part of their duty within their assignment. So the reason that in order to run an area like that and provide this kind of support for students, we need to have supervision of that, and also someone who coordinates the programming that we provide through the wellness center.
Joanna?
I don't know, I wasn't planning on saying anything about the wellness center, but I feel that we're missing a piece of context, which is, this is the first major thing that the high school put in place as part of our after plan, or aftermath, whatever that was called, when we had those several tragedies in this, 2 years, in whatever year that was, that spring. So this is not just a place to go and hang out. There's a real purpose there, and I just want to don't let that get lost in this conversation.
Anecdotally, anytime I've been at the high school, there are children there in that facility, and the reason why we did, just summary again, the reason why we went to this particular model, which is a relatively, all context included, inexpensive model for supervision, was that we were also drawing counselors out from their other spaces to cover during lunch times and so on, and the kids wanted to expand it throughout the day and the availability of it. It's an important resource for what you have said, Ms. Walsh, in terms of why it was in place, why Ellen, it does set us apart a wee bit. Yes, it's not something that's in every high school, but then again, every high school hasn't experienced some of the things that we have experienced, and I'm very proud of the wellness efforts of this district and of this community. So given how it's serviced, how many kids involved in it, and the sort of level of service and funding that goes toward it, I think it's a well-used and appropriate resource, and it's part of the fabric of the school now, I would say, but that's just a bit of context.
Okay. Dennis.
So I have a comment and a question. And the comment is to Ellen. Been sitting on the board for a number of years, and I always see this guitar in the background. One day I'd love to hear the guitar being played as you present your budget. So
You would not want me to play the guitar, Dennis. That's my daughter's guitar that's back there.
Is it real, or is it just a background?
It's real. It's not a prop for the Board of Ed. I'm usually actually there and not here, so.
on a more serious note, and kind of what Dr. Addley was just discussing, I would like to request a one-page document of the spend that we've had over the last 5 years on mental health, and put it into one page, because the mental health is all throughout the budget, and it's hard to reconcile where it is because it's in 6 or 7 different RCs, and 5, 6, I think it's in 7 different RCs, including elementary school. So I'd love to see elementary school psychologist, wellness coordinator, middle school, director of mental health, all just in one document for us. Thank you.
Yeah, some of it was Rich, you put together. So we can just expand that, maybe move it forward to this year. Thank you. Thank you for the request, Dennis.
Joe.
Who? Dave.
I just would follow up. Do you want to roll that forward? Because I know this is a 20 going to 40, going to 60. Do we want to move a couple years ahead on any of this?
Oh, with a forecast?
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Sure,
Good.
sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Trying to have.
Well, it's not to do with the wellness center, mental health and questions, so.
Okay, are we done with Wellness Center? Thank you. Go ahead, Joanna.
In the professional development line, what does the remaining 8,515 entail? Those specific programs, curriculum? What is that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Joanna?
Sorry, in the remaining professional development money of 8,515, what does that entail? What is that money being used for specifically?
That is money for professional development that we hold within the school. So any speakers that we bring in or special professional development for groups of the special requests that teachers have to attend conferences and so forth are included within that professional development funding.
Historically, that was run on a per head dollar amount. Is it still calculated that way?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the approximate per head and is it the same elementary and secondary?
I think Rich puts those numbers in, so.
Yep, it's about $65 a head.
A head, and it's the same elementary and secondary? Thank you. Okay. The graduation expenses, we're talking about increased rentals. Is that increase in rental costs? I'm really looking at Rich, something we're experiencing across the budget. Are we going to see that lots of different places?
There's not a lot of things that we rent. So other than like the chairs and things like that for graduation, we have some rentals for Connex boxes and facilities. We are more just seeing it for the graduation expenses.
Okay. Thank you.
So do you rent chairs? Sorry, I missed.
Yes.
You do rent
Yes.
chairs? Is it, cost effective to purchase chairs and expend, down the line? Would that be more effective?
Storage.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just,
It's just really a storage issue.
okay.
And then the testing center, I'll ask now, just because we don't talk about it too much during the year. How many hours does it run? It wasn't clear.
Once the school day, and
The whole
then
school day.
right now, 2 additional hours outside of the school day. So the request in the budget is for 1 additional hour to that.
Okay, so it's going to open up an hour before school and close 2 hours after? Is that the
Maybe
request?
a half an hour on 2 mornings, Jill, so that, an hour before school probably isn't that reasonable to get them there to
Okay.
take the test. But it gives, to give a little bit more flexibility to accommodate those students who have a full schedule on a particular day who really would like to stay after school and complete something.
So are you looking for some flexibility in that? Is that why you're not saying I'm opening at 7 or what would be 7
Yes,
o'clock
yes.
and closing at, you're looking?
Our coordinator is really wonderful about that. And so we do it on a week-to-week basis. So if this week we have 2.5 days, he might do 2 days at the beginning of the week and extend the hours. So it would allow for 3 hours a week outside the.
Oh, I
school
see.
day. Right.
I see. Okay, Katie?
Thanks. Jill, thanks for bringing that up. I just wanted to mention that this is not an area at the high school that we talk about very often at this table. And I just wanted to say that I was really happy to see the thoughtfulness behind this, because I think this truly is something that's very impactful to students, and the flexibility and the, just the accommodations and the nod to, both how it benefits students and teachers, I think is really important. And this is a great service that we provide. So thank you for recognizing this and expanding this.
Okay. All right. With that, we are 15 minutes behind schedule.
First one.
Any other questions for the high school? With that, we'll move to Fitch, and that's Ellen, you again.
Yes, thank
Talk
you.
fast. I'm just kidding. They're all important.
The we want to say a special thank you to Matt Pavia and his new leadership role at Fitch, and the entire staff at Fitch Academy for their unwavering support of our students. At Fitch, they've really truly created an extraordinary community, maintaining high expectations and an environment, a family, a school that honors student voice and fosters curiosity and independence. There are no significant changes to RC2 in terms of needs. Our current enrollment at Fitch is 14 students, and the expectation that we are adding 3 more students to Fitch beginning second semester. It is a wonderful program, something that we should all be proud of, and I thank you for supporting the Fitch Academy model. And we have a wonderful partnership between Fitch and the larger setting at the high school. And there are more and more over time interactions of our students with the high school. Example now is that our students taking chemistry are coming over to the main campus, as we like to call it, and are pursuing lab experiences at the high school where they would not have been able to really facilitate that at Fitch. So it continues to grow, and we're very proud of what our staff at Fitch are doing for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
If I may just, Alan, could you just we sentence or two just about the extra space that we have this year?
Oh, yes. That was added last year. The extra space is allowed for a tremendous flexibility for our school psychologist who's at Fitch. Also for students in a smaller setting, there's one smaller classroom there that can be used for quiet work. You've been, most of you, I hope, at Fitch at some point. And the original space is really fairly open to one another. And so we needed a little bit more privacy, and it has served us very well there, and has created just the additional space that was needed to support those differences. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I open it to questions, Rich, can you speak a little bit to the lease, given what's going on with the property?
So we're going to go into the 3rd year of a 5-year lease. That property, that building is not being sold. It's the buildings behind it that are all being sold. So there's no issue with the property.
Okay. Any other questions about Fitch? Dennis?
Going back to my earlier request on mental health, I would also like to see Fitch Academy rolled into that as well, because it kind of touches, it's not wholly mental health, but I think it touches upon that. Again, I think it'd be not only just a financial document,
Agreed.
but also a PR document of how much we've done in the last 10 years on the issue of mental health and differentiated learning and so on.
I think Fitch is part of our mental health response. So I think I agree it does belong there. Thank you for the point. Katie?
Just to piggyback on that, I like this concept of a single document for some of our programs and initiatives that really cross RCs. We all know that we have a big and complicated budget, and I thought this idea of an overview is very helpful. And to that point, I think that one of the interesting pieces about Fitch as well is the success of a program that allows our students to remain in district, especially in light of the current financial significant financial contributions that we are seeing in out of district placements. When you look at the total cost of what Fitch is costing for the number of students, were we to extrapolate that to a $75,000 to $100,000 outplacement tuition, we're looking at the potential for significant differences, not to mention all of the benefits that our students are able to remain in Darien, are able to transition back and forth in between the program as they needed, get the Darien High School diploma, as Ellen just said, come in for labs. This is a wildly successful program that I hope all of us are really proud of. And I think that especially in the current financial times, we need to be looking at exactly what this is doing for us, both financially and in serving students.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we'll move on to RC 11.
Thank you, Ellen.
Questions.
Thank you, Ellen.
Jill,
Oh, sorry,
questions.
another question?
Questions. Committee questions.
Oh, Goodness gracious, thank you. Questions and comments from our government partners or members of the community? And I'll allow for either one or two since I missed. Is there anyone online with a hand raised, Cass?
No raised hands.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. With that, we'll move on to RC 11, athletics and physical education. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Great. I just want to thank the board for its continued support of the athletic program at Darien High School. You know, the program serves upwards of near 80% of the student population at Darien High School. So we serve a large number of students at the high school. It's a robust program. I want to thank the board for its continued support of the athletic program and the students who participated and staff at Darien High School. Just going to highlight a couple of the budget lines, RC 11. There's no new request, just some changes. First one would be account 101900, the supplies uniform budget. As you know, we went to a 3-year cycle a number of years ago for uniform replacement. There were some deferred uniforms that were placed into this year's budget, which is why you're seeing the increase in that account. Those uniforms are delineated in the narrative that you see in your budget books. Account 101910 rentals. You'll see an increase there of $22,017. Speaking to the rental costs, you know, we do rent space for squash, skiing, hockey. We have seen projected increases in the renting of those space, particularly in ice for hockey, which is why you saw the increase in that line item for that account. Account 101920 fees, you'll see an increase of $15,599. You know, those fees support our teams to participate in and postseason tournaments. You know, we see normally an increase in those accounts for the number of teams that participate in those and postseason tournaments, as well as this year is for our teams to participate in some sub-varsity tournaments. We're seeing an increase in the number of teams that are offering sub-varsity participation tournaments, both in and postseason. And so we like to have our student athletes be able to participate in those as well, which is why you see the increase in that account as well. I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has anything regarding those accounts or any other accounts in RC 11.
Okay. Joanna, could you just repeat what you said about the fees? They're just for tournaments? Are they in season, postseason? How does that?
So we have teams that participate in both in and postseason tournaments at the varsity, and now we're seeing at the sub-varsity level. For example, you'll see track teams participating in some invitations during the in-season, which allows those student athletes participating to get qualifying times to qualify for end of season, both state and regional tournaments. Wrestling participates in tournaments in which there's a fee associated with those events in which we would like to support those children and students participating.
Rich, you provided us with a bunch of data about other districts who do non-SEAC fees, what that looks like. Would you please provide that? You can, if you want to highlight it today, it'd be great. But would you please provide that report in the context of the other budget questions? So we all have it fresh.
Sure. I mean, just a little bit of a highlight. There are some districts that provide non-CIC sports, but it's funded outside of the board's budget. So it could either be a fee, it could be booster club support. So New Canaan, for example, is primarily like booster club support, which is something similar to what's being proposed.
Okay. Greg and then Katie.
Just a question on the transportation piece. Have we done any recent studies on that in terms of trying to find efficiencies with respect to scheduling, shared buses or anything like that?
So, as much as we can, we try to use first student buses because they are less expensive. The issue is lack of drivers. And so that's what's really driving up the cost. The first student contract is also going up 7%. One of the issues that we have is that there are not a lot of transportation companies willing to service Darien because of a lack of a bus depot. So where other districts might be able to use a DATCO, an SDA, or a first student, et cetera, we don't have that option. And when first student is down drivers, because we do share a space with Stanford, Chris and his department are forced to look at like charter buses, which are more expensive.
Do we use any of the vehicles that we own for transportation for those?
We have not yet. So the problem with that is the high school has to leave at 2:30. Those drivers are picking up students at the same time, and so they're not available.
What about on the weekends?
We have not at this point in time done that yet. They really would only be available for things like golf where it's a smaller team. The issue that you're going to have is those drivers would then have to be paid time and a half because it would be above their normal 40 hours. And a time and a half plus the cost of the vehicle and everything like that, you don't really end up with a lot of savings.
Katie. Thank you. Just following up on what Greg had asked, I just wanted to remind everyone that we did have a request for a transportation update as well and an overview, which I think is important as we have rising costs and we need to look for efficiencies there. So I look forward to that coming soon. Regarding quite a few things that are intermixed here into athletics, transportation being one of them. I'm curious how we might look to establishing some policies and some changes that might find some financial efficiencies without either limiting student participation or shifting to a player tax, a pay for play that's been struck down a couple of times by this board already. For example, my understanding is that we have sports teams that might roster, say, 18 players for a game, but that we take the entire team that's maybe double that to an away game. And I'm wondering if we have policies where only those rostered players are dressed and transported, if suddenly we might have between varsity and JV, we have one bus needed instead of two. I think there are some things that we need to look at in terms of, some of the inequities that we have in terms of teams that cut and teams that don't, and who's bearing the financial burden before we start shifting it to certain places. So I have some concerns about our transportation and our policies. I would like to see a little clearer information on the non-SEAC sports here. We have, if it would be helpful to see a breakdown of exactly what the full parent obligation would be on this, because it's essentially doubling. There's already a portion paid by parents, and we don't have the combined total in here. I'll stop there for now.
So that I heard three questions. I'll start with the last one. So we're adding to the non-SEAC fees report an understanding of the full parent obligation. The second piece you asked about was cut, no cut. Are you asking for a cut, no cut discussion?
Not exactly, not in terms of this budget, no. For the scope of this conversation, in a larger conversation, I think I'm saying that I think that we have a lot of inequities in our athletic department. I think that we have a lot of things that we do not understand about exactly how much is being paid by parents and the community versus what is in the Board of Education. So for myself, I do not feel at all comfortable levying taxes on arbitrary portions of our population when we don't understand the full scope of who's paying for what.
Okay,
So what I would say is, I think that this board, instead of coming at this large program with like hits to budgets here and there, year after year, I think that we need to look at this department and consider setting some policies and taking the time to do that so that we're not constantly having discussions over throwing taxes at here and there.
Okay, so I think that there have been multiple attempts to come up with what the board wants in terms of the scope of policies. So we have a master agenda discussion on the 14th. If you have something specific you'd like to propose around a set of policies or a policy, please do that at one of the master agenda pieces if it's not a budget. Beyond that, we have heard the question before about how much parents are actually paying. And I do understand a lot of our teams levy fees that are optional, but are often comparable to what you know, this type of funding. So,
He
there
has
are
that, that was part of the report already, right? You,
the
yeah, so
optional
redistribute it,
fees?
yeah,
Mhm.
the optional fees.
Yeah.
Well, optional and
yeah.
quotes.
Okay, all right, good. So
that'd
we'll
be
see
part of the
that.
information that.
Did that include fees to captains and captains' parents
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
all
No,
that stuff?
Mhm.
It was not comprehensive. I remember that report and I know.
All right, let's take a look at the report, and then if we need more information, we'll request it.
Okay. All right, so we're getting that report and plus a full parent and we'll have a follow-up for the master agenda. Okay, Dennis, then Robin, then Sarah.
So I will say I am
Assuming we're staying on fees for the moment.
in a similar, staying off fees.
Staying on fees.
Okay, so I'm in a similar situation as Katie is I feel there's an unfair is the wrong word, but I'm struggling with having the four teams mentioned, which are non-CX sports, which three of them already pay outside fees for is like a double tax on them. But honestly, I think, and I'm kind of with Katie on where I'm struggling with is how many teams are non-CX sports? Are these the only four, or is freshman football a non-CX sport? Is JV girls hockey a non?
Go ahead.
And so that, to me, I'm struggling with that. So
Meaning, are you actually struggling with the definition of non-CX or are you asking if that's the right boundary?
maybe both. But I think the first one is non-CX sports. So
Okay, so-
are all our JV sports and freshman sports not our CX sponsored sports?
So Rich, or go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I would say they are. I mean, they're governed, the rules, you know, when CIAC sets the rules and guidelines for sports, it doesn't, you know, delineate between varsity, JV, freshman. They only delineate, you know, the with the postseason for the varsity sports. But in terms of start dates, rules and regulations at the varsity, JV, freshman level, they're all, you know, under the same umbrella for the CIAC.
Okay, thank you.
So the second piece of Dennis's question was whether or not you looked at another framework that was beyond non-CIEC. And then we had a couple of different things in your report. Did you look at a JV versus varsity or any other type of framework to in line with what Dennis is asking? Chris,
I mean, I think in the budget book, you have the breakdown of what the sub-varsity sports all costs
yes,
of, you know, JV freshman levels.
yes.
So we looked at, in this particular RC type thing, and Chris has profiled, but there are two things in there. One, there's the net sort of deferral of uniforms type thing, right? What we deferred last year to pay for, and then a deferral again this year. Then we did a reduction, or sorry, a format of pay here for non-CIC sports. Those are the two things when we look holistically, just for a wee second, at the budget, how it might impact athletics, right? I tried not to in the whole budget, even though it may look like it in some areas, maybe we talk a wee bit later, right? Talented, gifted or something, to take away programs. I tried not to do that and make sure kids can get service in some capacity. One of the ways we did it here was through the deferral of uniforms and a contribution revenue opportunity. Quite honestly, I mean, this is the one that felt at the time, given this it's non-CIC, was a reasonable way into it. The board has discussed this at some length and different opportunities. It's not the only way to increase revenues there are offset. There's other ways of doing that. We tried not to put the complete programs, and therefore we fell on this one. I'm just sure as a superintendent, I would fall on another one if the board could come to coalesce around another better idea around how to contribute. But I thought that athletics, in terms of contributing to the whole budget, that was the sort of philosophy behind it.
Okay, Robin.
This is, excuse me, on the same note, just the sports, the existing sports that currently pay for outside rentals. My understanding is that swim and dive are excluded from that. And there have been parents who have asked in the past for equitable treatment between all of the sports that utilize outside facilities. And I just, given the budget circumstances that we're looking at right now, I think it would be helpful to see that data, what the net budget impact would be. And I know that there's a YMCA reciprocal agreement in place, but it also would be helpful to understand, and I don't know if this is available for public. But just for swimming, I guess it's swimming and basketball revenues, and those are somehow kind of all in that agreement. Is there a way, or what would there be a budget impact that we could evaluate as part of this discussion that would allow us to have equitable treatment for all the sports that utilize outside facilities, just in the name of equity among programs?
So I think the question is, can we see what swim and dive rental fees would be? And are there any other sports that, I don't think there are, but are there any other sports that might fall in that?
So if there is the equivalent cost sharing that hockey, squash, sailing, and ski currently pay every year for the use and the rental of the outside facilities. I think that was for diving when you gave us that in the past.
Fees are a little less than $18,000, so 70/30 is going to be about $12,000.
But for swim, we were never given that information.
So we all think that we're the rental of the wide space. For
Okay.
swim. In exchange, they don't charge us, we don't charge them for the department, so to tell them.
Could you put a value around that though, Rich?
That's my question, because if we separated that and instead had revenue from basketball court rentals coming into our budget, and then had the outside fees for swimming pool rental and a 70% cost share by those parents, what would the net budget impact be if we separated out those line items?
So
That's
when,
really what I'm
I mean,
asking.
we can put that together, but when when that happened during COVID, when we weren't allowed to essentially rent out facilities, it ended up being kind of a, we're going to charge you what you're going to charge us kind of scenario where their rates went up to comparable against our rate. So there wasn't really like an offset, but we can delineate that.
I think it would be helpful to see the information just so we have a full discussion. And I think this would also answer a lot of parents' requests for over past years.
Sorry, can I just piggyback on, does gymnastics fall under that same umbrella? So can we add that
And
to there?
gymnastics, yeah.
Joanna, then Greg, just.
Oh,
keeping-
Sarah, I forgot Sarah. I'm sorry, Sarah, then, I'm sorry, Sarah, then Joanna.
You never look right. It's all good.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna, from a 30,000 foot view, this RC has always been super frustrating to me, and I think I've made that clear in the past. I think we need to be most concerned about what's happening in the classrooms and the academic piece of our kids. And I am very frustrated to see a 7.65% increase in RC 11 when we are cutting academic programs and personnel that are inside our classrooms. So I would like to know a couple things. What, Chris, did you look at to potentially reduce this RC? Because it looks like it just rolled forward minus the CIAC tax, for lack of a better word. And also, I would like to better understand what the minimum amount of participants is needed per sport. Because to me, 127 people on a football team seems quite excessive, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But I would like to see what, you know, the individual sports, what you need to field teams. And whether this gets into the cut, no cut discussion, maybe it does, but I don't see how, to the point of sustainability of this district, how RC 11 can keep growing at this rate when we're having to cut classroom.
So Sarah, there's
programs.
two different minimum pieces. Do you mean what is the minimum? I think you mean what is the minimum number to field an effective sport? Do you also mean what is the minimum number to make a team?
Yeah, I mean, if you were gonna, so tennis has, 5 courts times 4, I don't know, if you were going to have the minimum amount of people on a team, keeping in mind, injuries and whatever. But some of these teams seem really, really large and they're very, very expensive.
Okay, I think that is a cut, no cut discussion. So are you asking for that in the context of this budget?
I think it would be interesting to know what we are paying on top of what a minimum fielded team would look like. How much extra are we paying to not cut in some sports?
Okay. Rich, can you provide that? Yeah, and Chris together. Okay.
But
Joanna?
also adding on to that, I'd also like to know what all the rest of the schools in our DIRG do. Whether they cut, they don't cut, how big their teams are, that sort of.
So I guess we're going cut, no cut into budget season.
Well, I mean, it's a policy.
Well, it
So
is.
for me,
Yeah.
is
Okay.
who decides on the cut, no cut? Is it by coach? Is it by Chris? Who makes that decision for each team?
Right now it's by coach.
Okay. I wanted to go back to the rentals.
So sorry, just to clarify, are you looking for cut, no
Yes,
cut?
I mean, if we're
by
doing
team,
it,
by
we're doing
Dirk?
it. I'd like to have that information as well.
Cut by cut, no, by team, by Dirk,
Yeah,
through the Dirk.
you know, like other successful teams, are they the same size? Do they practice the same? Like, what does it look like in other districts?
Okay.
But I had a question. about
Oh,
the
yes, go
rentals.
ahead.
Which I now lost. So if we are, if we have made the decision, or if the district has made the decision in the past that the only reason that these teams are inequitably charged extra money for rental fees is because we don't have facilities in-house. I would like, but we're now going to look at it because we extended to what you would have to pay for swimming, because we have this contract already. I mean, we rent out our facilities on the weekends when they're not being used for our teams. What if we made every team pay for their rentals? How much would that cost? I'd like to know what that would cost for every single team if they paid us back by district for the team.
Just a question with that, Joanna. Would that include the cost to re-turf a field and things like that? Would you take that onus on sports teams?
No,
Because
because we only charge the
some are
rental
paid
fee.
by the Darien Athletic Foundation, some are paid by the school. So the
I
track we have to
I wouldn't do that
resurface.
because those also are maintained for
So
educational.
okay, so,
Just wondering what rabbit hole we want to go down.
So
So
I think, what would it cost?
okay, just
to
a minute,
use the
please.
Facilities if we were charging our own team. That's what
Okay.
I'd like to do.
So just walk me through how we would use that information. I'm not disagreeing with getting it, but what are we going to do with it? So if you have that information, then you want to, what, just understand?
Well, if we're talking about doubling the price of people who already inequitably pay for their rentals, why are no other teams having to carry that burden? So it'd be nice to know what burden they get.
Because we have a participation fees proposal that we looked at in the fall that smoothed it out for everyone. So if the goal is equitability,
Participation one in the fall.
That was in August.
it was in August. We looked at what participation fees would be if we just charged it
But
to
we're-
create an
so we're making this-
equitability.
we're talking about rental fees though. These teams pay for 70% of their rental fee. So what would the price be for 70% of each team's rental fee?
Okay, so that's why I'm asking what you want to do with the data. Do you want to levy a cost to parents, in which case we're looking at a participation fee?
That's not my intent, but I think if some parents are paying something, it would be helpful to know what other parents aren't paying.
Okay, I think Dennis's point is accurate, that it's, yes, we can use the rental fees. It's just, it depends, because if you're paying something at the
Right, but
Y,
we
then
use the
you're,
track, we use the turf, we use the gyms for educational purposes as well. So I don't think the maintenance of that would be included.
how difficult, Rich, is it to produce this?
I mean, it would take some time. We'd have to figure out how often, and we can work with Chris, are they using the football field or the baseball field, things like that.
Facilities.
What's that?
How often we're using our own facilities and then
Facilities,
trying to level a value
But
on
that's
that.
my point, right? There's a huge amount of money theoretically that these teams don't have to pay, but these other families now have to pay them.
Yeah, what's the opportunity cost of using our own facilities? We can do that in the classroom too. I mean, this is,
But we don't charge people money to use our classrooms. Well, they do.
We do.
Taxes, but we're not levying an extra tax on
So
them.
that's why I'm asking the purpose, Joanna, because I hear you on that. If the goal is to equitably spread out funding, then you're really talking about a participation fee. We do already have a model for that. If the goal is, it
But
depends
why
on what
does
you're
it
trying
have
to.
be, if the track team runs on the track and no one else uses the track, that, if the track team uses the track and I'm getting tied up in my own comment, but you see my point.
Do you mean that at the track team, for example, might have to pay more of a cost because of the expense of their facility versus a football team might
Yes.
pay whatever the cost of their facility is versus a tennis team might.
It would cost a different amount to rent the turf than it does to rent the gym, does it not?
Yes, but then you look at different rates of use. So you might, some of them might go up or down depending on the rate of usage, but I would suggest that if the real goal is to create an equitable funding model, that the best outcome is to look at the participation fees model versus to try and back into, because then at this point you start to, I think, get very different outcomes. Track is cross country, for example, is a smaller team. So while the cross country loop might be less expensive to maintain, it's on less heads. So I'm just asking you to consider, I understand your point.
Yes.
Or refine your request and then we can get back to it
Sure.
because we are now
Okay.
way
Stick to
behind.
hands.
Okay. Who was next? It was Katie. Okay. Oh, I think it was Greg. It was Greg, then Katie. Yes.
I would just make just a couple observations. One, I think, Sarah, you made a comment about the 7.8% increase in this one. 100,000 of the 180,000 increase is related to something that we deferred from last year to this year. If you remove that, it's actually a 3.5% increase.
Just
So that-
Greg, I can't hear. Can we mute that person? Thank you. Sorry, go ahead,
Oh,
Greg,
Sorry. Do you want me to start again?
please.
So Sarah had made a comment about the 7.88% increase for this.
Yes.
I think we need to just take that in context. We deferred 100,000 of the $180,000 increase in this RC from last year to this year. If you remove that, it's only a 3.5% increase.
My point was that it just seemed like we were just moving from the last year to this year without any. look
I
at
also
what
think
the
if we're going to
cost.
ask for minimum team requirements for sports, we need to be very clear about potential unintended consequences of that. If you take 150 boys on a football team and you cut that to 11, I think there's going to be a lot of boys that may turn into the mental health issues that we're talking about that we'd really rather
I'm
not do.
aware. I would like to know what the minimum is.
And then I did have just one question related to the line item for the fees that we're talking about, the new fees that we're talking about. What's the dollar amount of the increase related to that?
The fees for charging non-CIC or?
Yeah, what's just the total revenue?
So it would be $64,000.
Thank you.
So I want to just flag something Greg just said. I do think that one of the things we run into as a board is we have to talk about what might it look like if we cut something. Let's make sure that we know that we're just in deliberation stage. So whether we're talking about idea, where we're talking about paraprofessionals, whether we're talking about the size of a sports team, we do need to probably be able to talk about what it might look like if we've shrunk something, but also understanding there might be unintended consequences as part of that discussion.
Yep.
Okay. Katie.
Thank you. I just want to say from a high level perspective for this board going forward for today and for these complicated conversations like athletics, I think that it is important for us as a board to try to work together and to try to respect differences of opinions and also to stay at a high level. What I'm hearing is that this board doesn't feel comfortable completely with all the information about athletics, that there are a lot of questions. And I don't think that we are going to be best served by right now at the beginning of a budget season, going tit for tat over certain facilities and certain sports. What I think we need to do is have a better understanding and a bigger picture of what is a very valuable and important program at Darien. And I think that part of the problem is that we have been trying to poke at specific pieces to get certain amounts of revenue out of it. And when we are tasked with making decisions that have implications on our town, our community, and our students, it's very difficult to do that without complete information. So I would like to say that, again, I think that we have tried and not been successful at getting the clearest picture that we need for this department. And I don't see that happening in the middle of this current budget discussion, but I would like for that to come up in the master agenda.
Okay.
After Robin. Okay, after Robin.
And I know this is a complicated discussion. I think given that we already have the analysis done on participation fees, which was presented and discussed, I think it was in our August board meeting, it would be valuable to maybe bring back that analysis, which was pretty comprehensive and I believe also showed what was done in Durg A in other schools not only for non-SEAC sports, but I'm talking about the full participation fee proposal that was put forth for athletics, and I think also for clubs and councils. Just the board has full information. I know that we rejected that in our earlier conversation, but given the budget implications that are currently on the table with the current budget that has been proposed, I think it would be worth it to have that conversation as a board and have the data.
Okay, so we'll have the analysis from August repackaged in the board materials. John?
So this is my sixth and probably final year on the board, and the sixth time we've struggled over this RC. So when people are looking at the master agenda, please, please, please be specific on what we're looking for, because we've spun our wheels on this, and I think people out in the audience are also aware of that. So that's the one request. The other thing I want to remind folks is one question, Rich, where do we have the advertising fees now reflected?
So it's in RC 11 in account 102014.
Okay, so, we have looked at ways of raising revenue without impacting the programs. And at first it was, pushed back on, but I think it's been a wildly successful program. Hopefully we'll look at that in the finance committee in the new year, and we can maybe even expand upon that. But these are small dollars. I guess the other question I had, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I just want to make sure we answer your,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, I actually have a smaller question just about uniforms.
Okay, go ahead. And then,
I noticed that in the deferrals, in 20, you had track and cross country, on the schedule in, 2023 for 2020. It just seems that it fell off. So all the things that were, sorry, I'm not speaking at all here.
okay.
I feel like you said that they, on this year's, board book, it says that the cross-country and track team got, their new uniform. But last year it was set to be this year. So if you deferred everything but the things that we do every year, is that just a cut and paste?
Chris and Rich, do you know?
We'll take a look at that.
Okay.
Cross country.
Cross-country track, boys and girls.
Okay. So Joanna, just circling back, do you want to just start with the fee structure? Or are you still looking for a cost of facilities by team?
I need to think about it.
Okay,
I'll bring it back.
that's a fair point. Okay. Robin, then Kate.
On intramurals, I'm noticing, so elementary intramurals is increasing 8,000. I believe that there was only one elementary school that actually did run intramurals over
Sure.
the past few years. So what's the thinking behind?
So it's not an increase. So during the year, we did have a transfer that the board approved that took the funding away from those 4 schools. So the budget's just assuming that all 5 will run.
Okay, and then for same question for Darien High School, because it looks like we had 0 intramurals, but we have it budgeted this year. Is that a
So it's the
similar
same thing.
situation?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Katie.
Thank you. I had a question about uniforms as well. So given the deferral that we did last year, and I'm just curious if this isn't something that we want to look at more broadly and potentially about extending further. Uniforms are an important part, like we will continue to fund them. That's not the question. I just wonder what was the impact of deferring them last year? Was that fine? Can we potentially stretch out our replacement cycle more? It seems to me, like that might be an area where we don't need as much new stuff as often. So, Chris, I don't know if you have a specific response to that right now, if that was something you considered, if it's something that we can go back to, but that seems to me potentially a place where we could limit some spending without impacting student participation.
Yeah, I think essentially what you did is make a 3-year cycle, a 4-year cycle by deferring some of those uniforms from last year. And that's something I think we can look at moving forward if you want to move from a 3 to a 4-year cycle for uniform replacements, and how that would impact, not only the varsity but the sub-varsity teams, because we generally use those older varsity uniforms that are gently worn to the sub-varsity teams when we replace the varsity uniforms.
Yeah, I think that would be great if there's also board support for that.
Okay, so you guys will take a look at what would happen if we move to a 4-year cycle. It's a 4-year cycle. It is. Okay, so you've made that adjustment.
So the uniforms that you would have normally bought a 3-year cycle this year.
Okay, and you pushed out subsequent years also to a 4-year.
Excuse me, could I request then that perhaps we could see like a very quick comparison of like what we were spending on a 3-year versus a 4-year? I think that that would just be, again, to Sarah's point about the RC and its increases, like that would be nice to see, where we have moved it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else on this RC? No. Thank you. I'll take questions and comments from the public. Sorry, excuse me, from government officials. The public.
Crystal Hill, Chair of CDSP. I think the board has touched on the sort of same things that I'm hearing from the parent community in terms of this RC. It's one of those things where parents are super supportive of our athletic programs. I think the vast majority of our students are involved with them at some level. And we certainly want to encourage as many participants as possible to be involved. But in this sort of environment where we're cutting a gifted program from students who feel that that's very important to their mental health, I think the question becomes like, where are there efficiencies? Some of these roster sizes are very large. Like those are extra uniforms, those are extra busing costs. Like there must be some efficiency somewhere in this. In a year where we don't have to make hard choices, great. Like let's have 34 kids on a soccer team. But, in other years, maybe that's a more challenging thing to do. And I just think in this environment, parents are asking like, why are we not taking a harder look here versus, making choices about gifted programs or paraprofessionals in our schools?
Thank you. Okay. Anyone online? Go ahead.
I would just, given what we've heard and we've done, so I won't use the word that we've done the deep dives. Okay. I didn't want to be the one to put it on the table. We've done a number of those like over the years, and I respect the board's dilemma here. I would sort of suggest the 3 to 4, the recycling of the schedules and stuff, that's fine. But generally, if you're looking to make a contribution, there's a lot of information that has been provided over the years, and we can compile it again and added into the discussions. I would encourage, certainly the board can do what it wishes to do, to look at some sort of contribution, whether that's putting the whole pile of money in for athletics and equally just distribute it, that's fine, or anything in between. The CIC is one version of it for that reason. I would encourage the board to think about going down that way for efficiency of discussion on this. And honestly, I think that's probably where you would end up anyway if you did end up, but it's just commentary on forward, how we make it forward.
And just from a procedural way, we've carved out some, again, we get into policy during the budget season because we have to. I mean, we try to avoid as much possible, but we have to in certain cases, especially in tight budgets. So maybe this is something we could carve out and really figure out what we want to do as a board. Finally, maybe 6th time will be a charm for me.
Okay.
And just a comment on parents' comment, that other thing, we looked at the staff in this department, from secretaries to assistants to, we don't have secretaries, but we removed that. But the staff, we did look at the staffing in this department as a part of the discussion.
Okay. Peter.
One administrative matter. On behalf of everybody here and probably people on Zoom, would everybody please take care to speak clearly into the microphones? Because it's been very hard to understand everything that's been discussed. Thank you.
Are there specific ones of us that are struggling with it? Not because I want us called out, but it's helpful to know. It's helpful to know if you're the one, or is it all of us? It's the 2 of us. Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay, good. Okay, well, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Move it.
If you're on your lap, yeah. All right. All right. All right, we'll work on it. Thank you guys for the feedback. Dennis?
Sorry, I just want to go back to what Dr. Addley just said about participation fees. Is this something that you want us to come up with, or are you going to come up with something, or are we going to do this today and come up with an answer, or?
We already have a lot of the work done. So when we reconvene on the 14th, we'll take a look at what's already been done. Because there have been some questions. Again, it's been rejected multiple times, but every year's a new year. So,
Yeah, this
let's
was
take a look
one
at what's
version of it.
already
I
done.
think we can pull from what the other versions that we had.
Just trying to understand how we're working. Thank you.
Yes, so the requests were for non-SEAC fees to understand the work that was done before, and for including the non-SEAC fee work and what the full parental obligation would look like, to understand if we were to monetize swim and dive and gymnastics rental fees, to understand the price of a minimum or size of a minimum team and what that differential costs if we're not running a minimum team. Then we were asked for no cut through the DERG. We were asked for we're going to look again at the analysis from August and to understand what the savings are of moving from a 3 to a 4-year cycle for uniforms. Is that still all the information everybody wants? Okay,
And
Joanna and then Robin.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want any more information. I just want to say that we have had the discussion, participation fee or no participation fee.
Yes.
I don't want to have that discussion again.
Okay.
I want to have a discussion about what other efficiencies are we missing? Because, and they might unfortunately be policy-based. You know, do you send your entire team to an away game? What is the transportation savings if you don't?
Okay.
There are other ways to do this without making things so black and white.
Are we able to answer the question, Rich and Chris, just that specific one of are there savings if we don't send a full team? Or sorry, if we send the team that are needed to play, but not the third string, if you will, or the JV?
Yeah, I think that goes back to the question about minimum number of kids required, and it's going to look different for each sport. And I'm wrestling in my head what that's going to look like, because one program is going to look a lot different than what another program might look like. So
you'll answer it in that context, though.
Each sport has a minimum number of kids required to put on the field. So I'm not sure if you're looking for that information or, because certain sports have more likely, likelihood of injuries, and that I think would play into that number. So it's something I have to just, I think, wrestle with.
Okay, great. Thank you for wrestling with it.
Sure, we'll do.
Okay, I have Robin, then Katie, then I see Beth in the audience.
And just adding to the list that you mentioned, Jill, the participation fee model that had been discussed in the past, I'm not sure it included athletics, also clubs and councils at all levels, and that was not what was discussed in August. I think it was a prior discussion we had, and it was pretty extensive, but Rich had put together an analysis. I think it was from a year ago in November or something, but it was helpful at least to have that data.
All right, so both analyses. Thank you, Robin, for that. Katie.
Thank you.
I see you, John.
On uniforms, Chris, I'm just wondering if it makes sense to have a set number of year replacement across the board, or if certain uniforms are more heavily used and don't last as long. For example, would it be possible to move to a 5-year replacement cycle? Are some sports able to do that and some sports not? I think, again, just, if we're looking into stretching out some of this, that's a good one. So I wouldn't expect you to necessarily have that answer now, but if it's something you could think about and come back to us, that would be great.
Okay. John?
So just as part of this overview, also, we have revenues coming in associated with athletics and also summer school relevant revenues. So just, if we could have the offsets there. I know the question I was looking at, there's a RC that talks about security and officiating. Is there any way you can break out the sports related security expenses from the officiating expenses on that RC, Rich? Thanks.
Okay, so we just added the older analysis. We just added whether there's other timeframes for uniform replacement cycle, the offsetting summer school revenues from athletic teams and
any other revenues, gate fees.
Okay.
We also have the advertising.
Gate fees, okay. And then we just asked to separate out security and officiating costs.
On that one, RC.
Okay. Beth.
Beth Lane, 16 Hillcrest Avenue, and Vice Chair for the Education Budget for F&B. Just a quick, while we're talking about data, just quickly perusing the like cut, no cut list that's in the binder, I did notice an anomaly. So you might want to go back and just check with your coaches. In prior, I can only speak to the ski team because that's what my kids have all been on. In prior years, there have not been cuts. In this year, there were cuts so that the whole ski team fits on one bus instead of two. I imagine that makes a rather large difference in the outcome of cost. So it's possible that some coaches may have changed their policies, and you might want to just go back and check and make sure that that's the only one I know about. And I know he changed his policy this year. But it does have fiscal implications.
The policy change was made by the Connecticut and CISL, the ski league, put a cap on number of kids teams can roster. That wasn't the coach's policy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's new. That's brand new this year.
Okay. But it's not reflected in that.
Right. That needs to be updated.
And so I think it's probably also not reflected in the budget numbers properly. Thank you.
We'll check it. Thank you. Okay. With that, we are only 6 minutes off
Yeah,
schedule.
we're not bad.
I will move on. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Kate. Middlesex Middle School. Off we go.
Good
Proceed,
morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Okay. I want to first express my appreciation to the members of our community who are listening and participating today. Thank you to the Board of Education, our supportive Middlesex Parents Association, and the broader Darien Public Schools parent community, and other members of the Darien community, including the RTM and Board of Finance. Thank you for taking the time today and in the coming weeks to consider the budget presented in order to realize the district's vision for each of our students, that they may be prepared today to thrive in a changing world tomorrow. I also want to recognize the members of our faculty and staff who are listening to today's meeting. While in Darien, we know that our schools exist for children, we also know that the success and impact of our children's experiences in our schools relies on the work and commitment of the tremendous educators and school staff. I am proud to be with you this morning representing Middlesex Middle School. MMS is a wonderful educational institution dedicated to nurturing our middle school students as they academically and socially as they evolve from elementary school child to high school adolescent. In the 25-26 school year, we are projected to have a total of 1,061 students, which is an increase of 15 students, with 375 in 6th grade, 347 in 7th grade, and 339 in 8th grade. The MMS RC3 budget, whoa!
She'll be back.
Am I still here? How precarious. I apologize.
Welcome back.
My laptop fell. I'm so sorry. The MMS RC3 budget narrative reflects our commitments to continuing to foster a strong school culture and climate that supports our students' development, not only through academically robust offerings, but also through diverse and strong co-curricular programming, resources to support student wellness, and impactful professional learning. As Dr. Addley presented on Thursday night, his budget proposes the elimination of the K-8 Idea Gifted program. At MMS, this is equivalent to 1.6 FTE, or a reduction of $191,867. Currently, 160 students participate in instruction for gifted programming twice per week during their 42-minute lunch period. Opportunities for these students to continue their growth will be provided in the general education classroom through differentiated practices, curricular extensions, as well as through school-wide enrichment and extracurricular opportunities. As Dr. Addley presented, we will continue to build our teacher capacity to meet the unique needs of each of our learners through professional development and professional learning communities. In account 101020, theater and music stipends, we are requesting $57,843, which is an increase of $8,353. Because MMS does not currently offer a curricular theater program, students' access to participating in theater at the middle school level is through extracurricular programming. We are proud of our expanding and inclusive performing arts programs. This year, there are 90 students in the cast of Legally Blonde Junior, which is a 13% increase over last year's production. The addition of the proposed assistant director for the musical will allow us to continue to run a no-cut musical program while providing adequate supervision paired with high-quality direction. An additional opportunities for our students to hone their stage performance skills began in the 23-24 school year through the drama workshop. Advisors volunteered last year and intend to do so again for this year's workshop production. By contract and past practice, if the program continues to run for a third year in 25-26, the advisors would need to be paid. Middlesex Middle School has therefore proposed 3 new stipends: the drama workshop director, drama workshop producer, and drama workshop stage manager, totaling $4,431. Funding the continuation of this program will allow MMS students to have exposure to a variety of performance genres and skill development. As Dr. Addley referenced in his presentation on Thursday evening, the budget also includes proposed items to support professional learning that enhances our students' experiences and learning. Middlesex Middle School is requesting an increase of $2,850 in line 25003, professional development. These funds are intended to continue professional learning with the Anti-Defamation League, who provide programming in areas including anti-Semitism, anti-bias, and bullying and cyberbullying prevention. This professional learning supports our continued commitment to fostering a positive, safe, and inclusive school climate at Middlesex Middle School and in the Darien Public Schools. Finally, as Dr. Alicia Dadd and I presented to the board in December, Middlesex Middle School has benefited from the addition of a teen talk counselor from Kids in Crisis this year. In addition to playing a critical role in student crisis assessment and response, this trained social worker with middle school experience is enhancing MMS by partnering with our counselors, psychologists, and social workers to identify and meet the needs of both specific students and the student body at large. As we consider both the evidence of student needs within our Darien community and the broader youth mental health crisis, we have included in this budget proposal the continuation of the Teen Talk counselor. While this position was entirely grant funded for the 24-25 school year, Dr. Addley's budget proposal requests up to half the cost, which is indicated as $50,000 in account 12001 consultant services. The community fund has informed us that there is a forthcoming one-time $50,000 donation. We're grateful for this news and look forward to receiving that letter of support. The district will continue to work with the town Department of Health around potential additional funding, which could further reduce the board's portion. This covers the major changes in the recommended RC3 budget for next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot to be excited about in here, in particular, thanks to the community fund. It sounds like they've gone outside of their normal process. And it's exciting to hear of their support. In particular at this point in the budget process, because we usually don't know until June. It's certainly exciting to hear about the theater. I'll open it to questions. Joanna.
In the professional development line, it says that you're only raising it 3,000 years over year, but that requests an additional 6,000 for the PD from the ADL. So wouldn't that be 12,165?
So there's a reduction to PD that was specifically for this year for restorative practices in that line. So it's netting the two together.
Okay.
So that's still the $65 a head or whatever it was, plus the ADL. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions about middle school? Dave?
Thank you. You guys good in the back? So 2 questions, Jill. One is very high level, and I'm going to give this to Dr. Addley. And if you could come back, I don't expect an answer on the fly, but just from an educational perspective, I know Sarah likes to talk about we educate the whole child. We look at theater from middle school and having no cuts. We're talking about the high school, looking at athletics and thinking maybe we should have cuts there. Could you talk educational philosophy, why you would want to have cuts at the high school level for athletics, but you want to make sure everybody participates in middle school theater? And I don't need it now unless you really want to.
No, yeah, actually, contextually is probably appropriate. And I have contextually it's maybe appropriate to even say before we started this budget discussions by RC. In this particular budget, and this is one example of it, we didn't exclusively going through the budget process with our RC's chairs and our administrators. You will predominantly see not many significant improvements or additions, okay, in the actual budget line items, but there are modest ones. And this is one of the modest ones that I made a value judgment on, in the sense of including as many students as possible in these particular, engaging as many students as possible in these particular activities. It's open to all students. The same way as I haven't been a big advocate of all the cuts, like cutting from athletics or otherwise. So it's not mutually exclusive from advancing some small areas and increasing it where I felt it made sense to do that, and it was an opportunity. So
yeah, I mean, I see the dollar number, it is de minimis, but you mentioned there's values. Could you speak a little more to which values would drive that decision?
Oh, well, listen, I don't want to go through all the values of the arts, if that's what we want to do.
No, I think Dave means of participation. Like
Oh,
what
listen,
what the goal was in terms of participation.
The number of students who are actually participating, I won't say even the number of students, the spectrum of students that participate in these arts programs are phenomenal. It's fully integrated. It's a fully inclusive program, both on stage, behind scenes, technology, and everything that goes. It just is a 360 way, the same way as athletics does, to engage our students. I think it's a very important part of the experience, and it's inclusive to all kids and all types of kids.
And that would hold true to high school athletics as well, that worldview.
Oh, well, I've always been a proponent of athletics myself, yeah.
And I had a second, but I don't know if John had a follow-up or you wanted to go.
The wee bit of a difference is technically, right? Technically, and I don't want to get into technicality because I just think the semantics, but athletics is add-on, right? For the most part, these programs are part of curriculum or co-curriculum experiences. That's different, right? But I don't see it different in the full experience, comprehensive experience of our kids.
John, and then Dave.
I mean, this is a broader perspective. We go down wormholes, and I know what we're trying to do is solve for a very important budget item, but it's been mentioned that I think we really got to be careful in terms of how we're addressing participation. And I know people like to go after the sports programs and even additional sports, but both personally and most broadly, watching the athletics program and see the kids that show up and have something to participate in, even if they're flying the drone in a sport or carrying the water bottles out to the team during a halftime or a break, is incredibly important. And the amount of mental strife that the participation, not only in the sports, but I've seen it in theater, I've seen it in clubs and councils, is extremely important. So I know we're trying to rub pennies together and save every dollar or find more equities and stuff, but let's like look at big dollar things and find restructurings and different things, and maybe different fee schedules and that sort of thing, versus picking on participation, because I think participation is integral right now, as I've seen it as a parent and I've seen it as a board member for the last 6 years.
Okay, let's stay on the subject of participation. Okay, you want to?
No, I'm going off on a different tangent when you come back to me. So if you want
Yes.
to stay on topic.
Yes. Are you on participation?
I am.
Yes.
I don't disagree that participation, that ideally everybody would be able to do absolutely everything they would like to do. But when we've been told that there's a 3 to 4% threshold of comfort from our budgetary people, it's a $4,400 increase in this versus a $2.2 million RC. I think it's a very different ballgame. If we're going to be given more flexibility, then absolutely everybody should be able to participate in everything. But
Well, then let's look
there's
at all
some guidelines.
extracurriculars then, across the board.
So on the subject of participation, Robin.
I absolutely agree. I love all of our extracurricular programs, athletics, IDEA, theater, and I think this is a great proposal for the Middlesex Theater. I do have a concern in particular about IDEA and the elimination of that program. especially considering that is 15% of the Middlesex students. And I firmly believe that this is a program that really does meet our strategic plan goals of meeting the needs of all learners. I would hate to see it eliminated in its entirety because I have concerns about whether those needs can be met effectively in the classroom, given the significant needs of the teachers who are already trying to serve a very diverse group of students within the classroom and have a lot on their plate. So what I would love to talk about is, again, kind of on the avenue of the past analysis that Rich had done with participation fees for clubs and councils, athletics, potentially also including, and this is up for discussion, but I would love to see the numbers of what it would be, similar to what you had proposed with Theater 308, being treated kind of as an athletic team if you were going to do a participation fee. Middlesex Theater could also be in that light, kind of considered an athletic team, given the frequency of all of the practices, rehearsals, et cetera, and the same for IDEA, basically as an opt-in program, that there would be a nominal participation fee similar to an athletic team, given the instructional minutes and the frequency that it meets every week. And rather than eliminating entire programs, given the budget difficulties that we have, I would like to understand what that could be as a way to allow all of these programs to run and meet the needs of all of our students, as opposed to potentially being forced to make cuts that none of us really would like to make.
Okay. Are we going on to IDEA? Like, should we, is that?
Yeah, I think we need, when are you planning to do the overall sort of discussion of gifted education and your strategies there?
So we're prepared to talk about clearly the gifted education program today. We can talk about it now in its entirety because it impacts elementary schools, it impacts the middle school. We can do it at any particular junctures throughout the day, or we can address it all now. My guess is there will be other follow-up questions, not unlike other topics that the board has discussed that we'll come back to. But if you want us to talk about the program in general at this juncture, we're happy to do that. We've already gone through.
So, okay, I think my suggestion would be, let's finish middle school specific. Let's do IDEA in the middle of middle school and elementary school because it touches on both. And then let's pick up elementary school immediately after that.
Okay, that's
And
good.
so we'll broaden that discussion for IDEA. I'll table that question for the moment.
Just one additional stat that I think is important to mention. So again, for Middlesex, it's 15% of the students, and it's an average cost of $1,600 per student, which is lower cost than many of the athletic teams on a per student basis. And so I think, again, these are relevant metrics when we're talking about our overall costs as a district.
Okay, and we'll come back to IDEA. All right, Dennis, Dave.
So I will second my colleague's comments, Mr. Sini, on participation in athletics and sports. And it, it is super important for students to feel not just involved, but to build their own community somehow in a school, especially, large as a middle school, whether large as a high school. And it brings the school down to size where you can feel like you have a voice and you belong. Having said that, and I love this idea for the music stipend. What I'm concerned about, though, are there extra hidden future costs? So if we build this program and we start to build a program and it gets to capacity and say it goes from 100 kids to 200 kids, does that mean then we have to refurbish the middle school stage? Does that mean we have to refurbish the middle school auditorium? Are we going to build a video wall in the middle school? I know I'm going down a rabbit hole here again, but we have to be careful of what we're doing and then what unanticipated or anticipated costs we're going to have when we do a program in the future. Just a point of clarity to bring out.
It is a valid point. I do suspect that the theater at middle schools is going to need some refurbishing no matter what we do. So I would say let's take that off the table as a barrier. I also think we've talked about athletics and offsetting revenues from summer school. I think we can look at theater through the same lens. The theater program collect quite a bit of revenue during the summer. So when we talk about, I think it might be helpful to talk about how we fund theater at the secondary. Well, it's really actually elementary school through secondary, although the during the school year, I think it's just secondary, and then show the offsetting revenue. Okay, I think Dave is next.
Yeah, so the other tangent I wanted to go down is IDEA. And, going back to your opening comments this morning, Jill, we want to focus on the big issues. And given a lot of the, what we've heard from constituents, whether those be alumni, current students, parents, I guess my question was to really, allay concerns and focus our efforts and our time and economize what we're doing here as a board. And maybe to your comment a moment ago, this is a conversation we're gonna have in a minute, but I think really we should just get a sense of the board if this is even tenable, if anybody's even interested in looking at these cuts. And then I think that can focus a lot of our work. So I would propose when we move to the IDEA conversation, we really just get a sense if anybody's even interested in looking at that as a potential cut and see what we can do to try and free up some time to focus on other big items.
Okay. All right. With any other questions about the middle school?
Yes.
Okay, Katie? I
Thank
see.
you. I'd like to talk about scheduling the team model and class sizes. I think this is a good idea to focus on topics together. So I appreciated that there was a comment in the text that that the priority is to maintain the team model. I do want to ask about the enrollment and the way that the enrollment shifts in the breakdown of class sizes. Next year's sixth graders are that very large current fifth grade class where we have a couple of 5 sections at elementary. So Alan, if you could tell us what your thoughts are on terms of like the number of teams per grade level and how that might shift for next year.
Okay, and I can do that. We had said that it was 4-3-3 for next year. And I believe that we were committing to the average class size of 19 and 23 and 23, going from recollection of what we presented to the board, with some exceptions that there were some tolerance built in, and we described that at the time. So we're confident that we're on track to maintain that. We're not touching or modifying those class sizes.
Okay, thank you. And then just.
Am I right there, Kate? I want to make sure I'm right on that.
Okay, and then just to further into that and understanding still at a high level that there's other implications for scheduling and some professional development and that's to come. Could we talk a little bit about how that impact of the couple of teachers that will move to 4 to 5, that completion, and as well as the current classes, I believe it's 29 that are above the guidelines right now. Can we just talk about how we see the impact for next year at this point?
Kate, you want to pick that?
Sure. The impact of we don't anticipate an impact of the teachers who are moving from 4 to 5 in impacting class sizes because those teachers are fulfilling other duties for the school, such as study hall or cafeteria duty or interventions. So that would not have an offset size impact on instructional classes because those teachers are taking classes that currently exist as opposed to reducing the number of sections. The second part of the question. Can you repeat the second part of the question for me, Katie?
Yes. Oops. Yes, I wanted to know also about the current 29 classes that are outside the guidelines and what we're looking at next year.
And so our commitment that we had shared earlier was to look for 5 or fewer classes within the English, social studies, science, and math that would be at 25 or more. And our anticipation is that because we should have a different scheduling timeline than was completed last year, that we will be able to achieve that through careful balancing and scheduling, working with Aspen for professional learning on how to most optimize that tool for us.
John?
So full disclaimer, this is a budget question, just understanding the cost of the team model, not advocating eliminating the team model, but is there a way to easily assess what team cost us or the lack of efficiency in a very direct term, the lack of efficiency that the team model brings our middle school? And again, I don't want to create work, a lot of work. Is there, Rich, or would that be like this whole analysis that's impossible to the ballpark?
I mean, it wouldn't be impossible. It would, you'd be making it like a junior high.
Yes.
effectively.
Yeah.
I mean, the clearest cut would be the team leader stipends, which is, about 58,000. But then you obviously would be able to probably, I would assume, and we'd have to work it out, reduce staff because we wouldn't be having kids just on a specific team. Everybody would cross teams. So we could probably put something together.
Again, I don't want to retreat this work because I don't think it's leading anywhere, but I do want to kind of highlight the cost of implementing the team model. And again, full disclaimer, I'm not looking to eliminate teams, but I'm just trying to highlight to the community the effort. And is there a way we go quasi-team, do some more rainbow classes, to drive some efficiencies, but maintain the team model?
Okay, so just to be clear.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I open up a wormhole, but I don't know.
So we haven't done that in this budget. We've maintained the spirit of the conversations that we've had throughout. But I have said it before, educationally, across the state, across the nation, one of the most expensive models of delivering education is team models. No qualms about that, significantly so. So that whatever the number is, will be pretty significant.
Like, are you talking 50% higher? We don't know.
It depends the variables that we put in place and how accurate you want the schedule to be to actually run the schedule. But we'll look at significantly higher. I'll leave it for that for the moment.
Can I add to that, that one of the pieces of how the team model is scheduled at MMS is that our team teachers have daily meeting time together, and that is one of the periods of their day. So they're teaching 5 classes and having daily team meetings through which they are looking at student work, looking at student data, preparing to participate in PPT and 504 meetings, doing other collaborative work to plan for team-wide or grade-wide activities, including field trips and team days. And so that is a period that is dedicated in their schedule in lieu of an alternate duty. And that does have a contractual implication that it's the duty that they're serving. And so you could think of it in terms of the way that we're utilizing their time and the costs associated with that. I also would point out that it is, from my opinion, very important time for our educators to collaboratively look, especially within such a large school as MMS, at the individual needs of each child, and not only instructionally, but also social emotionally. So that would be my additional note.
Thank you.
So maybe, John, if I could suggest that if there was a fairly rough way to mock up a sense of the order of magnitude financially, we are not intending to make any changes to the middle school anytime in the near future. So just a rough order of magnitude as something that the board can understand when it talks about how our funds follow our priorities. And in this case, one of the priorities is making sure that our middle school is as it's a big school. So creating smaller schools so that kids are seen as individuals and have as much individual touch as we can muster. So if that's the ask, rough order of magnitude, no intention to change the model.
Thank you for making it less blunt.
Excuse me for the interruption. Can we just see if there's a sense of the board actually wanting to do that work before it gets ordered?
Sure. Is there anyone who does not want that done?
I mean, if we're not intending to change it, why do we need to know it?
Well, we've been asking about costs, about a number of different things.
Well, let's
so
hear from other people.
I was asked the question. Thank you.
Okay. Joanna, and then Greg, and then Katie, and then Robin.
Is that a vote or?
That is
No.
not. These are people who want to weigh in.
In terms of the state of Connecticut, isn't Middlesex one of the biggest middle schools in the state?
Absolutely.
So wouldn't the other option really be a second middle school,
Good.
which I think is much more expensive than the team model?
Well, there's multiple options. I think that's a good
Right.
point.
So I think it is expensive, but necessary,
I think I would agree with you that it's necessary. And so I think the hope is that people understand we do want to invest in our kids. But
I do worry that
I
if
hear your point.
if we put that information out there, other bodies might be like, well, you could do it
A different way.
Yeah, so why don't you do it that way? And then we're left defending multiple
Mhm.
things that we didn't want to
Multiple
ever be defending in the first place. That
Okay.
would be my
Your
concern.
concern. I understand that. Okay, Greg.
I guess, John, I don't have an issue with doing the work. I have a question for you. Are you thinking that this is done during the budget process, or is this something we could do outside of it later?
Again, I was looking for a ballpark just to highlight the effort that this board is making to maintain a team model.
Yeah, if it's an easy,
Yeah.
if it's like a
Yeah, that's-
30-minute exercise,
Yeah.
probably worth doing. If it's a 3-hour exercise
don't
on
want-
top of
yeah.
the board work, maybe we.
That was
defer
my
to
disclaimer,
afterwards.
guys.
That was the only thing I was going to say.
I agree. Okay.
So I'll just follow up my 2 cents. I agree with John. No interest in changing anything right now. That being said, can't really know without doing the data. Alan has mentioned it's a pretty significant number. Would like to get my arms around what that is. And we had a discussion earlier about track time and fields. I was going to suggest we really want to do build by accurately. We should look at the cost of getting a mountain and a ice hockey rink and a pool to do that accurately. So, I mean, you can go down this rabbit hole, but I agree if it's going to be a 30-minute exercise, yeah, let's look at what that number is.
Okay, Katie? Okay. Okay.
I think it would be helpful to know what the DIRG, members of our DIRG have. Do they have a team model or more of a junior high model? If they do not have a team model, I would also want to know, do they have 2 middle schools? And, you know, understand the size of the middle schools in our DIRG as well as part of that look. And I mean, I think just a high level look should give us a pretty good indicator of, and probably a relatively quick analysis. So it would at least give us good data for us for discussions going forward. Thank you.
Sarah?
I mean, again, if we're not going to change anything, why bother? But
Okay, I think you're authorized for a 30-minute exercise. I do think it's valuable to understand from a different data perspective, how we're spending our money. We've been talking about making sure that we understand that the money that we allocate follows our priorities. At the same time, I think the point of opening a can of worms we don't want to open is an important one. We are not intending to change the model, and we are saying that to our fellow government bodies also. And I can see they're hearing us now because it's an important point. Okay. All right, still on middle school. Robin.
Just one more question on the stipends. We have clubs and councils, we have student interest clubs, student government stipends, and honor society stipends. So all 4 of those categories, I think at the high school, we classify all of that as clubs and councils, but that's over $80,000 of stipends. And so for the clubs and councils, that participation fee analysis that we had talked about, I would just want to make sure that all of those lines are included. And the other follow-up question I have is, what is the difference between student interest clubs versus clubs and councils?
So we do break out the high school in the same way where it's student government, student interest, honor society,
Okay.
et cetera. So at the middle school, student interest can be anything from like the Ambassadors Club to Model UN, to Quiz Bowl, as an example. Clubs and counselors are things that don't really fit in there. So like a yearbook or stipend could be a club and council or a newspaper.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just sort of piggybacking on Robin's ask for that breakout. Do any of these clubs and councils go on trips, competitions? And if they do take buses, who pays for them?
So the club raises money for the buses.
Just one addition to that. So if you add then the theater and music stipends, that's an additional almost $60,000. So again, in total, you're talking about probably about $140,000 worth of stipends. And so I think again, that the participation fee analysis that we've asked for, I think I'd want to have that all included. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Anything else on middle school? Katie?
On the topic of team talk, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the community fund as well for their generous contribution to an important program. I did want to ask for a little future projections. My understanding is that the community fund did indicate that this was a one-time and that the support for funding 50% of this program wouldn't necessarily be something that would continue. So I just wanted to ask what our expectations were for the future, if we were looking to make this a permanent program, if we're expecting it to be an ongoing budget that will be absorbed by the Board of Ed fully.
So we have that, we've asked for that mental health on a page, and now that we've added a forecast, that's a good thing to make sure it's in the forecast, to your point.
I could simply say now the hope would be that we would maintain it. We also have a request in for the offset from the opioid grant from the town. But if eventually one way or the other, it will transition into a board probably sooner than later, actually. I don't see the community fund funding this in perpetuity or anything. So I would say next year would be probably fully funded one way or the other.
Okay. All right. With that, we will transition to a discussion. Well, sorry, let me take questions and comments from government officials or the audience, not about IDEA. If you have other things you want to ask about the middle school, government officials, members of the public. Jan, are you going to go? You look like you have something to say. Go ahead. If you'd like to.
Good morning. My name is Jan Raymond, and I just wanted to praise the middle school for one thing, and that's their music program. I had the opportunity to go to the concert that you had a few weeks ago, and it was in the high school. And I was amazed at the number of students that were in each of the three bands, the 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. The percentage of the stage that was filled by those three different levels was amazing to me. Also amazing to me was the number of people in the audience, the quality of the performance. And I just wanted to say that I tell everyone how impressed I am with what you're doing in that area. And I believe that what sports and other activities do for some students, the music program does for other students. It certainly has been effective when I have looked at it and talked to students who are in it. So I just wanted to praise the middle school and the board for supporting that program.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate your comments. Okay. Oh, Jack. Hi.
Jack Davis, 197 White Street. I wanted to make a general comment since we're still early in this process. You know, I've heard a lot about the financial, what you perceive as limitations by what was presented by the Board of Finance. But when Jim Palin did his presentation, I haven't really heard the other part, which was probably more important. If you look at his diagram, he talked about what is really your core needs. What are your high priority but not core? And then what are your lesser? So when I'm hearing certain questions about participation, or even the question that John just asked, which is team or not team, that's really getting to what Jim's presentation was all about. What is your core? And having that discussion. So I want to remind everyone here that that was the major part of Jim's presentation, not only for the Board of Ed, but for the Board of Selectmen. And so those questions are good to ask. And I'm not saying whether or not you're going to do it during budget or you do it afterwards. But it wasn't the numbers that Jim was really referring to. It was that philosophy on how you build a budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to IDEA and gifted education.
So we'll talk sort of high level about the program just in general, and I'm sure that will field additional questions. And my guess is we'll roll into another meeting of additional information. Appreciate there's a couple of our principals have just come online. Thank you. And I'm sure some of our community members are here for this particular discussion. So just a wee bit of background on this. In all transparency, right, our principals didn't come to the table and say, Dr. Addley, we want to reduce and eliminate the IDA talented and gifted program. That did not happen. We have a challenging budget to address. This particular amount in this particular budget for the IDA program would actually put the budget over the guideline from the Board of Education. That being said, that was a choice that was made. It was discussed at Cabinet, and it's a decision that was made by the Superintendent to eliminate the particular program. I will say, I think it's probably a true statement that the administration and the building understand the decision and can agree with the decision. That being said, it was my decision to actually put it on the table. I don't put anything on the table as a political football. I never have in this district. I haven't pitted one thing against another just to get people out or just to get politically make something work. I don't do that. I may have made a wrong decision here and there along the way, but I don't put people in the middle of that. I honestly put it on because I believe, given what we have before us, it's the best way to move forward. That's all I can say to you about why the rationale. I believe we can service our young people in the classroom. That is what we are charged to do, to meet the needs of all our students in the classroom. I understand it's challenging, but yes, our schools exist for all kids. And we have an inclusive philosophy around education, whether it's special education or whether it's regular education experiences. So this particular program the students involved in the program, which is about 5% of the district, one of the differences from, I don't want to compare it to other things, but some of the things have been compared to today. There are options for our young people who are specialized young people and who do need specialized focused attention and services, and that is in the classroom. It's not as if you're taking the experience away. I don't believe I am. Honestly, don't believe I'm taking that experience away. Yes, it reduces 3.3 teachers. Essentially, to all intents and purposes, the optics of it, it removes the program. That is true. It does do that, but the service of the students are not all being removed. And in fact, there's a responsibility of teachers and our district to meet the needs of all our students. I will say, by the way, it's not just for people who are watching online or watching today. You will get a letter on Monday about identification of special or identification of gifted students. That's not like planned differently or otherwise. It's the process we're going through. There's been no decision made here. We will move forward with meeting the needs of the students, and the identification process will have to take place anyway by state legislation. Even if we didn't have the program, it would have to take place. So it's just coincidental that you will get a letter out that the identification process. We also had a study done, if you remember, it goes back to 2021. That was Teresa Rengel, who was an administrative assistant to myself, who was through UConn. In collaboration with Nicole Wakunas and the Renzulli UConn School of Talent and Gifted, they did a report. We have been working on the recommendations of that report that has come through the board. The primary recommendations that we're addressing at the moment are through the development and professional development of our staff. And yes, admittedly, that has been the main focus, has been the 4 teachers, 3.3 FTE teachers who are actually delivering the service, but we have been building their capacity around doing the work, and we've also been addressing and increasing, improving the learning opportunities through the actual curriculum that we're actually delivering. That's the main takeaway. If you were to say to me, Dr. What have you been working on since that actual process? Well, it was identification processes are in there too. It was also working with a close group of constituents, which we have done. So there's things in there, deliberate things in there that we have been actually focusing on and actually delivering on. Also in there is the recognition that servicing our young people, our young people with these needs, can be done in different ways. In that report, it talks about other opportunities of enrichment opportunities for all children. I can look around the table and tell you this: every kid has talents and gifts in our district. Every single kid has got talents and gifted in some capacity. Now, I recognize this category that we're talking about, and I support addressing their needs. But it's just also important to recognize that all students have gifts. And one of the things we're also trying to address, and we haven't addressed in this particular report just yet as satisfactory as I would like to, is the idea of the other enrichment and gifts kids have in the arts and talents. That's also gifted. We don't address those areas currently through our particular program. You should say, well, you should expand it. Okay, well, that's another approach. But I'm just saying that there's other gifted students in our district and other areas that we're not addressing, and that report also profiled that. So I just want to give a wee bit of in full transparency. we've been working on since 2021, improving the program in different capacities. And I just want to bring maybe people in the audience today who don't have the background of that. But I just want to recognize that. So the proposal before us is to deliver the services in the classroom. I'm not bringing any other proposal variation of it. I will say this. We will continue to work on ways, whatever that means, ways of delivering the services to the students. I don't want to overcommit any particular modification at that particular point, other than what's in the classroom. The actual professional development that the teachers need, yes, that was another recommendation from that report, the professional development of teachers, but not just the teachers of the gifted students. The 4 teachers that we're talking about, not just those teachers, but training the staff in general across these particular issues and across the district. One of the things that was said in that report by feedback in the survey was our teachers want to be able to service our young people, provided you give us the training. One of the things that are in this budget that I really want to be passionately talking about is the professional learning of staff that to support all students. That is a way we can advocate and support the staff to address the needs of all of our students. So that's the context, that's the background. I'll maybe ask Amy just to give a wee bit of context of the type of thing that we might do in the classroom or will do in the classroom for our young people.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Addley. Is this okay? So as Dr. Addley mentioned, it is the primary responsibility of every classroom teacher. And we know that currently our classroom teachers are striving each day to meet the needs of every learner in our schools. And one of the things that I always like to talk to the Board of Education about is the connection between curriculum instruction, assessment, and professional learning. So our continued efforts in the area of curriculum development have been focusing on not only UBD, that backwards design for learning program. And that requires us to think about what our kids are already bringing to the table. What do they already know? Planning backwards to get them not only to grade level standards and also beyond. Additionally, we're also thinking about our plans with curriculum with regard to universal design for learning. And that requires us to think about the different pathways and access points that we use to engage all learners of different profiles into the curriculum and again, beyond. Some of the things that we're thinking about as well when we're looking at our curriculum design and development are how we implement instructional strategies to provide additional opportunities for inquiry-based learning and problem-based learning, and thinking about more open-ended tasks for our learners. And that's something that is definitely a hallmark of the Idea and Gifted program, but something that needs to be taking place across a child's school day, not just during those few pull-out opportunities. I want to recognize as well that there are opportunities in extracurricular programming. There are different stipends within the budget. We've got not only our different learning spaces at Tokenique and at Oxbridge that have been more currently renovated, but also at the other elementary schools, which will include a look at some of the library media spaces and across the district, even beyond just those larger projects, thinking about how to reimagine those spaces so that they're innovative and allowing for makerspace opportunities, thinking about how we, again, extend the Gifted Idea program beyond a more typical humanities approach and think about STEM opportunities for our learners as well. And as Dr. Addley mentioned, one of the considerations in the report is thinking about a school-wide enrichment model and thinking about how we can make our model even more interdisciplinary in nature to reflect a student's entire school day and experience. I want to recognize that not only are all of our principals who have the currently IDEA program being facilitated in their schools at the elementary, middle school level. Here, but we also have Julie Droller, who's our Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, and who primarily oversees the department. And I know she's passionate about the program as well as I and Dr. Addley are, and I'm sure she has comments that she would like to share as well.
Just before Julie does, I just wanted to mention, and I should have done it at the start. I just want to recognize that my teachers may be even online. I don't know at this point, but I want to recognize the teachers of this particular program and actually some of the staff. As we're going to have a wee discussion later on in the budget about other staff members who unfortunately have brought forward here that reducing or eliminating certain positions. I want to recognize the efforts of the particular staff because they have a level of expertise. They're talented, committed people in the organization, and they've worked tirelessly on behalf of our gifted students and their families. So, and there's been a contingent of highly passionate, active, supportive parents of the DAG group, and I appreciate all the work that they have done. So with that, Julie, I don't want to interrupt you, but
no, that's important. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for all of your work during this budget process. And just to reiterate all of the things that Dr. Addley and Dr. Fettigan said, you know, I agree with that, and we share the concerns raised by the DAEG, the families and our educators who value the existing program. But we do believe that through intentional curriculum design, professional development, and enriching opportunities embedded within the general education classroom, we can continue to meet the needs of our gifted learners effectively. Our approach will be through differentiated instruction, ensuring that our gifted learners receive appropriate challenge within their regular ed classroom. Teachers will use strategies to modify the content, the process, the products, allowing for deeper learning and exploration. We'll also build on some of our current instructional practices, such as building thinking classrooms in mathematics and providing students with choice and agency in reading and writing, inquiry model in science and social studies. And these models inherently support differentiation and can be adopted to offer that greater depth and complexity for our advanced learners. Amy talked about incorporating more STEM activities and more problem-based learning into the curriculum, and that includes expanding participation in extracurricular programs like the Invention Convention, which foster creativity and innovation. We also have our daily win block, which will serve as a dedicated time for students to pursue enrichment projects and receive additional challenges tailored to their interests and their strengths. And this is a flexible block that will allow for personalized learning opportunities and collaboration with peers. So as they also said, we do believe that this approach aligns with many of the key recommendations outlined in the June 2021 evaluation report. One of the concerns in the report highlighted the limited time that students currently spend in the gifted program. And by embedding enrichment throughout in the general education classroom, we can provide more consistent and sustained opportunities for advanced learning throughout the school day. Another primary concern, which we've discussed, is professional development for classroom teachers. And as Dr. Addley said, our teachers have requested you know, a desire to support the learners and have a connection to what's going on in their gifted program. And we'd want to equip them with those strategies for differentiation, for ways to extend the curriculum, and for fostering those higher order thinking skills. We talked about that school-wide enrichment model, and we do have that win block, which is a perfect opportunity for that. The report also encouraged the district to explore a more inclusive framework. So this shift will allow us to move to a model that fosters the potential of all students while continuing to meet the specific needs of those who are gifted. So, you know, while we understand that this program is a significant change, we do feel that we are confident that we would be able to support all of our gifted learners in a positive way.
Okay. I'll open it to board questions. My suspicion is that it's pretty difficult to translate a lot of what we've just heard to a cogent program or approach. I mean, I understand a lot of the components of what you're saying, but it's pretty difficult to crosswalk what you're actually offering to what was just described, and whether you're talking about in terms of what the investment in professional development would look like, time in the classroom, what the support would be, how that impacts different kinds of kids. And we have, our program is gifted and talented. Talented is a little bit different from gifted. And there's often, I think, different kinds of support. There's a social emotional piece that I don't understand how it applies. So I think while we can offer a lot of questions, I would say I cannot yet see what the crosswalk is. And that would need to be answered, I think, before the board could understand what you're really saying. Okay, with that, I'll open it to questions. Sarah.
Thanks. I think it'd be helpful for the board and for the community if we could get a true definition of what a gifted and talented student is. To my understanding, it is a diagnosis or an identification, which to me, I actually view it more in special education, like these students require specific education because of their particular special needs. So I think, to educate everybody, I would like one of you to let us know what that definition is. Because it is mandated that we identify these students. It is just not mandated that we provide services like for the other special education services. So
Is that true?
that is true.
Yes.
That is true. Yes, that's
Yeah.
true. Yep.
So I think we need to educate everybody what a true gifted student means, and not, these are not just the 1,600 4.5 GPA kids, like kids that read before kindergarten. This is a true diagnosis of learning. So just open that up to somebody to understand better what that is.
And the incidence rate.
Yeah.
Do you want to add something before the question's answered? You have your hand up, I can't tell.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, guys. Who wants to take that one, Amy or Shirley together?
So in order to evaluate students, there are many ways. We also look at standardized measures. For example, in this district, we look at the OLSAT and the Torrance as screeners. So you would look primarily first at academic achievement, and then you would look beyond those standardized measures. So we also have portfolios and classroom observations for teachers. The hallmark of students who are identified as gifted and talented, as you mentioned, are a little bit different. And I would like to echo Dr. Addley's earlier comments that truly we need to recognize that there are 100% talents and gifts in all of the students across our schools in many different areas. But really about thinking they're divergent thinkers, might have, as you mentioned, Jill, different social and emotional learning needs. I would like to rely upon Shirley for the diagnosis piece that you were talking about, and the kind of clarification of understanding that idea, as we call it in Darien Public Schools, gifted and talented is recognized as a special education subset. So I think that it's important that Sarah brought that up, and that's probably Shirley can talk about the nexus between general education and special education with regard to that.
I probably would not use the term diagnosis, just in terms of the loss of a different word. But to your point, Sarah.
Pull that right to you, would you, that mic? Please.
I probably wouldn't use the term diagnosis. I would use that there are criteria that they meet for it.
Thank you for the
I'm sure you meant the same
clarification.
thing, Sarah.
Yes.
And in doing that, as the OLSAT has done, there's also teacher observation, there's writing samples that are done. There are also accommodations given to students if they need that in order to participate in the evaluation process. So that is offered to students who may or may not be twice exceptional. As far as the program that's designed in the district really doesn't come under the umbrella of special education. It really comes under general education and the provisions of services within general ed.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just think it's important that this particular subset of children does require a different way of educating. And whether that's a pull-out model or not, I think it's an important thing to note.
But if I may add also, Sarah, to your point of, and what Amy was saying earlier of having, and Julie said, having opportunities in the general education classroom and looking at different times and opportunities, whether it's WIN periods in elementary or other periods in secondary, we spoke at one of the curriculum meetings that you chair about performance assessments, really looking at students being able to show what they know by being able to demonstrate it, not by typical assessments or pencil and paper assessments, but looking at, if you look at gifted and talented, or if you look at exceptional learners, of finding ways that our curriculum really offers that, and performance assessment, in addition to backwards in design, really would be opportunities for that as well.
Can you just clarify that in this chart, the duly identified, are those 2E kids?
Yes.
Yes.
And to Edith Sarah's point, are twice exceptional.
Sorry.
Exactly what does that mean? Because that was a little.
They may have an IEP as well as be in the gifted program.
We also have learners that receive ML services.
May I ask just
you
Julie
can
Joel
ask-
for 2 seconds, just to, because it's been used twice here. I know what it is and can talk about it, but they're elementary people too. Just for people in case they don't know it, this wind block has been mentioned a couple of times here. And I'm not sure that members of the board or public may know what that is.
Sure.
Dr. Nee, oh.
What I mean, yep. It's a 30-minute period. And for our students who receive services, whether it's special education or through our SRBI MTSS, they are pulled out during that time so they won't miss classroom instruction. For other students, it's an opportunity to practice or to complete work or to engage in projects that enhance learning.
Greg.
So the dual identified, my understanding is that those are folks who also have IEP or some other special ed. So is there a potential unintended consequence here where the remainder are going to now become special ed students and there's budget ramifications for that over the course of time?
I'm not quite sure what the question was, but
The IDEA students. So will the IDEA students who are not currently IEPs or special ed students, will they potentially now become special ed students and that increases our costs on
I
special
think
ed
there's
side?
another way to
No,
ask that question, Greg, that if I could offer it. I
Sure.
think that a lot of times why districts have programs like this is because we have students who don't feel their needs are met all the way in the classroom. And so that's part of what I think administration are trying to do would be to build up capacity to meet at least some of those needs in the classroom. When students have unmet needs, yes, there are consequences. And those sometimes are behavioral, there's sometimes they turn off academically, they sometimes, end up with, yes, certain types of emotional issues. In terms of when we talk about special education, usually that's something, more like a dyslexia that you're born with typically. But I do think the question of unintended consequences when students' needs aren't being met is something we do need to talk about as part of this discussion.
But if I may just answer, Jill, also to Greg's question, the students who have learning differences and do have a current IEP may also be a student, for instance, who's a student with autism, and yet they have some extraordinary gifts in a different area. So that's what makes them twice exceptional. So you're still going to get your needs met with an IEP of what those goals and objectives are, depending on what your learning difference is, and you may have other attributes that really require some, exceptional learning opportunities as well.
Is that fair? Do you want to add anything?
No.
Okay. Dave.
Thanks, Jill. So I guess going back to the earlier question I posed, just trying to get a sense of where people are on this board, if this is a realistic or serious proposal, really economize our work. I know we've spent a lot of time on this board trying to work through our processes, bringing forward priorities, bringing forth policies, having understanding so we don't have things dropped into budget necessarily. Seems this may have happened a bit here where we weren't totally prepared for the ramifications. Unfortunately, a continuance of a pattern. But I think really, we've been down a couple rabbit holes already today just to really economize our work, our time and getting through the budget today. Would love if anyone's willing to take a sense of the meeting, figure out where we are, and if this is really something that there's appetite to explore further before we commit a lot of time into this.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question before we do that? First of all, the report that Dr. Addley is referencing from the UConn GNT, when was that distributed to the Board of Ed and discussed in full? Because I have never seen that. That's one question. Secondly, I wanted to correct, Dr. Addley said that this is 5% of our students. It's actually 10% of the students in grades 2 through 8 that participate in IDEA. So that is actually a significant cohort, which again is identified at a federal level under IDEA, that I'm concerned about whether we can meet their needs within a classroom, specifically also with the additional PD that would be needed going forward, because it is a different skill that most of our teachers, I do not believe, are fully trained on, and that we spent resources training our specialized, gifted and talented teachers on over the past number of years, and to develop that curriculum. I also wanted to ask, does the rest of the DIRG have a gifted and talented program? Can we get any details on that at the elementary and middle school level? And then just one final point, if we're talking about meeting the needs within the classroom going forward, at the middle school, we do currently have an accelerated math track, but since we no longer will be offering an 8th grade accelerated English class, right now within the middle school, we do not really have a curriculum that would be provided to gifted and talented students, particularly in English language arts, which the IDEA program did spend a significant amount of time on at the elementary and middle school level. And so there are a number of questions that I still have that I think really merit a lot more discussion, because these are specific needs and a specific large cohort, 10% of our students, that I really think this is an important decision. And before cuts are made, I really think we need to evaluate those.
I respect those questions, and certainly we will address those. The report itself did come before the board. The date eludes me a little bit. I had to go back to the
It
record,
was
but
before I was on the board.
2021.
oh, definitely. Oh, totally. 100%.
It would be
Yes.
helpful to
presented.
see that in the context of this whole discussion, because I
Yeah,
think
we'll get the report.
I'll
many of
provide
us
the
have
report,
not
yeah.
seen that.
Okay. John?
So Dave, I get what you're trying to do, but I think Jill, you said it best. We got to get the crosswalk of what's going to be supplanted in the classroom, and Robin, you did as well. I mean, the reality is if we just nix this right off the bat, then we got to find $469,015. So I'm not there yet. This is not a program that would be the top of my list ahead of some other priorities. So I'd love to go through the rest of today and understand that. And then we can put our arms around it in terms of with the incremental information that's already been asked.
Yeah, I don't disagree, John. It's definitely a big number. That being said, there will be some work involved in getting that number replaced, which I'd rather focus on if the consensus here is not to do that. And as opposed to spending the time on this, I think we could better focus. And again, the question is, is this ultimate number, and we're long from this discussion, but is the proposed budget, we're ways before ad cut. We're going to have a lot of go arounds on
Yeah, I
this,
get it.
but I just don't want to waste time on this if there's no consensus.
If maybe I could offer a compromise, because your point is well taken, Dave, that if this isn't the number, we have to find something else, or at least be prepared to find something else. So perhaps what we could do is ask for, I think the board is unified in feeling that there is a cohort of students whose needs need to be met. And I think I can speak for everyone, somebody holler if not, but everybody is concerned about meeting the needs of these students and of making a rapid change without the right infrastructure in place. So I think administration, if you guys could help us understand, again, what the crosswalk is, what the infrastructure is, what's already in place, what would be needed, what you see, what is the real size of this cohort? Again, gifted being a little bit different than talented. What I do agree that we have lots of kids with talents. So sort of how do we serve our children here? And I think I understand that we're early in the budget process. It's hard to have a completely coherent program that you be developing, but I think we need more than what we've just heard today. So if you guys could provide that to us on Tuesday, we as a board, I think, can commit to not beating a dead horse. If it's not there, it's not there, and we have to switch focus.
And what would be the alternative?
Well, so then we'd have to figure that out, right? Okay. Does that work for people? Let's at least have another conversation on the 14th. That's our next meeting, with the understanding we need to better understand what is put in front of us. And if it's not, doesn't have legs, then we can move on. Joanna.
I would also, as part of that report, like to understand the report from 2021 recommended to have accelerated math in the general ed classroom. But I don't think it's been delivered yet. So
Okay.
it's now 2025. I'd like to understand what happened with that, why the process might have stalled, and what would prevent it from happening if we took teachers out and tried to do that same thing.
Okay.
At the elementary level.
At the
yes.
elementary level. Okay. Okay. Katie.
Thank you. I would like to just bring us back to the big picture in terms of this conversation as well. Once again, we are finding ourselves with a programmatic change in a budget book. And it is not because the program is not working. We did have an evaluation, an outside, independent, really well done evaluation done just a few years ago. We have heard with incredible articulation and speed from the community of parents, of students, of alumni about the value of this program. I'm incredibly impressed with the engagement and the advocacy. I'm less impressed with our long-term vision. What is it that we want for our district? And are we upholding the values that we say that we have? What is the big picture here? It seems that the current theme is that everything can be solved with professional development. And I have to ask, how much are we really asking of our teachers? We expect them to be general education curriculum experts and to pilot new programs, to also have professional development on special education, gifted, SEL, to handle discipline problems, to take on larger class sizes, to work across the elementary buildings and not have dedicated staff without setup time. We are now asking them to do so without any aid or paraprofessional support. We're commenting that we recognize that students have gifts in other areas like art, and we have slashed the art budget year after year. What do we really stand for? Because this budget does not seem to be student focused and helping all students achieve their learning capacity that they individually have.
Do you want to speak to it?
I don't know that I want to speak to that just directly. I will say there've been two comments about process of that. Here we are again, and I respect that. But I did tell the board, there are certain topics and personnel matters and so on, that's just not possible to have the discussion prior to the discussion of the budget. We have been following budget initiatives the whole way through. But when I'm asked to give a guideline and work within that guideline, I have to work within the guideline as best as I possibly can, at least come back with something that's reasonable. I did share there'd be personnel matters, potentially. If we're talking about getting from over a 6% budget down to somewhere in the mid-4s of a budget scenario. So it's just not possible to talk about this out of this particular context. And I apologize that it seems that way, but that's the reality of it. The rest of it, certainly the vision of the district and everything else, yes. All things being equal, I'd like to do all of this, but it's not at the moment. And that's a board discussion. I understand that. And I'll certainly address the other questions, Ms. Lubin. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think as part of there's a presentation on gifted, but I think given the combination of the gifted discussion and the later paraprofessional discussion, it's probably also important to talk about the vision for the elementary school teacher in particular, and what that day looks like and how that's impacted by these changes. Yes.
And I'm not familiar with the idea, none of three boys did it, but is there more importance of implementing it in elementary school or middle school? And is there for lack of a better term, compromise on that? I just don't know from a curriculum perspective or education perspective.
Okay, so if you guys could handle that when you come back to talk.
We can answer that, yep.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else? Greg?
Just one quick add-on. I understand the perspective in terms of what Dave was asking for and not addressing that today. It does sound like there's a lot of questions from the board, and we'll get more clarification on the 14th. I don't know if it makes sense for Dr. Addley to come into that meeting with some potential alternatives to the extent that, rather than waiting until the 28th, I think that would maybe be helpful.
Okay, good idea.
Do you mean alternatives for that 469K or?
Correct.
Okay.
We revisit that discussion at the end of the process. Just I don't mean to defer it or say no to it. I just want what it means in the bigger picture by the end of the day.
I was just saying, if we get to the 14th, then we get all this additional information beforehand, and then the board decides we don't want to get rid of this, and now we need to go find 460. I think we don't want to wait until.
That's fine. But the discussion that the board has throughout the day will be helpful to that too.
I agree. I think that, yes, let's come back. Yes.
Sure.
And let's come back to it at the end of the day when we get through the RCs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else on idea and next steps? Okay, with that, questions from fellow government officials? From the public?
Crystal Hill, CDSP chair. Again, just reiterating, I think some of the things that were brought up here at the board that I've also heard from families, sort of like what would be the plan for these students? I mean, it's easy to say we will, backfill in the classroom, but what does that look like exactly? I think the presentation on Thursday included additional school-wide enrichment, like curricular extensions. Like, is there not a budget impact there? Like professional development? I mean, there seems like there would be budgetary implications, maybe not to a 469,000 number, but certainly some offset there. And again, teachers, like we're cutting paraprofessionals, which we'll get to next. Like we're asking them to do more. We're putting in a new literacy curriculum. We're talking about continued increases in special ed identification rates, how much they're in PPT meetings. Now we're going to ask them to do professional learning to teach to gifted students. It's just a lot on the plates of our teachers. And then who does the gifted identifications? Is it the staff we're cutting? If so, like who would be doing those identifications going forward? Is there any budgetary implications for additional staff needed there? And again, budget related, what is, some of these children, especially the, dually exceptional, what does that look like? Are we looking at outplacements in the future because we additionally can't meet the needs of those students or students that end up in special education because some of those needs are not being met?
Jack Davis, 197 Hoyt Street. I just want to give a little bit of a historical perspective because I've been around longer than many of you. My two kids, who are now 39 and 40, were both an IDEA. At that time, the IDEA program was 5th grade through 9th grade. And so and I know education needs have changed, so I'm not commenting on whether or not 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are necessary. But that was there. The other thing that I'll mention, because I know there was questions about special ed on these students, I would say close to 50% of those who participated with my son and daughter were receiving special ed services primarily because they were ADD.
Thank you.
Morning. Yes, it's still morning. My name is Bern Posey and I reside at 8 Circle Road. I serve as president of DAEG, which stands for Darien Advocates for Education of the Gifted. DAEG is essentially the PTO for families with students in the IDEA program. So I am speaking on behalf of a very engaged, very passionate group of parents, caregivers, and students in that community. I'm going to keep my comments very brief at this time. There are many aspects of this town that residents value, and academic excellence is certainly one. Simply put, to suggest elimination of a program that promotes academic excellence, provides gifted students with an opportunity to reach their full potential, and importantly, provides a place of learning to meet their specialized needs, all concepts consistent with values laid out in the strategic plan and the vision of the graduate, is a decision that would likely have unintended consequences, which is a theme I've heard several times today and something I think we'd all like to avoid. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. Yeah. Yeah, you may.
Hi, my name is Minnie Liu. I live at 116 Camp Avenue. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's here today to devote your special, Saturday here for a whole day to discuss this important topic for our town. And thank you for all the attendees here as well. I want to thank Mrs. Nelson for your comment about the 10% of the student body instead of 5%. I think that's a very, very important figure that everyone should be aware of. And I want to just tell you about my personal example. My child started his experiences in the IDEA program last semester. And the year before, he actually had some very bad experience on the school bus. And he used to like to go to school a lot. But after that, he was like, oh my God, I don't know if I wanted to go back to school. But since he participated in IDEA, he feel a big sense of belonging in that small environment. And he feels like his special needs get acknowledged. When we say children like with neurodivergent, we were talking about children who's on a very broad spectrum, who might not only have difficult learning, who might also have like their special needs not being able to met. For example, my son sometimes will come home and tell me, there's some stuff like he probably feel like he's already understand, but it has to be repeated a couple more times, and he will get distracted, not focusing as much as he would like to. In that example, being able to participate in IDEA program gives him the opportunity to reach his full potential and also always be challenged to do something more interesting to help with his brain development. So I'm very disappointed to know that when I reach out to my classroom teacher and principal to ask if there's any extra help to help my son, whose brain might be working a little bit differently from other children who might have very quick learning ability, but cannot be following the regular structure school setting, the answer unfortunately is no, because he is not academically behind, but actually excel in his level. So to me, IDEA program is a very important addition to his current existing curriculum. So I really hope this will not be taken away from our prestigious school district. And in the same time, I feel like our school district has been very compassionate, loving, and caring to establish a Fitch Academy, for example, in 2017, just for a student body of 12 students, I believe, at the beginning. So I feel like for 237 students currently enrolled in IDEA program, I would suggest to not only do not eliminate the program, but to support our students with extra funding. In some other towns, they even have special dedicated IDEA class or gifted class just for those students for a whole day. That's something my son would definitely love to have more classes, or maybe even a 4-day class if possible. And maybe just what you do for the ELP currently to be consolidated in one school and to have additional teachers pull out to help those 237 students for a better learning path. So,
ma'am, I'm going to interrupt you. You're about at time. We usually keep it to about 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much.
There's another public comment period at the end if you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your help.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, we have scheduled we have elementary schools. Okay, we do not have a break quite yet. And then a break. Elementary schools, you guys are up. Fire away.
So I just welcome our principals on screen this morning, and if I may say a special welcome to our two new principals, Mr. Cooper and Chris Malillo here. Our two principals are new to the district, so this is a new process for them. Welcome. Thank you for your work thus far and your transition, and I hope you've enjoyed it. And I'll turn it over to the two members of the group who are going to be speaking this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Addley. Thank you on behalf of the elementary schools to the Darien community, the Board of Education, the Board of Finance, and the RTM, our amazing staff, our students, and our parents who are watching and participating in this year's budget process. We do know that it takes a great deal of collaboration among all of those groups of people and a commitment to work together to support each other and arrive at a budget that ensures that we support and protect Darien's crown jewel, which is our schools. We'll start off at this time with Chris Malillo, who is the principal of Oxbridge School, and he'll begin taking us through the overview of the elementary RCs, which include RC 5, RC 7, 8, 9, and 10, and then I'll jump in at the end.
Thank you. I just want to say that although I know budget discussions in every district is difficult, there is a lot of optimism and positivity and energy going on in our elementary schools right now. The newly built Oxford School stands as a symbol of pride, and I'm so very privileged to be there. There's exciting renovations going on at Henley, Holmes, and Royal, and they reflect our district's commitment to creating exceptional learning environments for our students and staff. The district's dedication in improving climate has fostered a high level of student performance across all schools. And this effort has brought together a strong and cohesive leadership team aligned under a shared vision of success. And together, we are a dynamic, resilient, and unified team of leaders. The proposed 25-26 operating budget focuses on safeguarding and enhancing the instructional core. It addresses class size. It complies with state mandates and advances district initiatives. This plan balances the needs of our 5 elementary schools while maintaining the standards that our community expects. There are approximately just over 2,200 students in grades pre-K to 5 that we serve. And staffing adjustments that have been made are based primarily around enrollment projections. So at Henley, we're looking at a 1 FTE increase in kindergarten. At Holmes and Ox Ridge, a 1 FTE reduction in 5th grade. And there are no changes planned at Royal or Tokenique, with an overall classroom change in FTEs as 1 district-wide, 1 less. To preserve resources for core classroom instruction, as has been spoken about, there is a proposal for a 1.7 FTE reduction in regards to the IDEA program. And we understand that these changes are very difficult. I know that the district remains committed to meeting the needs of all students and especially our gifted learners. We could do that through differentiated instructional practices within the classroom. But that also needs to be supported by additional professional learning time for our teachers. We understand that protecting the instructional core of all students requires some difficult decisions, and I don't envy the board in this work, but it's work that has to be done. But I hope we can come to a place where we can find a balance between fiscal responsibility and maintaining high quality instruction. There are additional adjustments, which include a reduction of 15 FTE paraprofessionals across all elementary schools, and looking to offset that with an addition of 10 student interns, 2 per school, to support classroom needs and duties, and also support in the staff absences. While this is not optimal, the solution also balances coverage needs with budget constraints. Paula will continue this the summary that represents the thinking of our 5 elementary school principals.
Thank you, Chris. Over the years, there have been, I've been in Darien 13 years now, and there have been a good number of state mandates and initiatives that have evolved to address really a lot of complex skills that students need at a much younger age to succeed in the 21st century. And it has been clear through my time here and in discussions that we've had as an elementary team that our district's professional development calendar really needs to be adapted to meet all of the things that are changing. I know many of you have already highlighted the huge responsibility that elementary teachers and staff have in terms of navigating lots of different aspects of education. And so to effectively support teachers and staff in building the knowledge and skills that they need to deliver the instructional core and to support all of our students with all of their needs, we really do need to look at the type of professional development that we are offering to them. So as elementary principals, our single heartfelt request centers on professional learning opportunities for all of our staff. These opportunities will directly benefit all students because once teachers learn something, they can use it with every student that they work with. It helps them to understand innovative strategies and gives them the knowledge they need to elevate their instruction and enhance the learning experience for all students. We believe that passionately investing in professional learning ensures that every child will have access to an exceptional education And this will be a cornerstone of our mission in terms of inspiring and empowering every single student in Darien. Investments in training will focus on restorative practices, which is a state mandate, the science of reading, which is also a state mandate, play-based learning, another state mandate, as well as all of the other district initiatives that we have to ensure that our elementary staff can provide a supportive and engaging environment for all of our learners. So we hope that that part of the budget especially will be supported. And the proposed changes that have been suggested do demonstrate the district's dedication to doing what we can to balance fiscal responsibility given this budget year with the educational excellence that we expect in Darien. Thank you.
That's it from the, okay. So we have a couple different topics. I'll open it up to more general, and then why don't we handle paras and then PLCs? So any more general topics for the elementary schools? Pardon?
Not pairs or PLCs?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just, so on in Oxbridge, on the page 157, in 5th grade, it looks like the change year over year has gone up $90,000, but there's no change in staff. It seems like a lot. Or there's no change in staff in the line here.
Change of $90,000 over in the staffing, or is it in?
Line 261.
Mhm.
So that's the placement of the teachers. And so the teachers don't teach the same grades all the time. And so while you see a $90,000 increase, there is reductions elsewhere. We also had changes in staff from whether it was a 1-year position to a new position. So comparing it year over year doesn't always seem to make sense. It's based on the actual person that we're budgeting within the account. If that makes sense.
So it just might be more expensive teachers?
Correct.
Okay.
And they're moving from between grade levels, right? That's what you're also saying?
Correct.
So there's 2 offsets in the kindergarten and
Correct.
the 4th grade for the.
There was
And
an
can you just
addition.
remind me how many sections we're have an eye on? Was it 2 or 3 overall? Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So Hinley 1st grade is close, Holmes 4th grade is close, and Oxford 5th grade is close.
And quite close, right?
Well, one's 1 away and one's 2 away.
1 or 2.
But that's typically we would come back to the board if, now I will say not exclusively every time, right? Because there are times where it's gone under and we haven't come back, and there's times when it's gone over and we've, for whatever composition of the class or otherwise. But in general, we have a time in the summer where we can come back, and whether it's the middle school or whether it's the high school or mostly it's elementary, we'd come back in consideration of a section.
Okay. Other general elementary school questions? Katie?
Thank you. Where are we at with the co-teaching at the elementary level?
So why don't we have Robin, and then hopefully Shirley will come right back in. Robin, did you have a question?
Yes, just generally that we have, I think it's maybe 4.5 psychologists at the elementary schools in total. What is the role of these general education psychologists? Are they identifying gifted and talented as well and providing general education kind of resources for the students?
Well, there's 10 psychologists at the
I'm
elementary
looking at the
level.
current staff and.
Correct. So what it is, it's half in the elementary and then half in special ed RC 24.
Okay.
So there's 10 in total, and then a portion is funded in the IDEA grant. But there are 10 in total.
Okay, a portion are funded in the IDA grant, but that benefits the special education RC 24, correct? None of it goes toward the G&T, the gifted and talented resources. My
Well, I'm
understanding.
not going to speak about the gifted and
Currently, they're not.
talented.
Currently, they're not.
So maybe.
Looking at the grant detail, there was
Maybe-
nothing that was.
Maybe the
idea. for-
principals could speak to how it's actually applied in the building, because I don't believe it's applied according to classification. But perhaps whoever of you 5 wants to answer that.
So at Holmes, I'll speak for Holmes. We have 2 school psychologists. They both work with children with special needs, and they both work with the general population. They have divided themselves mostly by grade levels. So we have them each taking 3 grade levels, and they support all of the students at their grade levels, regardless of whether they're identified or not identified. There are students who have a death in the family. There are students who have a new baby that's causing some anxiety. There are students who have significant anxiety issues, but it's not really impacting them academically. So there are a lot of different things they do in terms of regular education. They also push into classrooms and are working on teaching some of our ruler lessons around emotional regulation and things like that, so that all students are getting that support. That's a piece of what they do that we think is extremely important, because that's called Tier 1, which means every child gets access to that. So the hope is that as students learn skills in the general education classroom, they can then apply them, and that avoids other types of issues later. And then our school psychologists also address the IEP service hours of our students who require counseling or some type of consult as part of their IEPs.
If the
Quite a lot of
question,
other things they do too, but that's quick summary.
if part of the question is like, do they work dedicatedly with some of our talented and gifted students?
Or
and
identification.
Or identification, a wee bit different than working with a group. Actually, it's not an out of the realm consideration, right, in terms of social groups or otherwise.
I just didn't know who actually does identify
Oh,
the
okay.
gifted and talented, because that is mandated by the state each year, especially if we are not having the IDEA program going forward.
Yeah, that's a combination of our assistant principals working with the gifted teachers, the current gifted teachers, as well as the classroom teachers and the parent.
Okay, and then one more question. Do the psychologists at the elementary level also participate in a behavior analysis? Because I know later when we talk about special ed, there's something that they said is a new role for psychologists within the schools. Can you talk about that a little bit more? Because I know the behavioral evaluations are also a significant part of some of the costs that we've had recently that have been increasing over the past year.
Okay, let's table that one too
Okay,
until Shirley comes
okay,
back.
thank you.
Yes, Katie.
Thanks. Sorry, just after Joanna's question, looking back at the sections in Oxbridge particularly, this lists that currently the 4th grade has 5 sections and that 5th grade has 4, but I thought it was the reverse.
Only the 4th grade has 5 sections.
4th grade this year does have 5 sections and 5th
Only
grade
the
does
4th
not?
grade, correct.
Okay.
And for next year's budget, they're looking at 4 sections of 4th grade and 4 sections of 5th grade.
Okay.
Okay.
So given that 4th and 5th grade have the same class size guidelines, how will we move from 5 sections to 4 next year?
So
I
you're,
think they were,
so
I think they're-
typically, oh, go ahead.
typically we have many students apply for private schools starting in 5th grade. Also looking at enrollment projections moving forward. It was determined that the class sizes will be in line for next year, 5th grade at Oxbridge, if there were 4 sections.
So none of your schools have 100% persistence ratio, which means you don't necessarily retain 100% of your students moving year to year. So when you get the enrollment report that comes out in November, typically they're in like the 99 percentile. And so when you apply that moving forward, you're looking at losing like a couple kids here or there, which is why the Oxbridge 5th grade is essentially one student away from tipping.
Okay, thank you.
So we have 2, oh, she's here. Okay, Shirley, do you need a minute? Because we had 2 questions that were pertinent to you. Katie was one about co-taught.
Yes, hi Shirley. I was just asking about the status of co-teaching at the elementary level.
We're continuing in grade 5. We still have in all elementary schools. There were still, it's a 90-minute block, but one of the schools is using a 45-minute block, again, based on student need. And they review it with the fourth graders rising into fifth grade each year to see what that program will look like.
And then as it relates to the RCs, for the elementary, we are seeing one general education teacher for that grade level in the specific building RC, and then the other co-taught teacher that's the special educator is within
RC 24.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Robin, you had a question about psychologists and
Oh, the
behavior.
elementary psychologist, I know, and we'll talk about this more, I guess, in the RC 24 discussion, but there was a note that there was a new role of psychologists to participate in behavioral analysis of some sort with students. That is a new kind of thing that they're doing. Are they doing that within the elementary schools as well?
It's not really a new role, Robin. It's part of when we do functional behavioral assessments and behavior intervention plans. Often it's done by BCBAs and the BCABAs. However, it is typically a role that psychologists play. They're trained in it, they're expert in it, and we're doing professional development in it. So it won't be limited to a BCBA or a BCABA, but limited to psychologists who work alongside those children and in those classrooms.
Do those psychologists then help us to limit the amount that is spent on contracted outside consultant services for behavioral issues?
We hope that will be an outcome.
So that's part of what we're.
But the intention is really to enable our psychologists as professional development because they are trained in their grad programs and their post-grad programs, and who's better equipped as alongside a BCBA to do those kind of functional behavior assessments.
Okay.
It's observing the child in the classroom, it's working to support the student, helping to develop a behavior intervention plan, and helping to not only implement it, but support the teacher and or a paraeducator and or other related service providers in the implementation.
Thank you.
Okay, now we were going to talk about paras in elementary schools. Are there questions about paras? Sarah?
I have a few questions, but I guess my first request is for the 14th. If you could prepare similarly, you've talked about, given like a schedule of what the paras do. I would love a more specific breakdown of what, how their days are spent and, what they're responsible for. I mean, I know it says recess, lunchroom, blah, 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 but a more specific breakdown. My other question is about the student interns that you're proposing replacing the paras with. How is that different from a student teacher? Back when I was doing my student teaching, I was in one classroom for 3 months and didn't leave and spent my time with those 22 kids and that one teacher. Like, how is that helpful to an entire school?
So we get the student teachers for an entire year and only 10 weeks of that is spent student teaching. So in the past, when we had to, we would stagger them so that you didn't have both student teaching. But we pay a certain amount of money to the preparing university and we get the student for a full 10 months.
Okay. And so the student interns are required to do that student teaching piece?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, no, you can get student interns who don't do the student teaching, but it's usually the package.
Okay. So they're there the whole year. Are you confident that you could find these lovely young people?
So as it said in my very lengthy narrative, we have had a big uptick this year in student teaching placements. It went from like 3 or 4 last year to 20 this year. So I have contacted the preparing universities and let them know that we're considering this and, we all seem hopeful.
Okay.
I think similar to the IDEA, it would be helpful to see a little bit more of a crosswalk for this, what's a para, what's a building student intern, whatever it's called. And what are the gaps in coverage and how will those be handled? So if you guys could walk us through more formally. Yes, Shirley.
May I just for community members, these are para educators, which are instructional paras. They're not para educators for children with special needs.
Yes, that's an important reminder. Thank you.
In addition to my asks that I asked for before, I would love to also know what percentage of the current paraeducators are being pulled out to sub. Like, how often is that happening? I want real data if you can do that. You said part of the rationale for this is that they're being used as substitutes, and I would love to know the actual data for that.
It's just roughly speaking, we'll do the calculation, but it's if we were doing by numbers, so to speak, it's at least like a quarter of their day, at least.
Can you repeat that, please?
It would be at least 25% of the day would be, they'd be out of the classroom, if you were just doing the average of everybody.
Okay, so we'll see that on the 14th. Thank you. It's a good question. Dave and then Katie.
Just to follow up to that, can we see the budget implications there? If we had to replace those with actual subs?
Yes.
Thank you.
So you mean
You hear that?
replacing
Did you guys hear that there, Dana?
You mean
Sorry for you guys in the back again. I was just asking if they're spending a quarter of their day, if we have to get substitutes for a quarter of the day, what would the cost differential be?
Mhm.
You mean if
Okay.
we don't do the interns?
Well, we pay for substitutes. So if we had to pay for substitutes for a quarter of the day, what does that cost versus these people before that?
Yeah, the full crosswalk, so we can see all the gaps and the costs therein. Yeah, Marge, go ahead.
So the problem is we can't find the daily substitutes. So that's why we've added building subs and we've had to pull paraprofessionals because the daily sub pool is getting smaller and smaller, even though we did raise our rate.
Okay, so it sounds like on the 14th, we're looking at an understanding of the elementary school teacher day, the para, the building intern, then we have these subs that are working in some cases and not in all. So maybe something so that we can see the big picture there of what coverage looks like, what it doesn't look like, and what the differences in cost. Okay, Katie.
Thank you. Coming back to this idea of a single document overview, I think that could be really helpful with the interns. And if we can include a piece on terminology as that as well, like sometimes calling them interns versus student teachers, it's helpful for us to know that we're all talking about the same thing. And additionally to that, Marge, when you mentioned that there's 10 weeks of the student teaching, an important piece of that is what is required of our certified teachers. Like, is this an additional ask on them? Is there a supervisory component? I think it would be really helpful for us to see the full scope of what they could potentially bring, but what they might also require in terms of not being fully certified staff. And then additionally, a component that I think is really important at the elementary school is also the idea that we would be rolling out a new curriculum last year. And I hope that the board has really taken to heart the comments that we've heard from our teachers who are currently piloting the program and are working just doggedly to understand the new resources that they have and how to best implement them in front of children. But I am concerned about, some of the very veteran teachers that we have talking about the resources and the time commitments that have been required of them this year, rolling this out and, across the board, trying to find consistency amongst 5 elementary schools with the elimination of paraprofessionals seems an almost insurmountable task to me. And I have concerns about swapping as well. One, our paraprofessionals have historical knowledge of the district. They know kids, they know the teachers. Not only do, potential new interns not have this, they don't even have any experience. Like they're coming to gain experience. So I have a lot of concerns about this proposal. And I think that the timing of it just makes it that much more negatively impactful.
I think the difference in training is an important component to include, because I do agree with time in buildings and experience, but I also think we always want to be careful about who is providing direct instruction. So I think that's a piece you need to include, please. Joanna?
I echo a lot of what Katie says, and Marge, in the past, you've said that there's such a thing as paraprofessional union protected work. What is that?
Well, normally we wouldn't ask paraprofessionals to cover classes. So when we did the last para contract, we had to bargain the impact of them covering the classes. So one of the problems with getting data on how often paras are covering is we don't pay them unless they cover for at least 2 hours. So to the extent we're pulling them for emergency coverage, we don't necessarily track that data. But in recognition of the fact that paras are not meant to be teaching, they do get a $20 stipend if they teach for 2 hours or more.
And then are there certain tasks that paras complete that only paras can do, or?
No. So building substitutes and student interns can do anything that a para can do.
Okay.
Dennis.
So, maybe I'm just lost on this part, but I don't understand why because the narratives to me sounds like we're hiring student interns to cover absences that paraprofessionals are now covering. And then we're paying $94,000 each school for substitute teachers, which isn't enough. But then we're going to get rid of the paraprofessionals as opposed to the building substitutes. So-
Yeah, it's not clear. It needs to be clear. So they'll do that for the 14th.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to cut that so short, but it needs to be clear. Okay. We need to talk about PLCs. Are there, Joanna?
So going back to K-3 literacy, and this is also related to pulling the paras out. Some of the teachers said that the way that they would learn and move the pilot forward is that having other teachers come watch them teach. So this is not even like early release or late start. This is where we are creating a circumstance here where we are pulling teachers out of the classrooms, but then we need the paras to cover the teachers that aren't in the classroom. So I'm having a lot of trouble wrapping my mind around the fact that we want to give more and more professional learning time to these teachers, but we're also creating the situation that we have to cover the classes, and that's what's costing too much money.
Yes, so I think that's a piece that coverage of professional learning needs to be included in the crosswalk. But I think PLCs is one of your solutions. Is that right? Can you speak to
But
that?
they did say
second
that,
piece
I'm
of it?
sorry, they did
Go
say
ahead.
during the last curriculum meeting that, yes, they would teach each other, but then they still have to try things out and watch other teachers.
Yes, and spend time on that.
Right, so one of the things that we need to, I think, be considering is what is an overall design for professional learning? And one of the things that can't really be replicated, right, with before school in August professional learning, or like a November 7th full day, or like during the high school early release days, is when you actually have the students really in front of you and kind of creating those lab experiences for teachers. And I think it's a wonderful thing that our teachers are very willing and eager to open their classroom doors to one another and share and practice. That's really something that we need to consider as part of our overall professional development. PLCs are more when teachers are reflecting upon the teaching and learning experiences when the students are not with them. And so they serve very different purposes for professional learning. Both are important.
So I'm going to ask you to say that again, just because there's been a lot of confusion about the difference between a PLC and PD. So please repeat that.
So a professional learning community is largely meant to be a PLC, largely meant to be driven by teacher choice. There should be cycles. We're looking in the strategic plan to have more consistent structures about how those are implemented across the schools, across preschool through grade 12, and all 7 of our schools, including Fitch. Additionally, with the professional learning, we've heard that there needs to be a balance of teacher voice and choice in professional learning and teachers facilitating professional learning. There's an opportunity for that to be done in PLCs, but those are they're very focused sessions, I should say, typically on looking at student data, student work samples, really aligned to the curriculum. It's more of a finite experience. The PD that we're looking at would be more, I think, bigger picture things that we're working on systemically, like play-based learning. That's something that isn't addressed solely within a PLC session. For example, K-3 literacy has already been indicated. We'll need time within the school day and beyond for grade levels to meet across the 5 elementary schools to think about how that's approached. So I think some of the professional learning outside of PLC is for the larger systemic work that's addressed in the strategic plan. PLCs are more directed for teachers and responding to the work of the students before them in their classrooms.
Okay.
Can I just add a wee bit to that? Just if I can say everything else outside of the PLC, for the PLC to be dedicated time just simply to address the issues that they're experiencing as common teachers with the common kids in front of them, right? What do we want the kids to know, whether it's by a topic or by next week or by what subject? What do we want the kids to know? How do we know it? And how are you going to measure that? Not as a formative, not as a summative assessment, but a formative along the way to assess, are we getting it? What do you do if they don't get it? And what do you do for the students who actually have mastered it? So it allows them to focus on their classroom practices and curriculum in real time, right? Currently now, for some of the elementaries particularly, we can't do that because we're hijacking it for all these other topics. And the learning together around what's actually happening in their classrooms is not really that consistent.
I would say elementary and middle school as well. We've heard from our middle school staff as well that meetings that are intended to be for the function of PLC, and like Dr. Addley said, really looking at student work samples and student data for the students before the teachers, and then planning collectively to respond to that. Some of that has been overtaken by other and very important work. And when you think about curriculum design and curriculum implementation, there are other pieces that then are that's seeping into that time. So we're trying to delineate and make a more clear articulation for staff, the different purpose for the professional learning in PLC.
Okay, it's noon, so I have a suggestion. I think the PLC discussion, I think it's a bigger discussion. And we have an RC 19 coming up. So I'd like to table this for the moment, but come back to it in RC 19 when we get there. We are about half an hour or more behind schedule. We have Kevin waiting for us. It is my suggestion that we break for 15 minutes, get a lunch, and come back here.
Can we do questions for elementary schools if there are questions?
Oh, yes.
Can I ask one more question before we?
Who are, yes.
Just regarding substitutes, coming back to that piece about paraprofessionals and interns. And I'm curious to know if this extends beyond the elementary division as well. But it seems to me that we're not really addressing a root cause, that we're kind of switching coverage from one category that's not intended to be a substitute in paraprofessionals to another category that's not intended to be a substitute interns. And I'm curious, like, how big the problem is, how systemic it is. Is it only the paraprofessionals that are being pulled? Are they enough to cover it? Is anyone else potentially being pulled to act as substitutes? We have other people in our buildings, such as interventionists. So I'd like to ask a little more question about the substitutes, you know, understanding that there's been some trouble in finding daily. We experienced this during COVID and we kind of put out an ask and we had some community members step up. But I think that it's a bigger picture conversation that we aren't fully understanding. But in the immediate terms, I am interested to know if there are other categories of staff beyond the paraprofessionals that are being affected by this.
Marge.
Well, first, interns are specifically designed to cover classes. That's basically what they're supposed to be doing. They can occasionally do a long-term sub, but they're supposed to be getting that experience of leading a classroom. So that is just a more economical way of covering classes with people who've had some teacher training beforehand. This is a problem throughout the state, the daily substitutes. It's something that people struggle with. That's why the daily substitute rate keeps going up. People are hiring more building substitutes because then you have them on staff. We're offering health insurance to try to keep them, retention bonuses. I'll defer to Amy. I know we try not to pull interventionists to cover classes on particularly bad days. I think we may need to do it from time to time.
Jill. Yes, but I just want to clarify. I think the interns are not only more economical, but do you not also have in the narrative that they're also, they also have specific training and education and direct.
Economical. The preparing institutions have actually changed the structure so that they have a little more training before they come here, you know, in classroom management and the, you know, imparting curriculum. And yes, they have been a pretty decent pipeline for us to hire, not recently, obviously.
Okay. And then on this question of substitutes, there's usually two pieces. There's the need for the substitute and whether we can get one, and there's absenteeism.
Yes, and absenteeism throughout the state. I mean, Darien has always been a little higher, but frankly, everyone's caught up to us now. I don't think the new Connecticut paid sick leave law is going to make it any better. I think it's actually going to make it worse because teachers and all staff can take absences in hour-long increments, so we won't be able to get substitutes from the outside. So I'm a little nervous about what's going to happen with classroom coverage in light of that new law.
Okay, and I use the word absenteeism that typically has a negative connotation, meaning people who are just not showing up for work. But what you're describing is just a structural change to how we grant absences, correct?
Well, that is, yes, the law makes it very easy to take days without reasons or whatever, but there is a chronic absentee issue, especially with our paras and teachers. Barry, don't text me. But But it's just, and it's not just us, but it's not good.
Thank you. Yes, and then Robin.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, I'm really very confused at the intention, and again, coming back to the vision of this, because it seems to me that we have a need for interns and that class coverage is an issue and that they would be a wonderful addition in terms of filling a gap that is currently there, as well as introducing a pipeline. That makes great sense to me. What does not make sense to me is how eliminating paraprofessionals is in the conversation, because they're never supposed to be substitutes in the first place. And if part of the reason that we need substitutes is because people are taking more time off, that makes me wonder if they need more days to take a break. And if maybe their jobs are becoming bigger than they can handle to show up to work every day. And how is reducing aides going to make anyone take less personal days? So to me, I think that we are band-aiding and trying to solve a problem without looking at root causes, and potentially, like the other theme of the day is unintended consequences. I think that we could be making this worse.
Robin.
And this is getting again to the root cause. And I would like to understand what the reasons are for the absences, or if the reason we need more teacher coverage, are they doing internal things where they have to be pulled out of a classroom for various reasons? And is that PPT meetings? Is it internal, K-3 literacy training things? Is it professional development? How much of the absentee and coverage needs are due to actual absences for sickness or whatever else, where they're out of the building, versus internal things that we are doing? And I'm concerned that those things that are internal are going to take up more time in the next year or two, given the K-3 rollout, the potential elimination of IDEA, and the needs to train for those. And so I just want to understand that as well, because I do think that there are a lot of unintended consequences, and we're kind of not addressing root causes of all the initiatives that we're doing.
Okay, are we able to see a database look at absences? Okay. All right. Great, we'll see that on the 14th. Yes.
I believe last year we voted last year to go from 4 to 3 or 3 to 2 or whatever it was, the amount of instructional paras in each elementary school.
Yes.
I would like to know if there have been any changes in the building on the ground, if there's more disciplinary issues, if teachers are falling a little bit behind in the pace at which they need to deliver instruction. Like, has there been any consequences from that change?
Okay. Principals, can you answer that? Any impacts from last year's adjustment?
I think that the biggest impact is that we have concentrated the instructional paraprofessional support in kindergarten and first grade, and our upper grade teachers have less support.
Okay. Other principals?
I mean, with those,
I can't
I think
speak to.
it's pretty much the same at all the schools.
so with those upper grade elementary teachers, say that this has been, how much of a negative effect on their day-to-day management of the classroom and ability to, all our teachers are amazing. Like, I think we all, or a lot of us agree with that. But we've already asked the upper grades to take on a more of a heavy day-to-day load when you don't have, like when you go to small group instruction, it's easier because the older kids can sit there on their own for a little bit, but like.
Okay, so yes, it's last year's change is a good thing to include in the question that we've asked about the kind of an elementary school teacher and what that looks like with gifted paras, literacy, et cetera. So last year's change, there may be some data that helps us there, please. Okay, I saw Greg.
Just a quick follow-up on the absentee information request. If the drivers would be really helpful, also just the trends, just a few years would be helpful just to see where that's been and where it's headed.
Okay, trends over time and drivers and data. Okay. All right.
Just on this topic, I would recognize, just to close it out a wee bit, maybe perhaps, I would recognize it's not making some of the teachers' jobs easier, right? But I'll just since we're closing, I'll just remind the board, like, assuming we're going to be doing some of the stuff that we have to do, right? Reading, so on and so forth, legislation. We have about $2.7 million to make up here. So The question from Mr. Gramling is an appropriate one. Well, what, if it's not this, what is it, right? There are significant things. Everything on the table is not what I'd ideally put on the table. But whatever way you skin this, you have to get down from 6%. Unless the board at the end of the day is going to say, Superintendent, bring back a solution that increases the budget, right? Okay, well, I'd be happy to listen to that. But anyway, I'm just saying I know you know the challenge, right? But I'm just reminding us of the challenge, that's all.
Yes. Okay. With that, I'll open it to comments from fellow elected officials.
Good morning, or afternoon. I'm Peter Orfano, 67 Raymond Street. I'm also on the RTM Finance and Budget Committee. However, my comments primarily deal with Mike. I'm making them in my individual capacity, and I thank you for your patience. I had a business call I had to take just a couple minutes ago. I'd like to discuss the idea issues. I understand these are all difficult decisions. However, that difficulty makes us focus even more on what our goals are. And it seems to me the idea really focuses on our number one strategic goal, which is teaching and learning in the classroom. I think we have to deal with wants versus needs, and especially with exhausting all administrative efficiencies before we start to cut classroom teaching. I look at the gifted program as such as idea is not an efficiency, but it's a core function of our school district in a town like Darien, where families seek a community with the top school system like ours. I also believe, at least it's my opinion, that idea is actually a very lean and effective program. You're serving 200 plus students with 3.3 FTEs. That comes out to be, I think, one FTE for every 69 students. There are athletic teams where we have one coach for every 12 students. I think we can afford, and I think we should reward that efficiency. And if there are perceived inefficiencies or ineffective nature of this program, I'd like to see that data because I don't think there is any. Ideas return on investment goes beyond providing efficient and effective teaching. It supports Darien's reputation for having a top school system. And I have to ask you, it's hard to avoid the conclusion that we're telling parents that we don't value gifted students. We live in Darien and we expect to aspire and achieve the highest levels. Are we telling, and this is a very difficult thing to say, and I've been wrestling with this for a while, but I have to ask the rhetorical question, are we telling parents that they need to turn to private schools to maximize the potentials of the gifted child? Are we encouraging bright flight, which is a term I had not heard until Thursday evening? The district website talks about gifted students require special instructions due to the many aspects of their high intellectual ability. Is that now untrue? Is there any data behind that, where we are turning in a different direction? I have to ask, where's the post-idea plan? What are gifted students supposed to do? The presentation at this point doesn't seem to provide any detailed plan forward. I think the idea that it'll just be okay maybe is not sufficient. But even going back to the
Hey, Peter, you're out of time, but
I'm done?
you're done.
Okay. I asked you to look to administrative efficiencies before cutting any classroom teaching. Thank you.
Crystal Hill, CDSP Chair. Just a general point of clarification on page 156, which is the Oxbridge. There's a chart of average school size that indicates on average it's 18.7 for Oxbridge, which is accurate if you're including ELP, but it's a little bit misleading when you compare it to the other schools because the other schools only have a K through 5. So you're more at like a number closer to 22 K through 5. It would just be helpful for Oxbridge now that they fully have the ELP if we just had an additional column that showed just if we want to compare across the schools.
That's correct.
And then just on the para topic, I think I've heard from parents echoing everything that was said here at the board. Just a confusion for me, we're taking 3 instructional paras down to 2 interns. We're talking about how much extra coverage are needed in substitutes. just logistically, I don't understand taking it from 3 bodies in the school to 2, but you're talking about all this extra need for substitute. It just seems like we're creating more of a problem there than solving a problem in terms of coverage in classes. And the general questions like, what are the differences that the 2 will perform? Is there a different expectation that with the work that an intern would be doing versus a para professional? What's the turnover? We'll obviously have new interns every year. Will that be semester-wise by the year? And then we brought this up last year, but there continues to be no real differentiation in the instructional support staff between the elementaries based on the size of the schools. Ox Ridge, K through 5 alone, not even including ALP, is 50% larger than Royal, but yet they have the same amount of support staff. Just seems like in terms of lunch monitors, even school security, they're overseeing a much larger population, yet receive the same amount of staff at their school. I have comments on PLC, but if you're going to come back to that later, I can table that. Thanks.
Okay, we have a raised hand online.
This is Jacqueline Owens. You are unmuted.
Unmute. Jackie Owens, CPAC for Parsons Walk. For the record, I just have heard different comments. Are the interns actually legally allowed to be left alone with the students in a classroom without any other staff member? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Marge is nodding, not because I know.
Oh, okay. I just want, so if that is true, how the impact on the student relationships, the current aides are invaluable and retention is so important that they know the students. And I feel like the interns are going to have to really spend more time getting to know these students, and bullying is a huge concern. And so how will this help our bullying problem, as well as the impact of our special education paraeducators who legally have students on their caseload? And then now, are they going to be impacted? Will interns be seeking their professional advice in getting to know certain students in managing the classroom, since they are interns? So those are just my comments regarding the interns and my concern getting rid of our invaluable aides that we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online, Tess? Okay, it is 12:15, so that gives us a perfect 15-minute increment. I will take a motion to adjourn, to recess. Thank you. John, seconded by Dennis. All those in favor? And we'll be back here at 12:30.
Just make sure they mute the mics for.
Yes. And Jeff, will you turn the mics off, please?
Is what?
Are we?
Yes.
Yeah, you never stop.
Okay. And so we're live.
We're live.
All right. With that, I'll have a motion to reconvene. That is Greg, seconded by Robin. All those in favor? That is unanimous with who's in the room. Dennis is just not quite back in yet. And we will start off with facilities. Well, thank you, Kevin, for waiting for an hour for us. Hopefully we haven't thoroughly ruined your Saturday.
It's quite all right.
Just mostly. Okay,
Morning, Kevin.
Good morning. Or
kick it off, please, sir.
Oh, afternoon, sorry.
Sure thing. So RC12 operating for facilities this year, for the most part, as you can see, is pretty straightforward. There's a few line items that I'd like to call your attention to. First and foremost, consultant services. There's a $90,000 ask, which is entirely for the middle school study. You'll recall that we talked about this at the facilities meetings over the past several months, and the importance of conducting this study this coming fiscal year, so that we would be in line for a potential project at the middle school when the HHR projects are just wrapping up. The study would be a full MEP structural study of the school, as well as a spatial study with enrollment component. Other lines to talk about: the refuse line, we're in the third year of a 3-year contract, and that has almost 8% contractual increase. We did reduce the 72016 line, which showed the 3 platforms we renovated this past summer at Hinley Homes and Royal. So there was a corresponding offset to that account. The HVAC line is also showing an increase of about 5%. That's mainly due to Oxbridge and all its sophisticated HVAC equipment, which we previously didn't have to deal with. So we're showing an increase there. Last but not least, the part-time hourly line. You'll recall that last year we took a cut in the facilities department for our contracted service work at the high school. We had a company that was performing cleaning services. We're now handling that work internally with part-time workers, and that's why you see an increase there. For the most part, we've kept the facilities budget pretty flat year to year, but there are those 4 or 5 lines that do show a increase in the percent column.
Okay, I'll open it to board questions. Joanna.
So originally the study was recommended for Middlesex, Tokenique, DHS, and central office. Are we losing any sort of savings by keeping them together, by splitting them apart?
No, not necessarily. These studies are typically done on a square foot basis, a rate per square foot. So all you're doing is deferring Tokenique High School and central office out 1 year to fiscal year 27.
And that's the recommended timeline. Why versus when the middle school comes on? I know there's a built need for a building condition survey, so I was just curious about what the total thinking was.
So the idea behind kind of parsing the 2 out is obviously the middle school is the building with the majority of the needs, and the building that's been talked about as potentially having a building project. Whereas the high school and Tokenique are far more like facility conditions related. When are you gonna have to have a new roof? When are you gonna have to have a new HVAC? If we go this approach and it's approved, the middle school funding would be in your base. And so then when you go to fiscal year 27, you're essentially just recycling that money to fund Tokenique and the high school without having to ask for a larger increase in terms of the funding.
And when you say Tokenique in the high school, do you also mean central office?
Yes.
For the, and that also in this building is primarily condition based?
Yes.
Okay. Other questions about the study?
So with that, Rich, your thought is to do a building study every 2 or so years with a different number of schools rolled in?
No,
And kind of keep that steady or just?
No, so typically you would do a building condition study every 10 years. So the idea here would be to focus on the middle school. Then in 27, not necessarily have to ask for new money because you're going to repurpose that middle school money for the high school and then Tokenique and then here. And then in fiscal year 28, that money would drop off your budget as a reduction. And then, 7 years down the road, depending on what happens with the middle school, whether you renovate as new or if you build a new middle school, however that ends up playing out, 7 to 8 years out, you would have to ask for it again.
Dave?
Just again, trying to separate policy from budget. I know my recollection is that the expense for the roof at Tokenique really sort of prompted thoughts around what we need to do in a replacement or a potential replacement. I'm just thinking back to our past building projects. I don't really remember us going this far down the road of potentially having a replacement. I'm just concerned where we are, that there's board interest in possibly going down that road, or is this a preliminary step to identify that interest before the board assents to moving down that?
This is the preliminary step.
Okay.
Yeah. Meaning that we commissioned the study so that we can decide what the scope of the next work would be.
If,
Correct.
yes.
Well, I think it's probable that we'll need to do at least some work on the building, but whether it's a building project or it's a series of small items in the capital plan.
Okay.
Other questions on the plan? Dennis
Plan
and then Robin.
or the maintenance?
Let's stay with the plan for the moment and then go to greater maintenance. Okay, greater maintenance. Robin.
Is the revenue, sorry. Is the building rental revenue, the 77,000, does that include the basketball rental from the YMCA or not?
So the YMCA, the only thing we bill back is the cost of custodial overtime. And then the reciprocal agreement allows us to use their facilities for swim at no cost.
So are we not reflecting anywhere the costs, the innate costs
So-
of that YMCA agreement in our budget?
Well, there is no transfer of funds, so there is no way to reflect it. It's like an in-kind service on both sides.
Okay, but again, I mean, the data that we had requested, I think, was to understand that value so that we can understand potential iterations of what we could do there. Because right now it's nowhere to be found in our budget, but it's actually a significant, it could be a significant
So-
source of revenue for
Well, it's-
building rentals. et
So it
cetera.
wouldn't necessarily be a significant source. You'd have additional revenue if you were to bill them, and then you'd have a significant expense to pay the rentals for them. So there would be
And-
no net benefit to your budget, other than there would be a
Depending-
drawback of the time billing back and.
But if we potentially had a cost sharing, for instance, with the swim parents of 70%, like we do with hockey and the other teams that used outsourced facilities and then represented the basketball building rental as revenue separately, I just think it would be helpful to understand the full value and cost.
I mean, we could certainly show it,
Of
but when
that
we went
agreement.
back and forth with the Y agreement, there is no benefit. Essentially, you're getting into a pricing war between the two agencies.
There was an original memo when we did this a
Correct.
few years
Few
ago.
years
Can you circulate that memo too?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis?
Kevin, going back to last year's budget, I recall you having a request that was denied about groundskeeper, I believe, for maintenance of the facilities. And you said that with the construction of the new buildings, that we would definitely need it coming forward. And I don't see an additional person here. So you're confident that we can continue to maintain our facilities without that hire?
So our staffing levels are appropriate for where we are at this point in time, yes.
But we did, Rich and Kevin, can you talk about what we did last year?
Yeah, so the FTE was added last fiscal year. It was actually denied 2 years ago. So I think
Okay, my bad recollection. Okay, thank you.
We added it in the May section to offset some outsourcing we were doing.
Right.
Other maintenance questions? No. Okay,
I'm sorry, is
Yeah.
it HVAC, that was maintenance?
HVAC counts as maintenance.
You said it says in the book that you were replacing filters at Oxbridge and HHR, do we already have HVAC systems up and running at HHR? Or is this next year you expect to do?
so HHR only has 1 or 2 unit ventilators that have been installed. Eventually, when they all get rolled out, you'll see an increase in that line to reflect the additional HVAC equipment at those schools. But right now, it was more of a template to make sure that the systems were compatible and working. So it's less than 1% of the rooms are done at this point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, I will open it up to members of the, oh, go ahead, Greg. Thank you.
Sorry,
Yes.
just one last question. And this isn't really for this budget process, but just longer term as it relates to maintenance. As we're redoing and remodeling some of these buildings, it'd be interesting to know like what the long-term implications are for this part of our budget, where I would expect
Mhm.
that some of these expenses would come down as we're doing that work.
Mhm. Or
Like
others.
the LED was a perfect example of that.
Mhm. Yep. Okay, I think that is something we need to put in the parking lot on our master agenda. So we'll put that in. Can you capture that, please? And put it in for the 14th, because I think that's right, Greg. We should be looking at that. Okay, fellow government officials, any comments? Members of the public? Oh, okay, capital projects.
Terrific. So on December 6th, we held our annual walkthrough of the capital projects that you have in the back of your binder. We started at the high school this year just due to a lack of projects at the middle school. One area that we're requesting funds is to purchase our own LED light fixtures. Historically, this was done through a type of PPA agreement where the labor and the materials are outsourced to a third party. But we realized that with our in-house staff, electrician, we're able to not only get better fixtures but utilize our own labor force to show some energy savings by, increasing the electricity or lack of electricity and wattage in the building. Moving down, we have the repaving of.
Evan, I'm going to interrupt you because we have gone through this in detail previously here at the table in the facilities committee and as a walkthrough. Can you just hit the highlights and talk about, there's a few things that came up in the building tour, and just talk about where we are on those.
Sure. So in particular, we talked about a few of the security initiatives, which I won't get into too much detail. But essentially, we're repairing and maintaining some of the components where we're starting to notice wear and tear at the high school in particular. We're asking for those to be replaced in their entirety just because of the problems they are creating for us. There's also the replacement cycle for district-wide equipment, whether it's custodial machines, vehicles, Suburbans for out-district placement, et cetera.
So in terms of the high school, the doors came up, that's staying in the capital budget.
Yes.
I think at Tokenie, you guys are escalating some of the work that you identified, correct?
That's right.
Yep.
And so that the plan's been updated accordingly, or it's still in this plan?
It's still in this plan. You don't have the ability to do it this year.
We don't have,
You don't
because we
the
have no
funds to do it
dollars.
this year.
Okay. Okay, so I think we marked that for executive session for the 14th. Okay. To catch anybody else up who needs to know. And then there was a third thing that came up. I think it was central office, but there's no other there's no changes
No,
to
there's
the
no,
plan.
there's no plan to, there's no plan to change the central office timing for the upgrades.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Understanding that we'll talk about the security upgrades in executive session on the 14th. Sarah?
Not necessarily for this year, but I'm just looking forward at 26, 27 and at HHR, the blacktop. But it's significant at each of those through 3 schools. Just confirming that's not in the HHR projects.
That's not in the HHR project. Okay.
Correct.
Joanna?
I know if we do the Middlesex study, they'll incorporate the roof that's scheduled to start not next year, but the year after, at least in the plan. Does splitting up the study also leave enough time to for the DHS roof that looks like it's supposed to be replaced in 28, 29?
So yes, I think the way that the capital plan is mapped out is that if we do these studies in the appropriate fiscal year, we can roll up a lot of those individual capital projects into one larger building committee project.
Great, thank you. Dave?
Just a question on the Tokenique. I appreciate the issue with the drainage and the pipe and the grading of the entrance. Is there a way to break that out from the blacktop as well? And then the blacktop with DHS and Tokenique, are there efficiencies from doing that together, or would it matter if we just connected it, did them separately?
Honestly, no, paving, milling and paving, it's just a square footage price, whether you do one parking lot or 2, you're still going to pretty much get the same price points.
Okay, then I just see the breakout. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Anything else on the capital plan? Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Comments from public officials? Comments from the public?
Hi, Hi, my name is Easton Brooks. I'm a 7th grader at Middlesex Middle School, and I live at 20 Maywood Road. Sorry for going out of order, but earlier I was watching for home and I wanted to express some points about the IDEA program. When I first heard that the proposed budget for the 2025 through 2026 school year did not include appropriations for the IDEA program, 2 thoughts came to my mind. When I was in 1st grade at Royal Elementary, my teacher was Mrs. Keating. Mrs. Keating was an amazing teacher who is still one of my favorite teachers today. It was Mrs. Keating who first had me evaluated for the IDEA program. Although Mrs. Keating and my 2nd grade teacher, Miss De Lorenzo, were both great, they didn't have the resources in the classroom nor the specific training to help me find books whose subject matter was appropriate for a 2nd grader, but still challenged my reading level. This is one of many reasons I'm thankful for Miss Martin, my IDEA teacher throughout elementary school, who helped me find books that were perfect for me. These books inspired me with a love of learning that I still have today. This brings me to my second point. An idea we often have to do group challenges designed to strengthen our vision of the graduate attributes, particularly creativity, communication, and curiosity. An example of one of these projects was a project I did with a group in fourth grade. We had to design a travel brochure for a fictional island. This exercise included many requirements. We created a language, tourism, an economy, an alphabet, and even sports that were only played on this island. The reason these exercises are so beneficial is because this is an activity that we would never be able to do in another class. I had to communicate with my team members, be curious about the topics, and be creative with the brochure in order to do well. I want to close by saying that I think that idea is the one class that has installed me with the greatest curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Anyone online? All right, with that, we'll move on to fixed expenses.
Thank you, Kevin.
So fixed expenses has three primary drivers. The first being home to school transportation. We are going into the second year of a 5-year contract with First Student. One of the unfunded mandates is the Connecticut Clean Air Act, which requires school districts to phase out diesel buses. Next year, we'll include 5 propane buses out of the 25 buses. We do have a 7% annual increase with First Student, as we discussed last year. Diesel prices are going down, so that's slight savings, going down from $3.13 to $2.60 per gallon, or a 20% reduction. The next driver in fixed costs is electricity. As most people have seen with their own home electric bills, electric costs are going up. Part of that has to do with the public benefit charge. We do also pay the public benefit charge, and the supplier rate for electricity is a 33% increase for next year. And then finally, the other driver within fixed cost is health insurance. We are running at 118% loss ratio, which means for every dollar spent, or Anthem is paying out $1.18. Our renewal is at 11.9%, which is slightly less than last year's 13.85%. We do bid out health insurance every year. The low bid is 11.9%. We did get some bids in the mid-20s and one in the 30s. The driving reason for the large cost increases in health insurance, again, continue to be the claims associated with our what's called covered life. So staff or spouses or children who are covered under our health insurance plan.
I know I have to look up, sorry. Questions about this category? Sarah?
I'm just curious about that health insurance, and thank you for doing such a great job of making sure that those costs are as low as they possibly can, even though they're still huge. It's said that health insurance is sometimes cyclical. Where do we fall in that? Are our claims really, I know our claims were really high. Are we still having some super high claims, or?
So we still had a couple claims that were in excess of $750,000 for a person. They have been coming down over the last trailing 18. But the claims that we have, they're typically a lot of cancer claims. And so they're not claims that end up being a short amount of time. They too tend to drag out as people end up having to get care. We had a couple of years where the district was getting, 2 to 4% renewal increases. And then probably about 6 years ago, we were in the 6 to 8% range. And then last year we hit the 13+ range. We are seeing it across Fairfield County. Westport, for example, got a 40% renewal last year. There are some other districts going in the mid-teens as well. It's really a product of how healthy we can get people on our plan.
Okay. Thanks.
Back to the, any other questions on health insurance? On transportation, last year in my notes, I had that we saved about $600,000 if we had a bus depot. I'm not sure that's accurate. So I wanted to just make sure that I had, if we were to have a bus depot, what do you imagine the savings would be? And what's the difference in terms of the number of companies that would bid or?
So First Student rents a depot in Stanford, and their rent is about $500,000 a year for that depot. So they're passing that on to us. So it's about $500,000. When we put it out to bid, companies like DATCO, which are in New Canaan, said we won't bid on your services because we don't have anywhere to park buses. STA, who operates in Wilton, as an example, said the same thing. Durham submitted a bid, but said you'd have to provide a bus depot. Durham provides transportation in Norwalk, as an example. So we only get one bid. There's really only one company who is willing to provide us transportation. if we were to magically come up with a bus depot like this year, First Student has told us that because we'd have to terminate the contract, they would walk away from us. So then you'd have nobody.
Well,
Okay, now, when you say if we were to terminate,
So we have the right to terminate the agreement with 60 days notice, right? So if you were to magically find a bus depot this year, you could terminate. First Student will not bid. and
or
provide-
renegotiate in terms.
Correct, or renegotiate the terms. They would essentially walk away from the district. We would have to see if we could get some of the other districts or other bus companies like a DATSO or an SDA to provide services here. To be the ability to turn around 25 buses in that short of a time would be quite difficult. And I'm not quite sure that you would be able to get that on that short term of a notice. So if the district or the town is looking at a bus depot, it's not a next year solution.
Okay, and you said the savings are around 500,000 a year or for the duration of the contract?
A year.
A year. Okay, and then the number of bus companies, just to get a sense of.
Thank you, Sarah. The number of bus companies that are out there that would place bids is what, 5 or 6?
It's probably 4 or 5.
4 or
Yeah,
5.
including First Student.
Okay. John,
so basically what you're saying is critical that First Student runs its own, or runs its own bus depot. I'm just trying to understand the termination of the contract. If we
So we have the right to terminate the contract for any reason. Like, we don't like the way they look at us. We can just
Yeah,
say,
sure.
you're gone. If we say we're terminating the contract because we want to have our own bus depot, they have a lease associated with the bus depot that they're in, that they would be then stuck to continue paying for the next few years. They basically said as a negotiating tactic, like, we're not going to be bothered with you for those years.
Got it. So it's pretty complex three-dimensional chess.
Correct.
Okay.
Are
got
we
it.
the only district that First Student operates out of that depot?
Now, they share part of it with Stanford. So Stanford also doesn't have a bus depot, but they rent essentially a bus depot and a half. So a full depot for Stanford, and then they have some of their out of district vehicles that are on our lot.
Joanna. When you say bus depot, what does that look like? Is it a building or is it?
So it's
like
both.
FTEs
It's
or-
the ability to park your buses. It's the ability to have like a bay where you can work on your buses in case your buses get, broken down or whatever, need to be fixed. It's a place for the dispatcher and the manager to be, to take calls. It's a place for the drivers to have their breakfast, as an example. The depot that they rent, unlike some other depots, there is no propane, not propane, well, propane too, or diesel tanks on the property, which some areas do have. They do what's called wet hosing. And so wet hosing is literally you're coming up with a tanker truck and you're filling up the buses, kind of like you would have an oil company come to your house, fill up your oil tank to give you heat and then drive away. It's the same thing, except they're doing it with 25 buses.
And doesn't New Canaan have an actual building or? I
They
thought-
have a little area where like the manager and the dispatcher can be.
And they do wet hosing too, then I assume.
I believe they do.
Greg, Katie, Robin.
Is potentially partnering with any nearby districts who are doing it themselves an option?
So the area districts like New Canaan, they don't have the ability to put another 25 buses on their high school parking lot. Norwalk, for example, they rent out an area in Norwalk for a depot. They don't have enough spaces for another 25 buses. Weston parks their buses on their campus and they don't have the space. It's really a space limitation being able to share with other districts.
You got a large island.
Katie.
When you were talking about the bidding on the contracts, if we were to have a depot, what would that be for? That would be for
So-
providing the drivers?
It's a free space for them to park their vehicles and their staff.
Okay, so that would just be that component.
So it's parking the actual buses themselves and then the vehicles for the drivers.
Okay, so that scenario that you were talking about was really just about us bringing a depot within Darien, not about us internalizing the entire transportation process.
No,
where we
correct.
own the
Yes,
buses
correct.
and, okay.
I don't believe you want to get in the business of owning 25 72 passenger vehicles. It's a lot different than owning like a Suburban or a Sprinter van. You would certainly have to have a fleet of mechanics available. There's a lot more regulations in terms of a 72 passenger.
Okay, so what we would really be looking at would be just opening up the potential to have more than just for student bidding on our transportation.
Correct. If you had a place, like if they could park at the high school as an example, like they do at New Canaan, I'm sure we would get companies like DATCO or SDA to bid along with First Student, and then you'd have a competitive marketplace.
Thank you.
Robin?
If we did have a bus depot and did that, would that allow us to, for example, use on weekends that, provide some of the busing for athletics?
So
as
they already
opposed to
do
charter?
that. So they already do that.
So we would still be paying time and a half for.
Well, no, the time and a half would be for our
Oh, for our
personal
internal,
drivers.
okay.
We do use First Student that provides transportation for athletics on the weekends, but you're paying First Student.
And the savings per year, how much did you say that would be if we did?
So right now, First Student's paying about $500,000 a year in rent.
But if we had our own bus depot.
So if
we
you
would-
had your own bus
We would have
depot-
to pay rent on that too, probably.
Well, it depends on if the town owned the property. So for example, like New Canaan, they own obviously the parking lot at New Canaan High School. In Weston, they own the parking lot where the bus is. So there is no rent expense.
But there's no other savings aside from that.
Correct.
Okay.
But you're probably right. It's probably not a completely clean 500,000 because there'd be facilities,
Correct.
maintenance, et cetera. Go, John.
So may I suggest this isn't a good budget discussion, but strategically maybe work with Mr. Zagrodsky on
Yes,
this
we've been in-
longer term. Yeah,
Thank you. He actually reached out to me about it 2 weeks ago.
cool.
Thank you, John. Okay. Fellow elected officials, members of the public, anyone online? Okay, no, with that, we'll move to music. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Hello, Colleen. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well. How are you?
Thank you.
So I will,
It's not morning
Send-
anymore.
oh, afternoon. Hello. So I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present the budget for the Music RC13. The budget reflects the costs of maintaining the high level of music programming and instruction we offer to students pre-K through 12. It is worth noting that our arts programs are fully inclusive, offering high quality experiences to students at every ability level, including students who require adaptive services to those who have been identified as having exceptional gifts and talents. There are no new courses for next year or proposed changes in programming, so this presentation should be pretty straightforward. I'll just go through each line, and at the end, if you have questions, if you'd like to stop me, feel free. So our first account, software, no proposed changes. This is just to maintain our current software and cloud-based music programming. In textbooks and consumables, we have a reduction there because last year we bought textbooks for a new course. Classroom reference, this is our main account for choral and instrumental music, and there's no requested increase there. In terms of resource materials, this provides some assessment programs and web-based music programs for our students, and there's actually a decrease there. We were able to find some efficiencies. Next account, general teaching supplies. We have a very nominal increase, and this provides us with all of our teaching supplies for pre-K through 12. No increase to our proposed professional development budget or to our temporary hourly services account, which includes accompanists and guest artists. In dues and memberships, no new dues and memberships requested, but just a slight increase in a few of the fees in that account. No increase to music transportation or to our repairs and service contract. For tuning of pianos, we do have a slight increase. Our long-term piano technician retired, and so in searching for someone to service our pianos, our new technician charges a higher fee. And so there is an increase there. And then in terms of equipment, slight increase there, really just due to a need to replace the music stands. In this account, this is where we replace and purchase new instruments that are needed to maintain a high quality library of instruments for our students. Slight increase there, but I think we've presented a pretty reasonable balanced music budget, and I'm happy to take questions.
Joanna.
I have a question, sorry, of clarification.
Sure.
It says, sorry, that you, PK through 5 has music twice a week? Is it a week or is it a 6-day cycle?
For pre-K, it's twice per week, and for K through 5, it's twice per 6-day cycle.
Thank you.
Robin, you have a question? The clubs and councils, 63,000, what does that include?
That's the all-town, the stipends for the individuals who like the all-town chorus and choir, things like that.
So it's for the extracurricular competitions or conferences that they go?
Not conferences, but like the actual, I mean, Colleen can answer it a little bit, but it's the actual like singing, like the advisor of that chorus or choir.
But it
So
does
these
not-
are, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand exactly what it was.
Sure. These are mostly for elementary. So the All-Town Elementary Band, Chorus, and Orchestra, we offer that in the spring for students who have additional interest or talent in band, chorus, and orchestra. And we actually do an adjudication festival and bring in a guest judge, and the students have an extra performance. And it's really helpful for students who want to move on to a higher level of playing in middle school and high school.
So it's basically all of the elementary level stipends for the all-town kind of concerts for that time of those teachers. Is that right?
Yes, it's stipends for teachers to do additional ensembles outside of the school day.
Thank you.
Just one follow-up. Is that part of the core curriculum, or would we consider that extracurricular?
I would consider it co-curricular because we're still doing, we're still presenting that as part of our curriculum. But it allows us to offer some programming outside of the school day. For example, we don't have the opportunity to bring all of the elementary trumpet players together during the school day, but we can do so through a before or after school program.
Thank you.
Okay. In the beginning of the year, we had a bit of an update on how the loss of one of the FTEs in the music. I know it's not in this RC, it's in elementary, but we have an update because it seemed like they were going instead of once a week, it was once every 6-day cycle, and that was like a reduction of 20%. And you just had all these, concerts in December and all these elementary split. Could we just have an update on how that's going and if the program has been truly preserved?
I think it might be helpful to have that somewhat formally again, because it's something we're watching closely. So Colleen, happy to hear from you, but I'd love to know if the December concerts were at the same level of quality we're expecting, understanding that cohorts may change. If we've been able to deliver what we said we did now that more time has passed, I'd like to see a formal answer to that question. Okay.
Sure.
Great. Thank you.
How do you envision that? Is that
I think it's part of the packet that comes to us for the 14th. So, looking at the impact of, we were trying to bring a lot more instructional time during the school day. Has that worked out? How does that work out for children with needs? Are they sometimes don't have as much time during the school day? Are they able to still access the same amount of musical instruction? Some of those questions. And let me know if you need us to work on any more specificity.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Colleen transitions to the art, just very briefly, like you assumed a new art position and so on and so forth. Like how did that go? Or how is that going? Just or maybe as part of the, but
It can be part of that, either way.
just a wee, if you just be quick, like how's that transition going? I kind of know, but
Sure. Do you want me to use that as the transition into RC14? Great. So I've been really grateful to have the opportunity to oversee the visual art department. I'm been really impressed with the level of instruction and the quality of programming that we offer to students in visual art pre-K through 12. We actually started offering visual art for the first time pre-K And that's been, challenging but successful. I'm really grateful to Sonia Almonte and Michelle Forer for taking that on. And it's been a great opportunity to learn new things myself professionally, but just work to support the program and really support the arts fully. So it's been professionally rewarding, and I think that I'm very impressed with what we're offering to students in the arts, pre-K through 12, music, theater, and visual art.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just like RC 14, there are no new courses for next year, no proposed changes in programming. So this budget represents the cost of maintaining current programs. So I'll just briefly go through the RCs like I did with the last, the accounts like I did with the last RC. Our classroom reference account represents what we purchase to support education in terms of books and exemplars for our student artists. That line remains flat for next year. Our software account, a big portion of this is a membership to a resource called the Art of Education, which is a really helpful curricular resource for our teachers. The cost of the yearly access has increased, so that represents the slight increase to this account. In terms of teaching supplies, this account represents all the supplies and materials needed to deliver the visual arts curriculum pre-K through 12, and that we have no increases proposed in that account. Professional development, no increases proposed there. Repairs and service contracts, no increase there. And in terms of equipment and furniture, we have a decrease there because we only need to service our kiln shelves. Last year, we purchased new equipment for our digital drawing and design class, and that equipment is still serving us.
Questions for this RC? Katie?
Thank you. Colleen, in the RC for music, I appreciated how in the introduction you had listed that it was something that was offered, PK through 8, and then the number of students in DHS. I'd love to see the same thing for the art. Do you happen to know that number off the top of your head? Or can you come back to us with it?
I can come back to you with it, and that's a good idea to have similar color in both RCs, and I'll make sure to work on that for next time, but I will certainly get back to you on that.
Yep. In fact, would you just update the page, Rich, and we can just change it in our book so we have it. Thank you. The PD in this RC, is it calculated in the same way? Is it $65 per art teacher per head? Is that how this is done, or is this a separate?
Just
Go ahead.
It's really just a flat dollar amount.
Okay, so what does it represent? Thank you.
There's no go ahead.
Yeah, it represents teachers who request to go to conferences and bringing in guest artists. And we kind of look ahead to what conferences are being offered in the area and what teachers might want to attend. So for example, I'm looking ahead, not next school year, but the school year after that. I've spoken with the teachers about a conference they might want to attend then, and we may increase the request year over year or decrease the request based on the conferences that are available and professional development needs that our teachers express specific to visual art.
Okay. We talked a little bit earlier today about students who may be gifted outside of the humanities area. It would be helpful to understand how art and music categories are responding to the needs of those students, both from a programmatic and a budgetary perspective, please. That's a follow-up question.
Sure, and I can just respond to that by, we actually have some good information on that because that was one of our essential questions last year through the tri-state visit.
Mm-hmm.
So I can certainly come back and revisit those findings and talk about the programming, the arts for students with exceptional gifts and talents.
Okay, and I think tying it to PD is important if we're talking about building capacity to serve the needs of all students.
Okay.
Dennis.
Earlier we had discussed about substitutes, and curious as to, do we see the same difference between specials and regular, I don't want to say regular, but classroom teachers versus specials? And do we have the same difficulty in having people show up to work every day?
Go ahead.
I could run that report.
Just be interested to see, to Katie's point on overworking teachers, is that a classroom teacher? Is that a general teaching malaise?
So I can run a report on absences. The substitutes, the daily substitutes that are available are more likely to pick up some absences than others. Like they don't normally want to do the special education or the PE absences. So I can at least get you the absence data, not necessarily the sub data.
Okay, thank you.
Colin, the anecdotal data though, just for, I'm not observing a lot of music teachers and art teachers are absent. I may be wrong, but that's just my takeaway on it.
No, I'm not observing that either.
All right, any other questions? Joanna?
Colleen, you mentioned the tri-state report. Is that something board members can get and read?
Yeah, we'll provide
Yes.
that. Yep.
Thank you.
Katie?
Thank you. Rich, just a question for you. On page 197, I'm sorry, I don't remember what we're calling a financial breakdown at the end of each RC, but I don't see the history of the teacher leader stipends in that.
So that is row 552, where it says elementary art system-wide. So that's the release time and the stipends from the previous.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so follow-ups from this category, the last two categories are the impact of last year's and update of music, which will come on the 14th, on updated arts page with the demographic or the population data that Katie requested, the gifted student in the arts, including professional developments, or how that looks, that will include the tri-state report also being packaged with it. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, fellow government officials? Members of the public? Anyone online, Cass? No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Colleen. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Library media.
Good afternoon. Thanks everybody for having me to briefly share today on RC 21, which represents the costs associated in the media centers across all 7 schools. Great work is happening in our libraries. So I love dropping in and seeing the librarians helping students select books and find information in our databases. They're offering whole class and small group lessons and helping teachers and students troubleshoot technology. In preparing for the budget for next year, I reached out to all the librarians to gather their concerns and suggestions, and the nearly status quo budget offered today is a compromise in recognition of a difficult budget year and is still over 5% lower than the budget adopted 2 years ago. I'll try to add a little bit of color that we are right around $200 each school higher in books. And we're pretty much maintaining all their areas except a little bit higher for online subscriptions at the high school. And I'll do my best I can to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. So as we talk about the use of the libraries, maybe you can talk to us about, yes, I understand the budget is relatively flat, but how does it represent how we're using the libraries today?
So the librarians, to kind of give you the global picture, K-1-2, they have a fixed schedule where the students come in on a regular block schedule for both book selection and instructional purposes. Grades 3 and up, what we more call a flexed or a flexible schedule, which is around drop-ins and scheduled needs for research by other staff. The high school library in particular, the librarians there do a lot of shared co-teaching with particularly the English and the history department. The middle school librarian spends a great deal of time assisting particularly staff and students with when they're not working on research and selecting books. She's kind of the go-to person for some of the technology and especially around WeVideo and video projects within the school. So she works closely with a number of staff that like to pursue those types of projects. So we have, I guess to kind of summarize for you, at the lowest elementary levels, fixed regular schedules. And then from there, a lot of the schedules for libraries are worked around interests and needs and what's happening in the regular classrooms.
Other board questions?
I would say that this has been sort of level funded, for want of a better term, which is actually reflective of all these RCs as you're going through it. You can see that. I might expect, though, once HHR is already completed, that we may increase some of these requests down the line a little bit. Because some of the books, even right now in the elementary schools, are stored, right? Just because of the size and the transition. So even though we've reduced it over the years, we may see an increase in 2 years' time.
I think just marking it here, it's not a budget discussion, but I think probably we're due a discussion about how we're using our libraries. Some of the moving to a flex time for upper elementary, I've seen as a parent, but haven't necessarily talked about as a board member. So as those libraries come online with different functionality than what we have today, where are we in terms of what curriculum we're delivering at each? What does it look like for the different grade levels? What resources are needed for that? I think maybe in the summertime.
Can I suggest a parking lot for that?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. It's a parking lot for when you all think it's appropriate, but probably before our new libraries go totally online. So
I think that's something we could bring between the curriculum committee and
yeah,
do it that way too.
Great. True. Okay, thank you. Robin.
Just one question. Do we have data on how many books or trends in books actually being checked out of our middle school and high school and elementary libraries? I'm just curious. And, I noticed, so in accessions, obviously there was a couple of years ago, but accessions is down about $20,000. A lot of this now is much more digital and it's research based, but just in terms of whether students have or are being encouraged to actually read physical books, and if they have that interest, I'd love to see the data on that, and making sure that our libraries actually are keeping current with collections that really reflect the interests of the students. And, are we phasing out books that no longer get checked out? And I'm just curious about that from a librarian's perspective. Are we meeting those needs?
Sure. So globally speaking, I haven't directly asked librarians this year for any data on their metrics of book circulation, but kind of to your point, sometimes the circulation is on a direct hard book. It might instead be an online book resource such as Sora, which presents essentially a digital version of what would be a print book. And then sometimes a compromise is instead for some types of readers, they're instead looking on research through our databases, especially at the high school. The high school database, I know from the librarians just telling me it's very, very high. I feel very confident saying that the librarians and I have been working together on revisiting their weeding process this year. So that helps maintain a fresh collection, keeping it looking relevant, and they are actively ordering new books and displaying them. I know that one of the high school librarians, her personal goal this year, in fact, is to distribute more hard copy books to students, and she's tracking those metrics for herself.
I think circulation patterns are an important component of library work, and whether that's what type of materials they're checking out or making sure that our circulation patterns are actually where we want them to be. So I think for that parking lot discussion, I think it's really important to have a pretty good discussion about circulation.
And just in the realm of all of the renovations that are going on currently in 3 of our schools and the newly re-envisioned libraries, and that's also the reason why I'm asking, are we ensuring that we're kind of ready for that next phase and, making the library something that will be really useful for our students?
Agreed. Dennis.
Yeah, so with I know it's a small amount, and I'm going to question, is this the right amount of $9,000 for training on Aspen for one-to-one middle school scheduling? We discussed a lot of discussion about middle school scheduling, and it's only costing us $9,000 to get that right. Seems awfully low. Am I ahead?
Yeah.
Sorry. Back to that.
Hold that thought.
I'll bet that I'll stick around and circle back for that.
Dave.
just to follow up, looking at some of the software subscriptions, I guess some of these are multi-year, some of them are not. Just talk to me how you're finding efficiencies or combining resources or
Sure.
trying to save.
Actually, if it would make more sense, can I stay on for when we present RC15, which really is instructional software? And I think Jeff Adams is leading that, but I'm happy to talk to a couple of specific softwares that we are trailing back to find greater efficiencies.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for volunteering your time.
You got it.
Anything else on library media specific? Okay. Questions from fellow elected officials? Members of the public? Anyone online, Kath?
No.
All right. Thank you. We are going to skip our 30-minute lunch break and move directly to health. We will take a break again at some point, but not now. So health.
Good afternoon, Emily. How are you?
I'm great, but I just heard everyone's going to be missing their lunch break.
No,
So it
you're
doesn't make me
right.
feel- I don't like to start off my talk that way.
No,
Hi,
Great.
everyone. Everyone, for those who don't know me, my name is Emily Merritt. I'm the Director of Nursing Services for Darien, and I'll be going over RC 17. I first just want to thank you for your continued support of the Health Services Department. We've always felt very supported by the board as well as the larger community, and it's just important for setting the tone for our department. So I just want to thank you for that in advance. We're continuing to expand the Nursing Services Department to meet the changing healthcare needs of the Darien public school community. I continue to just take great pride in our ability as a district to support the large range of medically complex students and ensuring that all students have access to their educational program in a local district. And I think we should all be very proud of that. We've been doing a lot, but I'm just going to focus on a couple of things for this year. We've been placing a greater emphasis on the importance of relationships with our nurses and students, nurses and families, as well as staff and teachers. And this includes things like having a school nurse website. There's a homepage at every one of our schools that now is the school nurse homepage, and it has all of our information. We keep updating it. It's a great interface for families to connect with nurses and vice versa. And that is there. We also continue to be involved in a lot of our team meetings for any of students that have health concerns and so on. So that's been going really well. We've also are enhancing our ability to respond to medical emergencies through strengthening our medical emergency response team. I don't know if you're all aware, but every one of our schools has what's called a medical emergency response team, or a MERT. The team's made up of, it's led by the nurses, and it's made up of volunteers, students, staff, and administration. And it's basically, there's plans specific to each school building and how we can best address a medical emergency. But this year, in addition to our plans, which we've all kind of tightened up, we have also been working with the security, head of security, and with Post 53. And we've actually run medical emergency response drills in every one of our schools, with the high school coming up in the next couple of weeks. So that's gone really well. And it's very helpful in finding things that we should do better, but also things that are working. So that's really great. We've trained approximately 50 staff this year alone in CPR and AEDs, and most of those staff members are part of the MERT team. And the nurses are providing mandated staff trainings on health-related topics such as anaphylaxis, seizures, choking, AEDs, and basic first aid. All of our schools have a minimum of 5 staff members and administration that know how to administer Narcan in the case that a school nurse is not available, and if it's indicated. Every one of our SSROs have the opportunity to take a stop the bleed training, as well as all of our nurses. So that's happened this year. And then every classroom has a emergency first aid. So that's something that we've been focusing a lot on this year. And in the proposed budget going forward, you'll see it's reflected. We are going to getting hopefully 5 additional AED devices. From my understanding, those devices hopefully will be donated to us, but it will be managed and maintained under the nursing services. And I just say that because it's not just about having the devices, but making sure that we have someone that's checking on them. We check on all of our devices. We now have, I think we have 22 in total throughout the district. With the 5, it'll be 27 that are maintained by the nursing services. So we just make sure that the batteries are operational, obviously the pads, the expiration dates, and the devices are all set. I'm anticipating that we're going to be changing the batteries in at least 20 of our devices this year. And I'm just telling you that because it's, again, a reflection on the budget and it's a pretty costly, it ends up being, it might be close to $10,000 just to get the batteries changed on the devices, which usually it's 7 to 10 years for the change. It just happens that it's going to be next year that many of them will have to be changed. And again, with the devices, it's more just, there's this idea of a 3-minute response time for any AED preparedness plan where you want to make sure that you have access to an AED and can, get it hooked up within 3 minutes of a cardiac emergency. In addition, the state has mandated a minimum of 15 professional development hours over 2 years for school nurses. You may be aware from past budget conversations that professional development has always been an emphasis of mine, and just in terms of reinforcing, expanding, and responding to changing health needs. This year alone that we've been able to meet with a pediatric cardiologist who is awesome. We've also met with a epileptologist from Yale and our medical advisor, Dr. Kennefic, who's just a wealth of information, especially about community health specific to Darien. We have school nurses attending an upcoming mental health first aid certification that is being facilitated by the Darien Health Department. So that's coming up. And we have 5 of our nurses have received national board certifications within the last year for school nurse certifications. Given the budget constraints going forward, we are losing 1 full-time nurse position. It is what it is. I'm not happy about it, but I can tell you it will be at Middlesex. So Middlesex will now, in the next calendar year, will only have 2 nurses. But, I've worked closely with Shirley and Marge and Dr. Addley, and we do feel, rest assured, knowing the students coming up into Middlesex, that the student health and safety will be maintained at the highest level. You can all take great pride in the school of nurses, the school nurses that we have in Darien. I think they do a great job in providing a healthy learning environment, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I would certainly agree on that. Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you. And I appreciate your leadership of the department.
Okay, questions for Emily? Sarah?
Hi, Emily. Nice to see you.
Hi, Sarah.
Though I understand you're not happy about the loss of the nurse at the middle school, but is that mainly because of that, you chose that department or that level because is that IEP 504 based? What's the rationale behind the middle school?
No, absolutely. It's a great question. I have a sheet of all of our students are required skilled nursing throughout the entire district. And those are just students that, in addition to everyday needs, that they might have a nursing skill that might take some additional time. And so based on what I know of all the 5th graders entering into 6th graders and all the 8th graders entering into the high school, I do feel confident with the school nurses that we have there, that they will be able to handle it with 2. And then, as Dr. Addley has promised, should things change in the future, should we have the health needs that we could see shifting things around a little bit. But I think anticipating what I know now for next year, I do feel like we could safely, run the nursing program at Middlesex with 2 nurses.
Thanks.
I appreciate that public reminder. Thank you.
Greg and then Robin.
Emily mentioned that the nurses are doing some professional development around mental health, just with respect to the request for a 1-pager. I'd just be interested to have that included and make sure that we understand that comprehensively exactly if there's any overlap or how we think about that going forward.
Sure. Do you want me to respond to that, or you're just in general?
No.
Just a general,
okay,
make sure that
sure.
we include that sort of stuff.
We've asked Emily for a 1-page sort of summary of our investment in mental health so we can understand from a snapshot point of view what our efforts to bolster mental health in the district look like. It's because they're spread throughout the budget book. It's hard to see it comprehensively. So if you have a quick answer to, but I think we
Sure.
sure,
and I think
on a page.
Exactly. And I think that I can provide that. I will tell you that we have this year been working really closely with Alicia Dad, because the nursing is one part of our response to mental health. But I think a lot of times, they may be quick to identify a student who's struggling. And we've built our relationships with depending on the school, but the counselor department and so on. So we actually have a plan of if we're concerned about a student, what we do to make sure that that student gets care. But the mental health that I just brought up was it's offered by the town. So we have the town health department. It's a mental health certification, first aid certification. So that's what they'll be doing in 2 weeks. And it's 4 of our nurses will be getting that certification.
Thank you. Somebody was over here, Robin.
I had a question about the AEDs. So you said we have 22 currently, we will be getting 27. Do we have AEDs placed at each of our fields to the extent that we might have cardiac arrest issues?
Exactly. Yeah. So we have 5 that were placed at the high school this year, and those are under the athletic department. And again, it's just more like they're the ones that are managing it, but there's 5 on the field spread across. And then of the 5 that are coming next year, 2 of them will be at Middlesex for the fields.
Thank you.
And then the other 3 additional ones are going to be for the upstairs of all the elementary schools. So we have them spread out. And what we're doing is, and we call them the AED cabinets, but every one of our cabinets is going to have Narcan. They all do in one spot. They all look exactly the same. So it's Narcan and AED. And then moving forward, we're going to get tourniquet and quick clot. And so it's going to be an emergency cabinet as opposed to just an AED cabinet. And they're going to look the same across the district so we can, everyone will know how to best respond and access medical should we need it, which hopefully we never will.
And then just to follow up, then so the total of 22 are the remainder of the existing AEDs. I mean, typically, how many is that per building or other than the fields? Where are those?
Right. So right now, of our 5 elementary, 3 of them have 1. So all the 3 that have 1 are getting an additional 1. The other 2 already have 2. At the Middlesex, there's 4 indoors, and at the high school, don't quote me, but that's the remainder in addition to the central office and Fitch.
Okay, thank you.
Katie?
Thank you. I just wanted to take a quick second to just applaud your attention to the mental health of our students as well, recognizing that mental health does impact physical health and that both of those components are necessary for students to access their education. And it's great to hear that you're partnering with the town as well for resources. So thank you for the work you do. I think our nurses are often the first line of defense for students who are feeling anxiety and school avoidance and might not even know, themselves and be able to articulate that. So thank you.
The board will receive a gift donation for the AEDs from the Booster Club for the middle school. So you'll see that coming through the meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you. And thank you to them. Any other questions on nurses? Okay, members of the fellow government officials? Oop, members of the public? And no one online. Emily, thank you for your time. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks for your enthusiasm, for your care for our lunch. Okay. All right, tech ed. Hi, Greg.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Hello, Greg. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Addley, Ms. McCammon, members of the board, administration. I appreciate you having me here today, and I appreciate your continued support for our programs. So our budget, actually, let me talk about the program first. Our program is doing quite well. We've had increased numbers in our programming at the high school over the past 3 years. Our budget, and even with those increases in our numbers, our budget line items this year are able to remain flat and still maintain the quality program that we have. And I owe some of those efficiencies to my teachers that are there. The bulk of our budget really comes from consumable supplies in terms of raw materials for like wood and metal and glue sticks of those things. But a lot of our teachers at the middle school and high school have found more efficient ways to provide these materials to students, where students really think about how they're utilizing them and being more efficient with the usage of materials. So that's been quite helpful. We also have a new course next year in cybersecurity because of the increase in interest for students for the computer science program. And we're doing quite well. So again, back to the line item, the bulk of the line item for our general teaching supplies 44,270 is for technology and engineering for 6 to 12. 30,000 of that remains for robotics, and I'll have Tim follow up with that if you have any questions. Jumping around to the classroom reference, that is going to be the same this year. We're continuing using the color accounting program for our accounting classes, and we have a Pro Profs online subscription to support our safety tests in the woodworking courses. And our periodicals, we're doing an online subscriptions to Sports Business Weekly for that $425 for our sports marketing program. And the professional development line item will remain the same from last year, and that supports about 2 teachers to go to international conferences, as well as bringing in guest speakers, professional learning. It also provides professional training for our AP courses, and it will provide training for our cybersecurity course coming up as well. We do not need any new equipment for next year. We've been maintaining the equipment that we have with the $3,500 in repairs, and things are looking in good shape, and we're excited for the year to come. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Hey, board questions, Robin.
And general teaching supplies, the narrative says that it's 30,000, but the budget shows 74,000. So which of those is the correct number?
So it's combined with a robotics teaching supply. So 30,000 of the 74 there goes towards robotics programming, and for the technology and engineering middle and high school, it's 44,270.
Okay, and then do the Darien High School engineering courses currently also teach robotics as part of the curriculum?
There is one course that incorporates robotics into the program, as well as other courses like, let's say, the independent project engineering course. If students choose to pursue a path of robotics, they utilize that as well. So there is some overlap.
Thank you. Just one more question. What is the STEM outreach program?
So the STEM outreach program is something that we've been doing for as long as I've been in district, about 10 years, where we have high school students, and right now we're combining with technology and engineering students and the Science National Honor Society students. We have 2 honor societies kind of teaming up and going down to elementary schools. And we do it one time in the fall and one time in the spring. And we have high school students running STEM activities with the elementary kids that fit within their curriculum. For instance, I think the 5th graders coming up this spring, they're doing some oil spills. So they're learning about oil spills within their curriculum. And then we have the high school kids coming down and doing activity where they're pouring actually oil into water in trays at their desk, and they have to design ways to get the oil out of the water and assimilate that to what might happen in an actual oil spill in the ocean.
Thank you.
Sarah.
Hi, Greg. First of all, thanks for a tie on Saturday. That's impressive. I'm just not necessarily about this year's budget. Just this seems to be a department that's growing, and the interest of the students is growing, and just nationally, internationally, this group of ideas is becoming more, more popular and more well known. Do you anticipate in the future like any major expenses or equipment, or I'm just kind of looking forward to see this is because you've kept this RC pretty flat over the years. I'm just curious if you anticipate that going forward or not.
Yeah, I've been talking with Dr. Addley and administration about potentially growing the program. And I don't know if it's still in the budget. I kind of missed that part in terms of looking at the high school building itself and the space and doing a study on the space of the building, still in there. So hopefully in the future, if we look at the space, we could hopefully build programming within our department, because the only thing that we're kind of missing is that family and consumer science portion. So if we incorporate that would utilize some equipment down the road to hopefully offset that in the future. I wasn't going to mention this, but I'll bring it up. I am applying for a Perkins grant, which is a federally funded grant that supports career and technical education. They don't support consumables, which is the bulk of our budget, but they do support equipment. So hopefully I'll be able to use that budget for some new equipment if we ever get to build and increase our programming.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, we're super excited about potentially just looking ahead a wee bit.
Potentially.
Opportunities to extend in the STEM program.
Okay, that's something to be excited about, even if not today. Any other questions in this RC? Okay, fellow government officials? Members of the public? No one online? Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care, Greg. Tim, you get to hang with us.
I do. I'm happy to do so.
RC 15.
Hooray.
I don't see him on mine. And I just wanted noted that we're on time. Might be the only time we actually hit the.
Officially 3 minutes. ahead
We're
of
3
schedule.
minutes early.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Mr. Adams isn't on mine yet.
Oh, dear.
Want to take a
We're
3
gonna
minute
take a
break?
3 minute break.
Yeah, let's take the
5 minute,
3 minute
5 minute
break to give them a chance. Everybody can throw their lunch plates away. So I'll just take, it's, okay. 52, we're starting again, so.
Okay.
Motion to recess. 52, we're starting again. Dave, seconded by Dennis. All in favor? Yes. All right, throw your lunch away.
Yes, sir.
Motion to reconvene. That is John, seconded by Joanna. All those in favor, that is unanimous. And with that, we'll turn it over to Jeff and Tim for technology. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm sorry about that. I was just in my office. Didn't realize you guys
Okay.
were moving fast. So,
Yeah.
our budget should be quick. Like you said, I'm Jeff Adams. I'm here with Tim McGuire. We're here to present the budget for RC 15 technology. The net increase of the RC 15 budget is a minimal 1.42%, as minimal as we can get. This includes a reduction, or rather deferral, of new and replacement computer equipment, resulting in a decrease of 16% in the computer equipment budget line. The software line shows an increase of 12.47%, 6% of which is the typical yearly increase in subscriptions and support contracts. The other 6% is the cost for a website redesign, the addition of the board docs management system to the website, and the expansion of EduPlanet, our curriculum management system. Finally, the staff development line is increased by 45%. And this includes Aspen training for all of our administration and faculty, including on-site training for schedulers at both the high school and the middle school. And that is it in a nutshell, and can open it up to questions.
Okay. Dennis, I know Dave, you had one.
So Aspen training, we heard a lot about middle school scheduling in the past year, and $9,000 is going to, I don't want to say fix the problems, but it's going to resolve our problems. And as well as part of the communications committee was work on Aspen and looking at how to use that resource better. And I'm just struggling with $9,000 is going to be enough to accomplish all we need to do with the program.
The majority of that 9,000 is the on-site training for the schedulers. The training that's provided is actually mostly included in our current subscription. We're just supplementing it with a couple $1,000s more of specific webinars and one-to-one remote training. And that's the cost it came out to.
Okay.
Dave?
So I just got a new follow-up to Dennis, if I may, and then I had a software and hardware question. In terms of Aspen, are there third-party service providers who like help with the front end or help with other stuff, or do we think there's sufficient in the training videos and other resources? So my understanding with Aspen is part of the difficulty, like it's robust in the back end, but the front end is really not user-friendly.
Correct.
Are there front-end developers or something that could help solve that? Have we looked into that as a potential resource?
And we actually, two things I can bring up. One is that Aspen has developed a brand new interface for parents. We did have a little committee of parents, a little focus group. What we're going to do is open up this new interface to the parents that were at the focus group and have them critique it. Okay.
Is there additional cost for that, or that's just an upgrade program?
That's all included.
Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jeff. And then I guess, Tim, I'll go next to you for software. Looking at, the annual 6%, some of these may not be negotiables, some of them maybe are. Don't know what we're looking in terms of consolidation and trying to like use less or get more from less, or look at potential other vendors who could swap out at lower price points.
Right. Definitely the idea of efficiencies. And at this point where the softwares, there's a few softwares that we already have that we're reducing based on usage. So I'm thinking off the top of my mind, it's Book Creator is one where we've rolled back the cost of that just because it was underutilized by some staff. So there's a little bit of savings there. Nearpod is another one, similarly underutilized by some staff. So we're going to find some additional savings there. And Smart Notebook comes to mind as well. I believe this year before the budget season, I had something like 24 total different new software requests, of which 16, I think I shared forward to Dr. Addley. So there's a lot of things we didn't adopt as well. And trying to, some software programs have also been sunsetted that we're leaning more on others. So for example, a program that a lot of staff like to use is called Flip. That's no longer available to us. So I've been redirecting staff to use some of the other resources we have, such as specifically Padlet and Formative, or Go Formative as it's listed in there.
Awesome. Thank you. The one line item that always sticks up to me is Zoom and why we're not just Teamsing with our Microsoft, but I'll leave that for now. And then another question, just looking ahead a little bit, I know this isn't for 2026, but as we've moved to leave devices in the locker mode, we're moving to look at the high school, what we're going to do in terms of usage there. And I see the wireless access points. Have we seen a decrease in infrastructure usage? Are we relying less on tech and developing switches or networking throughout now that people aren't bringing in devices into the classroom the way they were previously?
No, actually, we've seen an increase in traffic, excuse me, in traffic. And you're right, the number of devices has actually leveled out for the past couple of years, but the usage has gone up, and that's probably due to the multimedia aspect of all the websites, of all these programs that we utilize. They're just more robust now and they use more traffic, so.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Dennis?
Sarah was next.
Sarah?
Thank you, Dennis.
Somebody's looking over there.
Just a little clarification about board docs. Other people besides the people sitting at this table be able to benefit from that or not? Like, what is the purpose of that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the document management system for boards such as this. And it manages the documents in such a way that they're very nicely coordinated and searchable. So everything going back will be easily accessed, and you can go back and search and find things from years and years ago. So.
Okay.
Awesome.
It's open to the public too.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry.
I was just in the spirit of trying to find dollars, it was just for us, I would say we don't need it, but sounds like we do. Okay.
When you implement that, does the dollar include any sort of migration of historical data, or is it just picking up from that point?
There's probably not any migration costs in there. It's going to be up to our department to get the data in there.
Okay, what are you guys thinking?
I'm sorry?
What are you thinking? Because there's a lot of, I mean, we only have since 16 or 17 on the website, but we have a lot of data online. Are we just going to leave that as its own repository and then?
No, we'll move over.
We're going to move it all.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Robin?
Just a couple of questions. First, Technique, the RTI Direct $55,000 renewal for software. What is that for?
RTI Direct.
Tim, you want to answer that?
Well, I was going to say, I think our RTI Direct, I believe, is the software tool we use for. It's like the staff goals with the provider that the same provider provides TEPL. I'm trying to remember where that breaks down on the top of my head, but Jeff, do you remember if that's TEPL or?
No, it's RTI Direct.
RTI Direct.
Go ahead, Amy.
So Technique covers RTI Studio, TEPL, and some other of the data dashboard work that we've been working on. It's that same organization covers all of those things.
So it's like an administrative tool, you're saying?
Yes, and as
Not
mentioned,
student.
TEPL, I should clarify, is where the teachers and administrators, we all put our annual goals in and observational data.
Okay.
And the RTI Studio piece would be to support our work with MTSS and really thinking about how students move through tiered instruction and, our data warehouse.
Okay, thank you. And then with the EduPlanet license expansion, is that the 10,600 increase also going to then allow the teachers to access the curriculum that's in EduPlanet?
Yes, importantly, that will allow access for not only curriculum writers, but for all curriculum implementers, which include not only general education teachers, but also our special education teachers as well, preschool through grade 12. And it will also include our aim to make more transparent all of our curricular work for public facing documents.
But
for
the
parents.
public would not be able to have access to EduPlanet with this increase of licenses, correct? Or would they?
No, the public has access, but we have more work to do in that area. So part of the EduPlanet expansion includes some professional learning in the area of not only UPD, but UDL design. So that's a piece of the increase.
So the public has access, but right now we don't have anything in it that they would be able to see really?
There is currently access in EduPlanet right now that's public facing. We're expanding it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Shirley. It's on the website in teaching and learning.
Right, I think we saw an example, but it wasn't really fully kind of fleshed out. That's really why I was asking.
Right, so as we have more staff have access, instead of just a very, very small number of curriculum writers, we'll be able to exponentially increase that.
Okay, thank you.
So this is, oh, go ahead, Joanna.
What is, student employment?
I can answer that. At the high school, the seniors participate in a project in which they work with other companies in the town, other agencies, sometimes.
Is this the internship at the end of the year?
It's the internship at the end of the year. And so one of the things that happened to us last year was the previous vendor basically closed shop. So myself and the two leads at the high school that run the program identified an alternate software product, which they've been onboarding this year to help the seniors complete that requirement.
Thank you. And then I noticed that ELP and Darien Summer School use web solutions to pay their tuition. Everybody else everybody else uses My School Bucks now. Is there a way to integrate those, or they're really different and they have to stay separate? It's not a huge savings, but it's just.
They do have to stay separate. So part of the reason we use web solution is the catalog that's available for parents to pick for their various summer school classes.
Dennis, then Greg.
So we're deferring computer equipment in this. It's kind of making me think of the discussion we had earlier. I don't know if you guys were here about uniforms and replacement cycles. And so I feel like we're saving money this year, but we're gonna have to pay it next year. And it's just, I'm not a big fan of robbing Peter to pay Paul, but I understand we're in a difficult budget. But is this something that if we feel we can live with the computers we have today, can we revisit our replacement cycle, or is it just a one-off year for us?
We can stretch the replacement cycle out just a little bit. We've already done it with the high school display systems. We went from 3 years to 4 years. So I think we can revisit this after this budget cycle and try to just stretch it a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So I think related to that, I know you're next, Greg, and then Katie, but just related to that on this question of the cycle. Are we looking at, did we in preparation for this budget, look at where we feel like, oh, we deployed, devices at this rate, but they're not actually being used at that rate. So we could, whether or not it was certain types of laptops or admin or the desktops that admins use, or did we take a look at whether or not we really needed to replace at the device level?
Yeah, I mean, we don't do a per user analysis of what they're using. It's a general use. We did go through and do a solid count. So not only did we have a virtual count, we did a physical count, make sure that the numbers that are in the budget are what are out there. There's no extras, no spares in here. So what is out there is being used.
Okay.
But to what extent, I
Okay.
can't say.
Okay. I jumped in there. Greg and then Katie.
I had a similar question just around like broader strategy around devices and the Chromebooks and that sort of stuff, where I know pre-COVID, we didn't have those. Are we going to continue to just keep replacing those? That's one question. And then the second question is, there's a big line item for technology support. Can you just remind me what that is?
Which
It's like $900,000.
That's the technology staff. So it's like the network, it's like the network engineer, the help desk coordinator, the technicians, at schools.
That's our internal support
Yes.
team. Okay, I didn't realize that was an external.
So the first question, Greg, do you want Amy and Alan to answer that in terms of or do you want that to be a future answer? Like what's our, as we look at the use of paper versus.
We don't have a plan, well, the plan is to continue this replacement cycle at the fifth grade level and to keep that process in place. So we don't have an alternative plan at this particular point.
But it does recognize, that is something of a shrinking then of what we were providing prior to fifth grade, because we were providing one-to-ones for every student, pre-K through fifth grade in COVID, and then we've been pulling back a little bit. So what's our current status in terms of what we're providing?
It's really no different.
It's the same.
Yeah, it's the same, yeah. Mhm.
Yes, it's the same. Yep. And you are right. Actually, Greg, I appreciate you noting that for boards and people who have gone before. We were well served during COVID because we were ready with the equipment that we already had in stock, in addition to all the work that the tech people did and so on and so forth. But the model we have now, I know we transitioned to one-to-one to high school. That model, we're not looking to change that model, at least at this point.
So we're one-to-one ELP through eighth grade?
Well, we're one-to-ones.
Hey.
What is ELP?
Not ELP.
It's K through
We're
8.
one-to-one
K
K
through
to 12.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and then kids take it home in middle school.
They're allowed to take it home in fifth grade, although
Fifth
not
grade.
all do. Some do, some don't, but sixth grade and up is much more standard to take the device home.
Okay. Okay, Katie.
I wanted to go back to the computers as well, and I recognize that, Alan, this might be a question more for you. I understand we're deferring the admin laptops, and I know that we talked about this last year as well. What I still don't understand is why there is a need for both a laptop and a desktop.
At the high school?
For administrators, yeah. Is that just high school? But
Well, for the administrators who have the laptops, there's many times we go to meetings that are.
no, laptops make sense. I don't understand desktops. I don't understand both.
Okay, well, it's just for the ones who have it as an accessibility, it's just an accessibility tool. We don't have it could be for some people, we could change some of that. I don't say that's out of the realm of possibility for that.
It just seems that, like, to
Are
me,
you
it
just talking
feels-
about administration, just? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, in general, I'm talking about broadly professionals, people like that we use a device, right? And I think that we have become a very global, very mobile population where most people that I know do work on a laptop, right? We have people who have hybrid work situations and they have a laptop so that they have that mobility with that one device. Now, perhaps someone has, as you say, an accessibility need and they have a monitor at a stationary desk, right? That's larger and gives more accessibility. I'm just questioning why we would need two devices to perform one function.
Most of administration is migrating that way. Yeah,
So that is the plan, to eliminate a dual device.
correct. Mhm.
Right.
Yep.
I have mine. I know, full disclosure.
Robin.
I'm question about Chromebooks. Do we find that the ongoing needs and the ongoing increased use of online resources, et cetera, and more heavy media resources at the middle school level, are Chromebooks meeting that need adequately for students to be able to do the online work that they need to do? And where I'm going with this is, at some point, would it make sense for the middle school for us to migrate more to a bring your own device kind of a thing like we do at the high school? Because in my experience, Chromebooks in the past are constantly breaking down. They don't necessarily have the ability to actually do the work that some of the more advanced middle school students are being asked to do. It loses work. So it's really kind of a longer term question, because I think that there also could be cost savings there, and given the repairs and the obsolescence that we see, it's just a question.
I think that's related to Greg's question, no?
Yeah, and I mean, another follow-up to that is, have we, other companies, Google is making the Chromebooks, Microsoft has its own device. Have we gone to those companies and said, we are paying you a lot for the software. We'd like you to provide the devices in order to be able to use the software. I've seen them do that. Well, they'll just fund the devices going forward, and that can eliminate a huge cost from our budget.
Mhm. So a two short-term answer to that. Number one, we have done an analysis in the fall. We are making the Chromebooks much faster, much leaner to handle a lot of the programs. And the second piece is that we do have a hardware person on staff now who is turning around any issues. If there's a hardware break, he's turning it around in literally minutes or hours instead of days. So those two short-term pieces are out there.
Okay.
But yeah, the long-term question is out there.
Yeah. This
All
is,
right, thank
it's a bigger conversation, but I know Jeff and I have also been looking at the newer versions of the Chromebooks are more capable as well. And the cost is not significantly different. So that's something he'll help me process. At this point in time, we would have to have a bigger conversation about going to a BYOD environment, but that's not favored in my mind, I think, in most districts.
Okay, thank you.
Joanna, if we just took the phones away from kids in the building, and it's successful because they can't use their phone on their MacBook, they only have the Chromebook. If kids start bringing their own, devices to school and middle school, then we lose those administrative
There are
privileges.
tools that I know some private schools use that limits what kids can do on their laptop, but it's a whole other longer term question. I just wanted to.
I think development at that age, there's a whole question involved, whether it's the age they are the age they are their age, and from issues with even managing what we have provided them, it just sort of, it's a harder thing to actually manage.
But I think the underlying issue that you're suggesting BYOD because there's some reliability issues with the Chromebooks. I think that's really the underlying question that you're asking. So there, I think it sounds like you, as you said, you've made 2 changes, streamline the Chromebooks so they can handle more of a load, and we have a faster turnaround time in terms of our own internal IT support. But that's something to continue to monitor, I think, because we certainly do want our students to be able to do their work, and we do hear concerns about it from time to time. So not really a budget question, but it sounds like, I think there are some tech questions, like how does our tech strategy relate to our personal device strategy? That will come up as part of the high school. What is the efficacy of our the devices that we're using? How many devices do we allocate per person, whether we're talking about administration or we're talking about the high school teachers? And I do understand the history of why we made that choice, but I do think there are some bigger picture questions that we've been asking that we probably need to talk about. Not necessarily in the budget cycle, but as long as you're telling us what you have in place, we'll keep the kids working at a better cadence.
I have
Joanna. Sure.
Sorry. So the Aspen PD is only 9,000. What's the other 20,000?
20,000 is mostly for my staff for any kind of technical development, any kind of conferences we go to. So.
And then the consulting line, not the one that Greg brought up, but the other one, has personnel. What is the consulting services?
Consulting services, that is mostly our wide area network management. That's a 24/7 monitoring system, plus their consultants into our wide area. They just continuously monitor to make sure we're up and running.
Great.
Yeah.
Katie.
Thank you. Similarly to how you were categorizing, Jill, the conversation about the integration between our priorities and our devices. I wanted to flag the typing club for a future discussion as well, recognizing that, Amy, this might be more of a curriculum component. And it's, it's $5,000 in the budget, which I have received some parent complaints about that this is existing in the school, but that it's not robust enough to teach students actually like performative typing. And it reminds me similarly of the cursive writing curriculum, how it's kind of introduced, but not really enforced. So I just like to flag that as something for us to come back to in terms of what our kind of philosophy is.
Can I add on to that? I'd also like to discuss RAS Kids. We're moving more towards the science of reading, and that's level text, and it's also on a screen. So you're having kids read on a screen. So I just wanted to see if there's some way you can go back and see if that's actually necessary, but I thought it was not.
Yeah, so there's 3 different questions I hear in what you're saying, the 2 of you. One is about whether or not we've scrubbed our current set of technology for where we are in terms of what we want, what ties to what curriculum. And so it would be helpful to understand, just to review that one more time before the 14th, please. A second piece is I think it's probably time for an update of scope and sequence of kids and devices. And that's probably tied to the library curriculum because that's where we had housed it last. Making sure that there was digital literacy, there was typing. So I think we would love to understand where we are in that universe.
And I would just add to that specific to the literacy pilot as well.
Yes.
Not just library, but yeah.
Yes. Okay, I think there was a third component, but I've lost it. So it'll come back to me or not. Okay, in terms of software, my other question, Tim and or Jeff, is we have some software that is instructional where we might have variability in an instructor's desire to use it. How does that work from a licensing perspective? Do we then license it out only, do we require it, or do we license it only for teachers who actually want to actively use it?
Oh, the vendors sometimes have the voice on this. So some vendors, they delineate the licensing by number of students you're serving, or it's school-based, it's this set amount per school, but some products offer licensing based on a number of teacher users. So hence, that's why I was able to mention before, like we're able to save a bit of money on Nearpod and also Book Creator, because those are ones where we can kind of narrow it down to the staff that actually want to be using those particular tools.
Okay, so just if I could summarize, where we have any sort of control over the number of licenses, we do actively work to manage the number of licenses we issue.
Yes.
Okay.
And, something like Book Creator previously was whole district. And it was, to be honest, it was easier just to buy it for the whole district. But as a cost savings, we're now bringing it down. And so I'm the one that goes in and assigns the licenses to the staff that actually want to use it with their students.
Okay. Well, thank you for doing it. Dave.
So just a question on the elementary level Chromebooks that go home with kids. I know some parents put in time limits and things like that on their personal devices at home. Not sure that those exist with all elementary devices. Is there any possible way we can make it so the kids can't sit and watch YouTube all night on their school issue devices? Just asking for a friend.
Yeah, I second the motion.
There's an idea that Jeff and I will be teasing and testing out in I would say in the coming months or two. Additionally, I mean, I don't know how best to answer this other than I was also there as a parent, and I bought the router that let me on my home Wi-Fi network decide, what was on when and not. And so I know not every parent has that technical level of comfort, but that was an approach that worked for me in my household.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin.
Just on, especially at the K-3 level, and I'm seeing all of these now resources for elementary age school kids who, with software for instruction. And my question really, as we are trying to move away from so much screen time, especially at younger ages, do we also have our literary resources provided offline without requiring the use of screens? For instance, the Learning A to Z Res Kids, as was mentioned, or, there are so many of these now that I think are migrating to younger and younger ages. And I'm really concerned just about, hopefully our elementary kids can actually not have to look at screens the entire day to get their instruction. And I see the software industry constantly basically increasing this. And as a district, from medical standpoint too, and like the amount of brain development and the screen time impact on eyes and everything. I want to talk about that because I think we might want to scale back to some extent, at least at younger ages.
I know this is outside the budget conversation. I would say to you, I know in the conversations I've had with staff at elementary level, they're very sensitive to screen time. And I can't speak directly to each teacher's usage of some of these tools, but I also want to mention there is some assistive tech benefit for tools like Learning A to Z, where you can customize the reading level on the fly for certain particular students if that's what they need. So
I understand there are benefits, but I also think that there can be overuse of this. And ideally, we also have the classroom book libraries and physical, reading and instruction, which doesn't require a smart board or a computer.
I think
And
Sarah,
that's where I'm going with.
if we could get Sarah and Amy to pick that up in curriculum and talk about our policy is the wrong word, but our approach to using a blend of appropriate media in curriculum, because it's different at different levels. And certainly it is an important topic and something that I think parents and the board should be aware of, just because then you've got to turn around and monitor it in your own home.
And K-3 literacy, for instance, with the new resource, is that going to be provided offline as well as online?
Yes.
I wasn't sure how that worked either.
I think part of that can be folded into that library media specialist conversation of how, media in general and how we're approaching that.
Agreed, that and also the K-3 literacy update. I think this is an example of where we want to crosswalk kind of both of those topics. But I was going to point to the requested investment in classroom libraries, especially at the younger levels. You can assess children differently as they're growing as readers when they have an actual text in their hand versus online. So there are other benefits too instructionally to making sure that we're keeping those books in the hands of children.
Right, thank you.
Well, and no.
So as Jeff and Tim have just said here, and it's shown here, we've limited, there were certainly other requests from staff, number of requests from staff for new software, given the challenge that we're facing, we have limited that to the 3 initiatives that we've been talking about, things that were in there like Schoology AI and different other software packages, but we've completely limited that this year.
So I think there's probably a universe of possibilities in terms of things that we could get, but is there anything that concerns you that we've limited, like AI?
For me personally, speaking as a superintendent, I would have, the toughest one to let go for me a little bit was the school AI, because it gave a little bit of an environment, controlled environment for teachers to explore and use this tool. That's just me. Maybe Tim would have something else.
Tim?
That was a big one for me. There are several different AI tools that are out there that are really good. Staff are piloting them. A few staff are buying some subscriptions on their own, but School AI was a great one.
And what's the cost of that?
I think it was around 25,000.
Insignificant.
Yeah, so I'm not proposing to put it back in. I'm just saying that there's another area where we prioritize.
Okay. Any other questions in technology? All right, fellow elected officials.
Pardon me?
Oh, I was calling for members of the public, fellow or members. Yeah.
Means you're off the hook, Jeff.
Well, not yet, not yet. Members of the public. And no one online. Okay, you're off the hook for the time being.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim, for staying
Thank
on.
you. Of course.
Right, early learning program.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Laura Strayton, and thank you for allowing me to present the Early Learning Program's 25-26 budget. ELP, just as a reminder, is an integrated preschool program for children ages 3 through 5, in which children with learning differences and children with typically developing skills learn from each other in a nurturing environment. This play-based and project-based learning provides opportunities for children to be purposeful, creative, inquisitive, flexible, and reflective. During the 24-25 school year, ELP offered both a 4- and 5-day program as a transition to a full implementation of the 5-day program for the 25-26 school year. The 5-day program has allowed our program to participate in art and physical education and continue our work with music. The teachers have really enjoyed all of those experiences along with the children. Maintaining a 5-day program has provided an inclusive program for students with and without learning differences that previously was limited for a 4-day program. Just kind of an update, applications have been accepted. 46 families applied to the early learning program and all have been accepted to the program. They are in process now of letting us know if they're going to be attending for next school year. General teaching supplies account 024011. We are requesting the same level of support as last year, $10,000. Textbooks and consumables account 22003. We're also proposing and requesting the same level of support as last year, $9,750. Professional development account 25003. We're requesting a budget of $10,000, same as last year, to continue our work with cooperative educational services around the upcoming changes to the early childhood outcomes. The ECO is required data collection from the state of Connecticut that looks at children's progress from the beginning of entry into the program with an IEP and exiting from the program with an IEP. They're moving to CT dots as their measure for moving forward. Also, we'd like to continue the support with our development of CT SEDS and stairs-based riding goals to be compliant with the new legislation and regarding the best practices in early childhood education requirements and play-based learning. ELP tuition is for the 5-day program at $11,845.
Laura, can you, I don't know if your internet is breaking up, but specifically your speech now, can you do anything on your side there or speak up or?
Which parts didn't you hear?
We heard okay, but if just going forward, if you could
So
be louder.
Close your video maybe, and that might help.
Okay. Yay. All right, so I'll just talk louder too.
That's better. Thank you.
So in general, we're requesting the same level as last year. Just to highlight the 5-day program for the early learning program is at $11,845, which is a 3% increase over last year. But again, the program is just 5 days, and we can like to continue with the same level of support from last year. You know, we have found some help with, again, not help, but being all together has really been helpful for materials and staffing support. So we appreciate being at one location. So thank you.
Okay. Questions for ELP, Joanne? Are you losing any students or families that were using the 4-day and now don't want to go to the 5-day?
I don't think so. No.
They're applying now, aren't they? Or they're finding out now?
Yes. So everyone who has been in ELP this school year is automatically accepted. There may be a few families who have different thoughts on preschool for next school year, which is a different private world, not a community in Darien. So that's still shaking out. But as a whole, everyone seems to be going to the 5-day.
Okay, Katie.
Thank you. Technically, my question is coming from the multi-year tab, but I want to ask it now since you're on, Laura. I see that in your RC for fiscal year 26, there is a 3% increase in tuition, but the multi-year tab lists a 4% increase in tuition annually. Can you just speak to that difference?
I'm going to have Rich answer that
one.
one.
Yep, I'll speak to it. So typically we do 4%. We did make it 3% this year because you do have some families who are paying that lower rate as a 4-day a week. So we left it at 3 this year, slightly less because they would be having a larger increase than normally because of the switch from 4 to 5.
Robin.
I just wanted to talk about the enrollment because the ELP enrollment has increased 44 students since 2020. And I just would love to have some kind of explanation about what is causing it to increase at that level and what is driving the increased referrals into the program. If you could just give us some information about that.
Well, I would just remind, like, everybody in 2020, people didn't really want to come to school and because of all those restrictions. So as the years have gone, families are more comfortable sending their children back to the community. Also, children were born in 2020 who are now a part of our program. Their early life has been very different than children born before them. So we're just seeing across the board, children who have different needs may be identified through an IEP or just maybe typically developing friends who just need a little extra something. But as families move into town, you know, there is a rise in autism that we are seeing. And so that also is reflected over the years. So those are the kinds of things that we're seeing in trends. We're, you know.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about my mistake about COVID. I
Yeah,
forgot.
that's okay. Yeah.
But what is the current baseline for the program? It's around 100 kids, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're trending at 100 currently. Well, as of Monday, we'll have 95 students. You know, we seem to be increasing, but I'm expecting to end by 100, 105 maybe. So currently class sizes are 10 and 11, so they're still manageable. And you know, so we're trending okay, but higher.
Thank you.
Joanne, oh, sorry, I forgot you this time.
I mean, I'm literally like sit in front of you.
It's lonely over
It
here.
is
I mean,
lonely.
I'm new over here.
Yeah. It's, you know, you gotta look right. I ask this every year. Can we get a comparison of the different preschools tuition for next year, please?
Rich has it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I'll go now.
Yes, thank you.
The specials teachers, because this is the first year you've had anything besides music, right? An ELP.
Correct.
So where are they coming from? Are they Ox-based? Are they itinerant? We're having so many issues with teachers being able to actually meet all, you know, the art, especially we've heard from other teachers that there aren't enough of them essentially to give the amount of time that the board policy was set in the past that they wanted them to have. So I'm just wondering how ELP fits into that puzzle.
Sure. The Oxbridge art teacher is working with us for many of the classes. And then also the Tokenique art teacher is coming over for, I think, 3 classes out of the 8. We've been assisting and supporting the teacher with some prepping of materials for her, but it seems to be working out. There's not a lot of travel except for that one teacher, the art teacher. Music, we have 2 music teachers. One is coming from the middle school and one, I think, is Oxridge and another school. The schedules have been working out. Again, like, I think looking to perhaps having ELP on an 8-day rotation will help some of the elementary staff, and ELP for scheduling for those subjects or, you know, specials.
Marge and Amy, can you address whether or not there's an impact on the elementary schools?
So I understand that change has been difficult this year for the itinerant art and music teachers, and we will do everything we can to smooth out the schedule for next year. But I assure you that there is plenty of time in the art and music schedules so that they should have plenty of time for their prep, plenty of travel time. We'll make it better next year, but I just think that change was hard this year, and you know, it's different to be itinerant.
Thank you. Katie?
Thank you. Can, earlier we had, Joanna had asked, and you had flagged about coming back to music and having a more formal update on that. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that it would be great to do that with art and with ELP as well. Kind of hearing Laura say that ELP staff is helping with preparation of materials makes me very concerned for our K-5 teachers across 5 buildings.
Well, I think also just kind of talking a little bit about that, we have little guys and there's a lot of modifications, and we do have that help so that it's not overwhelming for all teachers. So and like PE, there's no real prep, we'll say, for attending that class. So.
Okay, so in terms of follow-up, we're going to include ELP in the update on music and art in that more formal update.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Did I see another hand? Sarah, do you have your hand up?
I do not. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Okay. Fellow government officials? Members of the public? Okay. Thank you very much, Laura.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. Sorry about the internet.
RC 24.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone in the community. Thank you again to the board members also and the Darien community for all of your support for our students, for our faculty, our related service providers, our para-educators, and the SES administration for ongoing support. I know that we recently did a state of the state and presented to the board and the community, so I'll be briefer than usual. In just moving forward, I did want to start, and I'm on RC 24 for the personnel budget line. And the one change that we're asking for is to have a board certified BCBA. I just want to distinguish for the board and for the committee the difference between a BCBA and a BCABA. A BCBA is a master's level certification that allows practitioners to work independently. They've earned a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, or sometimes a doctoral degree, in behavior analysis, as well as education and psychology. That distinguishes, they also have certification as a BCABA, and they've passed the BCBA exam. The distinction between that and a BCABA, and there's a small a in the ABA just to distinguish that, is that's an assistant. So BCABA does not require the same level of experience. They may just have an undergraduate level certification to become a BCABA. They do have to sit for the BCABA exam, but they require supervision by a BCBA. They can't work independently, and they have earned either a bachelor's degree or in behavior analysis, or it may be a related field. And the reason we're asking for BCBA, and you can see in our contracted services, is that many of our students, especially on the elementary level, require services from a BCBA in terms of behavior regulation, in terms of also supporting and implementing behavior plans and doing FBAs as well. The other piece about BCBAs is that since they don't require supervision, we're able to have them spending more of their time actually supporting students in the classroom and supporting our colleagues in the classroom for implementing those programs. Currently, as you've seen in our contracted services, there's a strong line for BCBAs. This would reduce the number in terms of the expenditures for contracted BCBAs. And by eliminating the BCABA that we currently have on the elementary level, we'll be able to have a delta that would be reasonable and fiscally responsible. The other piece to note is in the conversion from BCABA is that, and the reason you'll say, why are we doing it on elementary, not on secondary? Because that would be a question that one would pose. And the reason is that BCBA services are much more indicated with our youngest learners. That's when they're developing those skills, they're learning regulation. We find that the BCABA services are more related to our secondary program. Very often they're out in the community, they're working with families in terms of generalization, and they're not doing as much direct supervision and implementation with older students. I'll go on to the occupational therapist. As you generously supported 5 new OTs this year. We have 1 in elementary school. We continue to have contracted services for occupational therapists on the secondary level. We have 1 that's shared between middle school and the high school. And we also have 1 that's contracted for OT services at Oxbridge. So we have 2 OTs at Oxbridge. 1 is a Darien employee and 1 is contracted. And for ELP this year, we continued with a contracted OT. Unfortunately, again, for stability of services, that person resigned early on in the year. Everyone put all hands on deck to help on until we finally have replaced that. And we know for continuity of services, we're requesting that the board consider an OT Darien employee for ELP commencing for next year. For ESY and summer PPTs, and we're looking at account 21308. The biggest difference in the increase of that budget has to do with the number of school days at the end. There are 8 days next year. Depending on when school ends, there may be 5 days, there may be 6 days. And the cost of per day services is what we're looking at that warrants that increase, and there'll be 8 days for this year. For consultant services, the biggest difference in the consultant services, you can see there is a decrease, even though there's been an increase in some of their relates again, because of the addition of a BCBA that would offset some of those expenses and some of the other services that we have that will be increased, including some translations for evaluators, some consultants for BCBAs and RBTs will be reduced as well, that we continue to be able to offer that at a decreased for the account. For contracted speech, which continues, and we spoke earlier during our presentation, we have not been able to successfully fill the oral motor and feeding and swallowing expertise. We have been able to bring into district one of our other speech and language pathologists, but we haven't been successful. We continue again to work with a consultant for that. We do not anticipate being able to fill that at this time. We'll continue to look throughout the school year. For contracted OT, again, I just spoke to how we'll be doing that for ELP and be able to service that continue our same services. Pupil evaluations, for pupil evaluations, again, the budget increase is based on the cost of those. Also, there is an increase typically during the spring months and later on in the school year. Again, those are neuropsych evaluations, oral feeding evaluations, bilingual evaluations, some environmental evaluations as well when we work with contracted BCBAs, and those will continue to be warranted outside, including our neuropsych evaluations. For out-of-district transportation, you can see that the budget remains. That includes specialized transportation is predominantly done with inside the district. The decreases that we've been able to now contract, we have all of our Suburbans as well as our wheelchair busing provisions, and the funding remains at the budget for 74. The proposed budget is $20,000. There are still some transportation services outside of the district. For tuition public schools budget, we're looking at an increase in that budget because we have a number of students for next year that will require transition programs outside for 25-26. For the non-public tuition also, we can see that the cost has gone up. We spoke about that at our presentation as well. For the 25-26 year for unilateral placements as well as IEP placements. We explained that a great deal of that is based on the cost of those placements and those increases in programs, and the cohort of students are different students from previous years. Dues and membership, the one area we're looking for is the ability to supervise our own psychologists and interns towards licensure here. We're asking for dues and memberships for 2 of our psychologists in order to supervise on the upcoming psychologists who might be able to qualify for that licensure. And excess cost is in the budget that shows where we are. We're entitlement cap of 70%, we believe, for this year, and we're projecting that threshold of $122,000.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. I'll open it to board questions. Katie.
Thank you. I wanted to, well, first, since you were just talking about it, on dues and memberships and that 2 licensure, do you have an idea what, like what buildings? Do you have those identified specific to the intern?
We have students, the supervisor will be Dr. Scott McCarthy, who's on the screen, as well as Dr. Alicia Dad.
Okay, so it's
So
going to
they'll
be
be supervising
administrative level.
across all 7 buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Or 8 buildings, actually, because
Great. And then I just wanted to flag, this comes up a lot, especially at the finance subcommittee, but I wanted to just discuss the accounts for tuition, recognizing that we are looking at budgeting for fiscal year 26 over $9 million in tuition. And I would, this came up during the annual review as well, but I want to again ask for an identification of cohorts of size, that we might be able to begin discussions on developing in-house programs for. Like we talked about earlier today with Fitch, like we've heard about the benefits of a cohort of IDEA, and we're looking at 237 students and a cost of $400,000 to serve them. How might we look at cohorts of students with language-based learning challenges, for example? There are programs like the Southport School has the CoLab, New Canaan has their Learning Academy. I would just like to flag again for us that this is a significant cost. This is not, a small piece of our budget. It's a growing one. And that I think that it makes sense for us to look at our student populations and how we might be able to serve them in-house.
And we're in agreement, Katie. I do want to, and I know we mentioned this in our presentation at the State of the State, many of those out-of-district placements that are described as agreements are because we're not able to place these students in non-state approved programs. Some of them are residential programs that we wouldn't be able to replicate. And again, not diminishing what we can look at in terms of day programs and other outside, but many of them and many of the high cost programs are programs we couldn't replicate.
Sure. And I do definitely understand that, acknowledging that a lot of, like residential type programs are for very specific, very high needs, which again, I would come back to my stipulation of cohorts of size, right? Where can we identify a significant number of children with similar needs that we might actually be able to serve here?
Yep, go ahead. I think that's a parking lot question.
It is. And we've already begun to look at that. We were looking at based on, as we said, classifications and looking at grade level also to see when it's coming in third and fourth and fifth. And we are working on that.
Great.
Right.
So that'll be sometime. We'll mark that as the parking lot. Transition is another example of a cohort. So looking at special ed through that.
And we're in agreement.
Yeah. Okay, great. I think it's probably not, we can't control it for this budget, but the other thing I would like to understand is what the actual growth in tuition looks like by type. So, we have kind of our day placement schools that are dealing with a specific learning disability or combination of specific learning disabilities. You have a more therapeutic setting. You might have something for very high needs, more medically based. I'd like to understand how the tuition has grown, whatever breakdown of types of schools to keep, it appropriately private, but so that we can understand how tuition is changing. Because we know that our numbers of outplacement are relatively stable. It would be helpful to see what's happening in the industry in terms of the actual tuition rates. So again, that's not really a budget question, but I think being able to answer that sooner than later would be helpful.
And we can do that at the same time when we're looking at programs, and we could do it by therapeutic day programs. We can do it by residential programs as well. Residential.
I think probably for the purposes of being able to explain the budgetary drivers, it's probably more important from a timely perspective, because then when we go and turn around and talk to our fellow government bodies, it's helpful to explain the growth in this category. So I think that one's a little bit more timely. I think we do need to know the answer to the cohort question and start to have that discussion, but I'd like to have this one before soon, before we go to our.
We can do
partners.
that easily.
Thank you.
Because we've looked at it over the course of the years. And I can tell you that residential programs have been very significantly increased.
Yep.
As well as some day programs. So we could break it down without
Great.
names and do that.
Great. John, are you adding?
Yeah, well, I guess tuition prices are going up,
Yes.
like for like services. So kind of a breakdown in some way. And I hate, again, talking about kids as units, but units versus price increase, if I think price versus quantity. So that would be a question. And then just to back up and just maybe review, can you explain in a few bullet points what it takes to have an outplaced, a child to be outplaced in how, and there's unilateral outplacements, because that's a question I often get, and I just want to make sure I'm giving the right answer.
So there's two answers to that. One is in order for an IEP placement, in order for a PPT to recommend an IEP placement out of district, we've exhausted everything in district to address that child's needs. And the notion is we're not able to do that. And it might be behavioral, it might be physical, and it may be different reasons why. But it means that the PPT and all of the providers have exhausted all the remedies we can do within a school district. That's an IEP placement. A unilateral parental placement, it's actually three things. A unilateral placement for a parent is a parent may not agree with the provision of services we have, and they're in disagreement. And at some point, they've made the decision to place their child in a different program. That would be your second cohort. And there is a third, actually, which I was speaking to earlier. I'll use a residential program as an example. It's not a state-approved program, and everything's been exhausted for that student. However, in agreement, the district and the family will make an agreement to place that child there, because we cannot place the child there, only the parent can. It's not state-approved. So because it is required, but because many of them are not state-approved, we cannot place as a PPT, but we would work in concert with the family to try to help support that.
And just one quick follow-up on the unilateral parent category. Then is there a negotiation in terms of how the tuition is paid, or help us understand that?
So there is they can be done by mediation, and there's a mediator that comes in from the state, and it's done between the family and the district. It's one way. It also can be just done between the family and the district without mediation.
Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you. Looking at 21304, the extended day homebound, I see that to date, it's only been 763. Do you really think we're going to get to 275?
It seems to increase in the spring, and as that time goes on, we might be a little bit not at that end, but
Okay.
typically, historically, year after year, we do get to that point.
Okay.
Go ahead. And the intern program. For some reason, I still don't understand exactly how this is I mean, I understand how it's working, but how many interns do we currently have that we're using, that we're working with the consortium?
So we have 2 interns. And again, I know you asked last time, Joanna, they don't replace our psychologists. That's not the intention.
And then is it do you know how much we pay per intern, or do we pay their tuition, or is it the same?
We pay the intern themselves in this case, unlike the interns we talked about in the elementary
Right.
school, we pay the interns themselves.
Oh.
So one is 30 and one is 25,000.
Okay, and then, sorry, you said you want to hire 2 new interns? Is that in addition, would we have 4, or did these interns leave after a year and now we need to?
They're new interns, and I will, since Dr. McCarthy's on the screen, and he's actively supports that program and has been one of the initiators with Alicia Dad. We may want to add some color to that.
Sure. Yep. So the school psychology programs require a 1-year, 2,000-hour internship. So the 2 interns who are with us this year will complete their internships in June, and we will take on 2 new interns starting July 1. The change in the cost is part of our consortium application process to APA, and APA requested that our internship stipends reflect the average APA internship in Connecticut, which is 34,000.
Robin?
Just one question. Do we have the state approved data now that has it been released yet for 24-25 about the educational classifications? We don't have any of that yet.
And I will follow up in a memorandum to the superintendent to share that as soon as we have it.
Okay, thank you.
Katie?
Thank you.
And then Devin.
Scott, question for you. When you mentioned the APA, we're going through them versus the accrediting bodies of school psychologists. This is for psychologists in general, not specific to school psychologists.
So school psychologists can be both members of the National Association of School Psychologists and the American Psychological Association for Division 16. The doctoral internship in school psychology through the APIC process is the most competitive and most respected process, and that's through the APA.
And then that 34,000, is that for a 12-month position or for a 10-month school year?
A 12-month position.
So would it be prorated for the 10 months of school?
They work for us for ESY.
Okay, so they will be doing a 12-month internship as well. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Yes. Yep.
Dennis?
This is a rich question, but trying to understand the transportation and in-house transportation. Is it all on in this RC, or does some exist in finance with the bus monitor assistant? And if so, can we get a 1-pager on the history of the savings we will have over years in bringing transportation in-house?
Sure. So it's actually in 3 RCs. It's in this RC, RC 20, and then RC 25. So RC 25 is like the cost of the fuel, the cost of the insurance of the vehicles, et cetera, maintenance.
Maintenance, tires. So
Yeah,
like,
things
so
like
if
that.
we could kind of bring that into one piece so we can kind of track that over the next few years to make sure we're achieving the savings we assumed we would. Thank you.
Robin?
I have a question on, this is in the object detail. It has to do with special education. It was the other instructional supplies that's on page 293. So we have an increase of $76,000, but it's like a $480,000 budget. And just, it's been increasing over the years, and it would just be interesting. I'd just like to know kind of what is in that. Because I think the other, usually this is more of administrative kinds of expenses, but it seems that it might be different for RC 24. What's included in this?
Can you just repeat the number?
Yeah, it's page number 293 and it's object 250. 293? 293 in the binder.
Rich, you want to take a vote?
It does include professional library collections and computer software, so that might be part of the reason this is higher, but I just was curious what that included.
If we don't see it now, you can follow up, but. We'll get a follow-up.
I can follow up. I can just speak to some of the, again, I'd have to go through line by line, but I can go through some of the instructional materials. A great deal of the expenses are for AAC devices also. There's a lot of AAC devices that we use for students.
AAC is
What is
assistive
So it's,
communication.
so the driver is primarily for the special education pupil services. So it's anything with an object 025. And as you've seen, pupil services has gone from about 159,000 to close to 400.
And pupil services is?
Pupil evaluation.
Oh, for the pupil evaluation. Is that in this line item?
Correct.
Oh, so it's a roll up of several line. Okay, thank you.
I'll still tell you what AAC is if you want to know. Good. They're really working with specific devices. AAC, sometimes we have students who require a device that has eye gazing systems. I thought we were looking at technology. So we have some unique systems that we use for technology, and those are AAC devices.
Okay, thank you.
But Rich answered the question better than I because it was a different line item.
Thank you.
Joanna?
So you would like to move the ELP OT over. Is there any reason why you didn't do that last year when we started doing the process? And then also with the other contracted one, would you, I mean, next year, do you think you will move it, ask to move it over again? So we get away from all contracted? Or-
We considered it for the ELP at that point. We thought we could do it. It didn't require a full-time position, we thought, so we could do some contracted services. Given the number of students we have now, it really does require a full-time position
And then
and continuity.
the contracted SLP, I'm sorry, the SLP you wanted to bring in-house that you can't find. Are we still looking for someone for that?
Actively.
Okay.
And our hope is we'll get there. As I said, last time we had spoken, they're very competitive. They have private practices, and it's very hard to get someone to switch over. We've tried. We've actually tried recruiting some of our contracted people, but we're not giving up. Our hope is to get there.
Okay. Other questions in this category?
I just have one more question.
Sure.
So in the special class teachers line, 803, you have 63 teachers, but there's no change in the staff line. And so in the object detail I saw, it's because you currently already employ 63 teachers. Is that why? Is there any way that we could capture that information so we do see how many special ed teachers we're adding over the years, just to kind of keep track? It doesn't feel like you're not adding any. Because they're brought in by IEP, right? Whenever that IEP might start, it doesn't necessarily start with the calendar year or the school year.
We can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Guys, follow up.
Yeah, follow up on that. I'm just curious how that's spread across the schools. So you like approximately how many are secondary, how many are elementary?
I'll break it down by that.
Okay.
I'll break it down
I'm just
elementary, middle
curious.
school and high school.
If I can add to that, I would just say, I think that that would be really helpful, especially as we're talking about these kind of snapshot documents. You had mentioned in here that we had an increase of 86 students from in the 23 to 24 year and, an additional 7. And I think that that's really helpful to just see like that broad comparison and how our program is growing, how our populations are. We hear a lot, right, about everything increasing, but to quantify it would be great. So thank you, Sure.
So I think to that end, let's track it against enrollment. I understand special ed enrollment is that what you're actually serving is variable, but just as to give us a sense of movement, please.
And the referral rates that you said were coming, I'm assuming you just haven't worked them out yet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So I know, just to summarize what the board has asked for, we've asked for analysis of the tuition rate growth. For the parking lot, we have a cohort analysis that'll come up sometime later in the year. We've asked for a summary of the transportation work so we can track that over time. And then we've just asked for a follow-up on special education staffing, how it distributes across schools against enrollment. And Joanne, I think you just asked for some forecast on that. Yeah, projected, what did you just say?
I had asked earlier,
Right.
before the
And
Referrals.
we're working on the referral rate, and they were looking at referral rate, and we have our building level administrators are looking at that. I think it was also, you asked about parent referral versus school referrals, and they're working on that as well.
Right, and how many
All right.
PTs turn into APs and that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
We'll, as part of that discussion, I mean, this is a significant and understandably so, to some degree, budget item. We have over 100 paraprofessionals who support our children in that. Not only is there a possibility for creating cohorts to address in some way, but also how we're addressing them now. There may be a different way of actually doing that, but it's just a growing, continuing conundrum
Hopefully opportunity.
and opportunity, always.
Okay. Fellow elected officials. Members of the public.
Crystal Hill, CDSP Chair. This question coming from our special ed community in regard to the change in BCBA. Has there been any real analysis done on the behavioral analysis consult hours kind of outlined in current IEPs or where they're projected for next year? Just to determine what the actual needs are. We've heard some concerns from the special ed community that we don't really currently have staffing capacity to support what actual needs exist in our student population, and concerns that trend may continue into next budget year. And then I'll just reinforce, I know this came up around the board table, again, the trend in continued increase in costs in outplacements. And again, I think Mr. Sini brought this up, just is that, what percent of that is driven by tuition versus actual increase in numbers of outplacements? And then we hear from parents all the time who have to outplace it. It's not what they want to do. So I certainly think any movement that we could see towards a large cohort of dyslexic students or students with certain behavioral trends that are causing them to be outplaced, that those students would love to be placed back in Darien schools if the programming existed.
Thank you. Anyone online? Okay.
User CPAC, Trisha, you've been recognized and unmuted.
Hi. I'm Trisha Bresnahan and 11 Glenvale Avenue, and I'm speaking for CPAC. And we see the line for the paraprofessionals, and we're wondering if there are enough to meet IEP requirements. There are a lot of absences historically with paraprofessionals, as you were talking about earlier about the instructional ones. And while it's hard to know when someone's going to be sick, we also know this happens year after year. And so it seems like there should be a plan in place for that. It's extremely disruptive at the younger ages. And in addition, even at the high school, they've had to cancel unified sports practices because of it. So it would be good if there was something put into place. And on that, in past, it's been brought up many times during the budget season regarding a database for missed services. And it has been decided not to use it, and the service providers are in charge of keeping their own missed services. And we're just wondering how that's been going, if there's a report on if that works, if parents have been notified, and if there's something that tells us how many missed services there have been, and if they're being made up in a way that is helpful for the student and still keeping within their IEP, because sometimes it's hard if they have to be pulled from something else to make up a service. And does this include the special education teachers, which I think it does, but you don't always hear from them if they miss something. And then also for the PD line, we see that it's up 33%. It would be nice to know what PD is happening. One thing that CPAC has brought up many times, and we know that the co-taught, the inclusion consultant that was doing PD for co-taught classes at middle school and high school was hurt, and so out of commission. And we're wondering if there's been any progress on finding someone new to do some professional development, because obviously there's new trends, anyway, people start to leave, and I know there were people trained, but sometimes after the trickle down, you're not going to get so much information. And also we see that the transition program is not in the budget, and but there are still students that need to transition, and we're wondering if what kind of PD is going to be put into that. The transition process should start in middle school and into high school, and teams who are working with these kids don't always know all the post-secondary options. They're not educated on them. They haven't been, the guidance counselors, the case managers, and not everybody even knows about them, and they're weighing in on decisions on what these kids should do. So it would be nice to see if we could get some PD until maybe some transition, something went into practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further use.
Okay. So there's a couple of questions from what I heard that we could ask for the assumptions and the capacity work that was done for the behavioral consult to underlying that decision. I think it'd be helpful to see that. I think it would be helpful to understand what PD is planned. And I think the question of it's not really a budget question, but is there any, given that we're not putting a program in place, but are there other things we're doing for transition? Would be helpful to answer, please. Anything else? Yes.
Thank you. I would like to piggyback on that. I think that, coming back to when this first came up to us, and sort of the scope of what the steering committee was going to do, there was one specific program for a specific cohort. And then there's also that broader development of the capacity of our staff and really of a department that would serve all students, especially all students with any kind of need that may be going to college, might be doing anything differently post-secondary. And I do feel that the focus became a bit narrow into one program, and I would hate for us to miss this broader, very large cohort of students that could benefit. So I would like to also echo support that we think about that as we're planning our professional development for the capacity of really expanding our understanding of options post-secondary.
May I just respond to that also, Katie? Just to mention that Kathy Oster and the school counselors over DHS it's been one of their PD goals this year, but we'll certainly elaborate on that. I'm sure she goes well. But just to know that it's not going unnoticed, that they are certainly doing that. Allison Longfellow actually has been Herculean in helping during our steering committee as well, and has shared that with her colleagues in the high school as well, one of the school counselors. So please know that. And if there aren't questions, if I can just take one moment, just on behalf of Laura and Scott and myself, and Katie, you've thanked teachers and other members of the board have, but I just want to take this opportunity. I know we mentioned it at our last presentation, that there's a shortage of special education teachers. There's a shortage of school psychologists. There's a shortage of other related service providers. And we fortunately are fully committed here. And I think it's because of the extraordinary efforts of our staff. Also, just thinking of substitution, we actually have a teacher who's come back to cover a medical leave, who's retired special education teacher in one of our elementary schools. And I just want, on behalf of Laura Scott and myself, again, just thank everyone and to recognize all their extraordinary commitment to all of our students and families here in the SES department. So I just want to thank them on our behalf.
Thank you. We as a board echo that. Okay.
We're
RC
actually 20 minutes ahead of schedule.
Oh, look at that.
Take a
Good
little
job,
break.
board. Do you want to take a break? Or keep going? All right, keep going. Curriculum. Amy, you're up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, to echo gratitude for the Board of Education and our community for the strong support of having a superior and excellent educational system and the values that are really clearly portrayed inside the walls of our schools and beyond. It's an exciting place to work and be. I also want to thank the administration and staff who work day in and day out with all of our learners, our students in all populations, general education and special education, because as Shirley and I often talk about, they're all our kids. I'm really happy that I've heard a lot of public comments speak to educational excellence. And I know that we're ahead of schedule, and maybe that means I'll have a few extra minutes to talk about curriculum and instruction, because in my mind, the teaching and learning is really why we're here, and it's important to keep that focus. You'll recall that last year in the budget process, we did some significant work to systematize and bring some, I think, greater coherence to curriculum instruction assessment and professional learning through the RC19 budget. One of those things that our curriculum team, our instructional supervisors, department chairs online, they're all jumping in now. They're all populating. It's like the Brady Bunch view. Thank you guys for being here. Something that they worked really hard on was creating a curriculum writing and revision cycle. And part of that is because we worked really diligently together on this to think about how do we make connections across departments, horizontally, and then of course vertically across the school system. And how do we make connections within the work that we do across all areas? Something else we've been focusing on is ensuring that we have special educators at the table when we're writing curriculum. And something that I noticed quickly upon my arrival last year was the limited access to the curriculum that our community, not only our public stakeholders had, but internally. So that's definitely been a focus area of our work. I want to thank the board for prompting our work not only to center on the tenets of UBD, understanding by design, but also universal design for learning. That's some significant learning for our team of administrators and teachers, and something that we're eager to participate in with our colleagues in the SCSS department. Broadly, I think that you'll hear a lot through the comments today, and certainly hopefully we'll engage in rich dialogue around the curricular work we've done in the area connected to ELP and kindergarten for play-based learning. While that's legislated and some of our work is legislated, it's also work we believe very strongly in. So we're grateful for that opportunity. You'll hear about from ELP all the way up to new courses that have been requested across various departments. You've already heard of some of these through other board meetings, and the expansion, the continued expansion of the world language department with new courses there. So I'll just go through the budget because I'm sure there'll be some active dialogue as we move through this process. So the personnel accounts, there is not any recommended change. So I'll jump to the curriculum development piece. I want to note that there is not an increase in this line item, but I think again, it's a more articulated plan. If you look at page 220 in the budget detail in the narrative, we tried to break out our curriculum projects at both the elementary, middle, and high school level. We're also trying to reference what the public can expect as far as stage 1, which would again be those public-facing documents that are kind of the big picture of each of the department areas and courses for what students should be able to know and be able to do at the end of an experience in a course or grade level. We've also noted ongoing curriculum revision. If I can go back for one quick second to the stage 1 on page 220, There's a note about at the elementary level library K-5 curriculum. There were some earlier remarks about screen time and digital citizenship and typing. And one of the things that I did also notice last year with Mr. McGuire is that there is work that needs to be done at the first initial stage 1 level at the elementary school. So the board can expect that, again, our work will continue in that area. We've also requested some funds within this budget to continue that work at the approval of the FY26 budget. That will be a focus area at the elementary level for the year ahead. There's also some work here that's outlined in the curriculum area for pre-K 5 art. Mrs. Thompson before was talking about the opportunities for curriculum to connect the departments across music and art, visual and performing arts, and thinking about how we're recognizing opportunities to challenge our students who have gifts and talents in areas beyond humanities and STEM. So that is some other exciting work. As you know, this budget also includes some nods to our work in the area of MTSS. There's been some earlier board discussion in multi-tiered systems of support. That's certainly a continuum of services that connects the general ed work of our department to our special education colleagues, and something that we're looking to make more systemic, and also to ensure that we're providing the needs to challenge all learners appropriately, those that are performing not only, toward grade level standards and but also beyond. So that's something that Julie Droller and Mrs. Klein and I will continue to want to talk about. Additionally, with regard to curriculum projects beyond ongoing work, it is noted that there is curriculum work proposed for those new courses, which we're grateful that the board has approved. They were mentioned earlier. Exciting that there's work in astronomy and cybersecurity. So again, highlighting those STEM areas, and also American Sign Language, which has been a very popular course for students at the high school. Consultant services, again, to just go high level quickly through this, there is a decrease in this account. And that's really because we're bringing that work of some professional learning focus into the district. So the work on play-based learning is something that I've been supporting with Julie Droller and Laura Straighten. We've got a very eager team of pre-K and K teachers. We're leading the work in professional learning there and curriculum design and development together with that group. We've also brought the work in-house for PDEC, which is really the committee that supports our professional learning and growth and support plan for all of us, staff, teachers, educators, leaders, all of us together. I did, within that $21,000, request a very small amount of money for some consulting services for health and PE. I believe that that is an area where we need some expertise to support curriculum development and also to ensure appropriate support of the staff that works in that department, to ensure that they're able to grow also professionally is critically important in the work of teaching and learning for their area. Dues and memberships, there is also a decrease in that line because we were able to find some efficiencies. Part of that was the work that the department chairs and I engaged in together with the building administration to make sure that there wasn't, we found, like, for example, some times where things might have been repeated because, again, we have a complicated budget and building administrators are advocating for certain dues and memberships, and we were able to streamline that very nicely this past year. Local travel remains the same. L Resources works hand in hand with our Title III grant, so there is no increase there. And you can see that our population of ML students gradually does increase naturally throughout the course of the year, and has increased year over year, but we can still meet the needs of our learners. Right now, we have one day dedicated ML staff member in district, and we also have interventionists in district that are helping to support learners that receive those services. The sticker shock line in this budget is the textbook line. If you look at the overall budget increase for RC 19, it looks like a very high number, but if we take out, for example, this textbook line, which is increasing at 158%, that overall number would certainly be a lot different. And that number is relative to two primary driving increases. One is the grade 8 resource for mathematics, and I do see that Ms. Rodier is on the Zoom as well. Thank you. If you have any questions for her about that resource, I'm sure she'll be happy to support me in answering those. I want to be clear that that is not a new program and not a new resource. It's simply a RIA of the current resource that we're using. We do believe that it does meet the needs of our learners and matches really nicely with the work that's happening in district in the area of building thinking classrooms, some of our professional learning efforts. Additionally, obviously a very large, not as large, but a large driver is making sure that we're keeping current with our AP resources. Those courses need to be current in order to be approved for our students and to be successful on the AP assessments that they take annually each spring. We have some world language texts. I have seen them with my own eyes that are in need of repair. They're in bad shape, especially in the area of Latin. So that's something that I would recommend that we keep as a priority in this budget. And then naturally, the text as we move forward with our K3, our efforts in K3 literacy in the district. And I just want to extend another shout out to the group of elementary teachers, all elementary teachers that are working very diligently to grow in our understanding of the instruction for our young readers and writers and thinkers, how our youngest learners are developing their most important skills in the area of reading that will bring them success through the upper grades and beyond. Our staff, as I think Ms. Loveland has mentioned earlier, has spent a significant amount of time engaging in research and engaging in study, practice, and collaboration. They've approached the work with a very open mind. The feedback from our stakeholders, thinking about addressing some areas which we've mentioned in earlier board presentations that we do recognize that we want to strengthen within our offering. There were questions earlier, and I know that we'll continue to talk about the professional learning and PLCs. One of the just, I think, overarching comments I would make with regard to professional learning and the difference is PLC is a type of professional learning, but globally, professional learning at large is really to support kind of the more larger systemic initiatives that may be driven by the state. For example, K3 learning, play-based learning, K3 reading, play-based learning, restorative practices, and also those goals that we've identified as a board and administration with board goals in the strategic plan. Some of these are required things, others are required and also things that we just know are very important and that our students and staff are deserving of. Additionally, the professional learning side of things more broadly is to support teachers in their individual needs and interest for areas of both. That's, did you?
Somebody else.
That's bless you. And I thought it was going to go from here. So more broadly, that's to address individual kind of teacher needs. When we think about a PLC model, the intent of that is to be teacher driven, but it really is a more collaborative experience, focusing on how our students are performing, really looking at cycles of data, thinking about that plan, do, monitor, adjust, looking at how students are, for example, moving through tiers and looking at specific examples of student work, and then thinking about how staff will immediately, as Dr. Addley mentioned before, formatively assess the teaching and learning process and then react to it. It's a different kind of study. So that's just a quick comment on that. Even with all of those changes and the 18 hours of required professional learning by the Connecticut State Department of Education, which is quite simply being outpaced by the mandatory obligations we have, there really has not been a requested significant increase in the overall line. As we know, though, we have discussed the overall request of early release time and PLC time. There is some other costs that have been associated with that. But the PD cost, and as far as the actual learning organization, investing in our staff of teachers and educators, that's all encompassed already in these numbers. And there was an outline of what some of those experiences would be for our staff on pages 226, 227, and 228. I want to note that the department chairs really work very closely with the staff within their departments to prioritize how we're keeping current with sending teachers out in the summer for training at Taft, which is those AP summer institutes. Resource materials, this is a line that includes our headphone replacement cycle. Also to note is because Title I funds have been compressed, there is, we've been able to keep the PD line very modest with like a $3,000 increase, but losing those Title I funds does impact that part of our budget, and I'm sure Mr. Rudel could speak to that as well. It's also the resource materials. That's another one that's primarily impacted by loss of Title I funds. Standardized assessing, we are not making any recommended changes for standardized testing as we've typically implemented them in district. We were able to find some efficiencies there because of some of those assessments being administered, standardized assessments being administered electronically. Field trips, there is a very modest increase. I'm excited to note that Laura Straighten and Julie Shirley and I have been talking about field trips for ELP, our youngest learners, and that's significantly important when we think about play-based learning, helping them learn about navigating their community, and will also be an opportunity to address some standards in other parts of the curriculum, for example, like science and social studies. I think those are my overall comments. And again, I want to leave time for the conversation. I'm happy to respond to the many questions that I'm sure.
Okay, so let's take general questions about curriculum and then take questions about PLC as a group. So let's start with curriculum generally. Katie.
Amy, can you talk a little bit about the plan for the other like language revisions? I see in you have your phase 1 and then you have your ongoing curriculum revisions. And I'm curious about, you know, with the change that we had made from last year's budget and the loss of a department chair, the move, and how are we seeing the difference of languages and that kind of cohesion and moving forward?
I'm still on. Thank you for bringing that up. It is important to note that because of course, when there's dedicated staff, like the staff I'm looking at with content expertise to support the work, there is a difference. It's actually partially why I've recommended a very nominal cost for our health and PE department areas that I think need a little bit more support. We have been able to still make significant progress in the area of curriculum writing. And I do have Scott Webster online with us. One of the things I'd like to encourage him to speak to is his efforts to work to make a really strong articulation K through 12 with regard to the growth of the World Language Department. And spoiler alert, the Board of Education Curriculum Committee meeting next week on January 8th is going to provide an update within that department. So I think you'll have a more full picture then. But Scott, can you speak to just some of the curriculum projects that you and our colleagues have been engaging in?
Yes, thank you. We've been doing a lot of work K-12 this year, which is relatively new for most people. And we've been focusing on transitions from 5th grade to 6th grade, as well as 8th grade to 9th grade, and really working to tighten up the curriculum vertical articulation discussions there. And we hope to do more of that work, you know, as the year progresses. But there is a lot to do there in terms of that discussion, because it's something that hasn't really happened that much in the past.
Something I just would like to know is I think, Scott, you've talked with me about the eagerness of our World Language Department to, especially at the elementary level, to engage in curriculum writing.
Exactly. Yeah, we already have a couple of projects in the works and some proposals for one project for later this spring, as well as another one or two proposed for next year, for them to really focus in on writing can-do statements, which is something that ACTFL, which is our governing body for language education, really supports and works with schools around the country to focus on as a means of giving direction to language education. Really kind of what are the skills that students who graduate can actually do in our 4 skill areas and languages.
I'm looking your way because I'm
I got some
guessing.
questions. Thank you. Actually, it's more, one is a comment and the other is a question. Just to point out that the K-3 literacy 218,620, that's actually a placeholder currently because we have not yet approved a curriculum. So that is not necessarily to be spent, but that is in there in case we decide to approve something.
If I could just add one other thing, Sarah, to that point, we have and will again share on January 8th, Board of Education Curriculum Committee, the options of the costs that we projected out, regardless of the program that we move with and the instructional materials we'll use. There will be obviously some costs in the area of professional learning, curriculum development, et cetera, but we have that marked out, and that I believe will be shared in the next presentation as well.
Perfect. Thanks, Amy. My second question is for Ronnie. So the 81,400 is for 5 years of the renewal of our math resource. Do you feel like 5 years, you know, you still want to be using this in 5 years? Is there a year to year, like just would love a little more color on that.
Sure. So to clarify, the Big Ideas program that we're suggesting to renew is for grades 6, 7, and 8. So it's for all 3 grades. that use that as a resource. For addressing the 5 years, yes, I feel very comfortable with it. We're not doing textbooks, we're doing online renewal, which is what the majority of students, all the students use at Middlesex right now. So that online renewal will get updated regularly. So I'm very comfortable renewing for 5 years. It's significantly less than our renewal last time, which was $190,000 because that included actual textbooks and the online access. This year, we're only requesting online access.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It's helpful.
Okay, yeah, I had a few questions you answered. I think you just answered mine about big ideas. So one question is, do any students have a need for the textbooks, or do we still have our old textbooks in case that is needed?
We have this, yes, thank you for the question. We have a significant amount of textbooks within the school currently, and I don't feel that it's necessary to renew those for the small updates that they're going to have.
Okay, and then I have questions on the curriculum writing. One of the questions is for grades 6 through 8 flex. What is the curriculum that is now being taught or written for the flex period? Because I don't think we've really discussed this since the Genius Hour proposal a couple of years ago. So that was a question I had too.
So the flex period that is at the middle school is kind of an advisory period. And what I have noticed is there was not a curriculum established for that before. And there it is. I think anytime we're looking at instructional minutes of a child's school day, we need to be really clear about how we're using those and what are the standards we're addressing and the desired student learning outcomes. So that's the intent. I've been discussing that with Mrs. Demoulas, and we'll be putting a team together to ensure that that is well articulated and to show coordination to other parts of the department work that these department chairs are working on.
Do you have a sense of what you would like to have covered during that time? Because I think in the past it was more of almost a free period.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure what you would typically like to have that used for.
So I would definitely typically not like it to be used for that. When I'm thinking about some of the performance-based tasks we're hearing our department chairs talk about as we develop curriculum, when we think about project-based learning, when we think about service learning, other areas and attributes that are addressed within the vision of the graduate, one of the issues, or I should say opportunities in the strategic plan that we haven't quite addressed yet is thinking about how are we assessing vision of the graduate. It's really for this year or next, and how are we developing opportunities where we can think about how we're documenting, maybe in the way of a portfolio, children's work in that area. We also have student success plans that are required by the state of Connecticut, which we have not developed as much as we would like to at this point. And that's work that should be happening, I think, during that time. And student success plans is something that Kathy Oster and our school counselors will also be helping work with.
Would there be any use of the flex for helping them with organizational kind of, as a middle schooler, how to make themselves more effective with study skills, organization, et cetera?
Thank you for raising that. So similar to kind of the what I need at the elementary level, right? And in addition, we're focusing as a district more on the support of executive functioning skills, including at ELP and kindergarten and those more primary grades. Certainly, I think not only when we think about students transitioning really at any point, right? Elementary to middle to high school into college, for those of us who have kids that transition, those skills in the area of executive functioning are often make it or break it skills. So that's absolutely something that would be happening during that time. And when we think about student success plans, that is one area that would be addressed in a student success plan.
Okay.
And student setting goals, right? Monitoring achievement of goals, those kinds of things.
And then a follow-up question on the school climate and SEL curriculum being revised at the elementary and middle school. I thought that curriculum was developed already, or what is the revision? What is needing to be revised at this point?
So some of the curriculum is not all developed stages 1, 2, and 3, and also available, I would say, on EduPlanet in the detail that it needs to be. So we will still be a district that is using strategies and resources such as Ruler. And I think Dr. Dad, I was going to say she's in her home office, she's there on the Zoom. This is something that she and I are working on together with also Dr. McCarthy. And this work will connect to the MTSS modeling work we're doing, thinking about supporting behavioral regulation and readiness for learning behaviors. I don't know, Dr. Dodd, is there anything that you would like to offer and add on to that?
No, I think it's like you said, looking at what we already have, making sure that it's cohesive and also using that as the capacity to build in our internal leadership team around that curriculum as opposed to, relying on outside resources for that.
That is an outside resource. I think it was like a $7,000 line item in previous budgets. And I believe that we have the capacity internally at this point to bring that. Yes.
Okay, and then just final question on interventionists. It's a $1.7 million budget, which has increased like $500,000 over the last few years. Can you just expand on what has caused that increase?
Sure. So it's two things. One is the loss of Title I funding. So it used to have an interventionist in Title I. And then we've had essentially inverse turnover where individuals who have left have been replaced with more expensive teachers.
Can you repeat that last part?
So we've had what's called like inverse turnover. Teachers who have left have been replaced with more expensive teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dennis and Greg.
And on the interventionist, can you remind me what these 15 people do? And it seems like a catch-all as an interventionist, and where are they deployed?
So we have interventionists in the narrative. It talks about how we have interventionists at the elementary level and also at the middle school level primarily. They're primarily focusing their efforts in the areas of reading, writing, literacy, and mathematics. And these are individuals that also support our students who receive ML services. They also provide opportunities for students to have reinforcement, either pre-teaching or reinforcement after a lesson, to support what is happening in the core program. So they are really providing also a connection in the MTSS modeling from tier 1, which is what happens in the federal ed setting, to tier 2, which is kind of that push and support in the classroom. And then tier 3, where there might be a student that's pulled out to meet with an interventionist for more specific, for example, reading goals or mathematics goals.
And are these interventionists IEP driven or not?
Thank you for asking. I know you know the answer, but I'm glad that you're prompting me. That was an excellent teaching move, Sarah. So these are general education interventionists.
Thank you.
Again, though, supporting all of our learners. I think that we always want to be recognized the continuum between general education and special.
Can I just ask a point of clarification about this?
Yeah.
Maybe there's something wrong with my brain, but when I add up the personnel that you've described here, it's 14.5, but when you look at the spreadsheet, it says 15.5.
There's a English, what's their title? It's multi-language learner interventionist.
That's where the.
That's also.
Okay, thank you. It was Greg, I think, next.
Yeah, one follow-up to Robin's questions around the flex period. I would be very careful about filling that time up. I know a lot of, at least in the middle school, I know a lot of the students currently take that time and spend it to meet with their teachers, because the only time they're able to meet with their teachers is either very early before school or after school, when I think we all know that a lot of these kids have time filled after school, so they can't meet with their teachers. I also understand that one of the 5 flex periods as of now is an SEL period where they sit in an auditorium and watch a video, basically, which I feel is kind of wasted time. So I would just look into that as well. Then I had a second, just broader point. It seems like there's a number of budget items where we sign up for something, we get funding, and then a year later, we get less funding, and then another year later, we get no funding. It seems like there's a number of those that are flowing through here that are suddenly starting to hit us. It would be very helpful to just figure out what those are and just be cognizant of what we're signing up for at the beginning, where maybe we're signing up thinking this is no cost today, but it's going to be a cost in the future. And now we're seeing some constraints in our budget associated with that.
Mm-hmm. Are you asking for a specific snapshot of that? Like I know you were talking about the wellness coordinator, teen talk, or
Yeah,
two examples, and we'll see those show up in mental health. I think
Something like that.
Interventionists we used to have.
Or at
in
least
grant.
some way of tracking that. So we know they're coming.
We did around mental health, and a lot of these are under mental health, but they fall out in other categories. Like, for example, we had a literacy interventionist who's now in our budget, but who was in a grant previously, but that's not germane to this budget. So Rich, is there anyone outside of mental health that's currently funded by a grant?
We do have teachers and paras funded out of the IDA grant.
Okay.
That's not the.
I was just gonna say that, Rich, if you could also talk about the loss of Title I. I think that's
Yeah.
material to this conversation and why we lost the Title I.
Okay.
So we did lose Title I funding this year. It is based on essentially the number of individuals, not students, but individuals within your community below the poverty threshold. And you typically have to be above what's the 2% threshold. We fell just below it this year. So we did lose all Title I and Title IV funding. That Title I funding did fund an interventionist this year, which is why you see that larger increase in the interventionist line year over year. It did also fund things like materials and professional development. That funding won't return for quite some time, and that will only return if the community becomes more impoverished, for lack of a better word. In terms of, there aren't a lot of personnel that have been funded in grants over time. We don't get a lot of grants in general. The one grant that that does fund staff is the IDEA Special Education Grant, and that is a federal grant as opposed to a state grant. That's not likely to go away. The funding has been compressed over time, but it does fund special education teachers, special education paraprofessionals, and a portion of that psychologist at Tokenique.
Okay. And okay, so there's 3 different components. There's Title I, there's some of those ARPA funds basically, and then there's IDEA. So I think we'll have mental health show up, but if you want to if you don't mind showing us, I think you showed Title I in the finance report, but maybe the IDEA funding. And then lost it.
The point I was going to make was, similar to Richard. As a district, we try not to create these cliffs.
Yes, that's
right?
it.
Yes, we do have some in the IDA grant, but that's not untypical from any district. But when regarding grants and stuff, we've got a limited number of positions in there, and certainly we've tried to make it explicit what they are, and we'll make it more explicit. But we try not to create these cliffs for the board or the community to face.
Yes, by choice.
And that's why we put them in the new initiatives
Yes.
as we prepared for this budget process.
Yes. And we should continue to do so. Yes. Yes.
I have a follow-up question just on the interventionist. Is this what used to be called SRBI kind of staffing to help with that? And then since they're all in RC 19, what typically is the spread between schools of elementary versus middle school or even high school? And the reason I'm asking is because I anticipate that in the coming year with the K-3 implementation of the right to read, the new literacy effort, we might have more needs at the elementary level for the MTSS support, and it would just be helpful to understand how those 15 staff are being used or at what levels.
They're primarily at the elementary level, and I see that Julie's here. She primarily supervises this group. We have a math interventionist at each elementary school in each of the buildings. We have 1.5 actually per elementary school. And at the middle school, we have 2 interventionists, one who primarily services on the humanities side, literacy side, and the other primarily on the mathematics side. Also, again, just to mention that those interventionists also service students who receive ML services.
Thank you.
And one other thing that I will jump in and add is that they also support teachers. They support new teachers, they support teachers in implementing the curriculum and establishing tier 1 goals for their students as well.
Katie.
Thank you. Amy, could you walk us through what is comprised of the $21,000 for the admin retreat? Or if possible, come back at a later time with, maybe an itemized, it would just be great to understand what that entails.
For sure. And that includes both our work in August, the beginning of the year and the end of the year, all of the days that are included. But I do have a breakdown of that.
This is back to an earlier question, but can you guys just clean up the narrative? This is you, Rich. Sorry. Can you guys just clean up the narrative on page 217? Because the narrative on page 217 on the bottom where it describes the number of instructional support services. That was to the question asked earlier. Yeah, the math.
Oh, adding the teacher into the.
The
Yeah.
ML teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have meetings.
Just so we all have it for the record. Thank you. Dave?
So I have a few questions, following up on Dennis's point of trying to get some trend lines and some aggregated analysis across different RCs. Back in the initial pitch on Thursday, we got from Dr. Addley with the 10-year operating budget history and the introduction of the budget. That was great. It was in tabular form. So what I'm going to ask for, it'd be nice to see with kind of maybe like a line graph with the data provided underneath. So the first one really goes to the curriculum writing projects that are mentioned on page 220. For example, elementary, I see 16,830. That's just for this particular stage 1, correct? And then we have stage 2 below for curriculum development.
Correct, across 6 grades and in many cases inclusive of ELP.
Okay, so I guess the question I'd like to see is back over 10 years if we can do it. What are we spending on curriculum development over the past 10 years as those trend lines, like it was, because this is not aggregated data. This is one particular piece. Can we roll everything that's going into curriculum development, whether that be teacher time, whether that be in this particular RC, I'm not sure, building staff additionally, but would really just to like get a snapshot of how much we're spending on curriculum development in general. I'm going to ask the same thing regarding professional development. And I know earlier, Amy, you mentioned that some of these are initiatives that come from the board. Some of these are initiatives that come from the admin. Some of them come from the state. Would love to see that same sort of linear, layout of what we're doing in terms of what's going on and spend or time. Maybe is the right model there, just to see what that trend line has been over time.
With maybe pull out time from the classroom in there, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I'd really just want to get like arms around the entire spend for that. And just as a tease, that's going to come for PLC as well when we get to that.
Well, sorry, what was that add-on there, Joanna?
So David asking for trends and time and money over the years. And I'm just saying like, how much more are teachers out of their classroom now than they were?
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, and then I guess the follow-up question for now on this topic really, and Rich, this one's for you. I see in RC 19, I see curriculum. I know we have, we have the curriculum coordinators, we have directors, we have, curriculum coordinate. I mean, if we look at all that's going on right now in sort of admin, whether that be curriculum development, whether that be staff, whether that be building staff, whether that be psychologists, would love to get over the past 10 years, probably 3 lines on a graph. What's the enrollment? How many teachers do we have? Account. How many administrators do we have? Account. Probably should also see those in dollars. Maybe it'd be great to do 2 other charts that are logarithmic. Don't know. Don't want to give you too much work, but just again, seeing trend lines over where we are in admin growth and where we are in teacher and student growth. And then one last question, just looking at this presentation. Sorry, was it back there? For the ELL resources, I see that's flat year over year, but I noticed last year we had a pretty big jump from 71 to 85. I don't know what caused that. My question is, are you comfortable with this number that we have for last year and this year, or do you anticipate another jump, or is that going to be sufficient?
I anticipate right now that number should be sufficient. The jump from last year had to do with supports that we provided for our students who receive ML services, inclusive of their learning opportunity in the summer, which was really important. I will note it is something that we continue to look at because the population, and that's a tricky line because it's not just the number of students, but if a student comes in and they're at, for example, last links level 1, and that's like their most novice language level, they might need a different level of service. So it's just something really important to keep an eye on. And I do that most closely with Patricia Dalasinos, who's our 1 ML interventionist.
Thank you.
And also, part of that, the general fund covers also those services. And then we have Title III funds that support also professional development and some student facing services and resources.
Great.
Back up a little bit. I just want to check I agree with looking at curriculum and PD over time. And I agree with the 3 reports. My question about the curriculum writing, this is the first year I've seen you all break it out quite like this.
So it's interesting, if I can just interrupt so I guess it would be FY24. I believe this part of the narrative said like elementary science, English, high school English. It was very, very broad. Last year was the first time that we approached it this way.
Okay.
Getting even more specific with a breakdown by level and what stage of the curriculum development we're working on.
So I'm asking the question because I want to understand how far you want to go back and at what level of specificity, because I don't know what we've tracked over time.
Yeah, and again, there may be limitations to the data and how we've tracked it, and that's fine. That'll be what it is. But, you know, to Dennis's point, like, would love to just know in scope, what is this and what's the trend been over the past, you know, if we can go back 4 years, great. If we can go back 10, better, but.
Okay.
Spending may be fine. This level of detail may be a bit different, just that's all.
Well, yeah, again,
Okay.
yeah, this is disaggregated. I want to aggregate it.
You
back
want it
up across
aggregated
our
anyway. Okay. Okay.
Jill, can I just ask a high level question? Is a lot of this curriculum writing exercise due to EduPlanet and writing this and to put it all into that format?
Part of it is that. I also just want to emphasize there is a really strong connection between this part of RC19 and the professional learning. When staff is working on the development of curriculum, it's not just putting documents into EduPlanet. That provides staff an opportunity to get to know really well their grade level standards, to get to know changes within the standards, and to really understand clearly different parts of not only pedagogy, how curriculum is connected to instruction. Additionally, it's really important, for example, for an elementary teacher to understand what are the grade level standards that come before them and after. It gives us an opportunity to look for interdisciplinary connections and to support transitional work between, for example, elementary, middle, and middle to high. So it's all of those things. It's not just, it's just not the curriculum document.
Thank you for
You're welcome.
clarifying.
Joanna.
I have a couple questions. In this list of the descriptive list, sorry. There's a lot of elementary literacy things in here, and I'm just wondering, does any of this change, or maybe it's all this, does any of this change if we don't go forward with more PLC days, or is this all independent of that, all these program writing?
Can I just ask for clarification when you say, does any of this change? What part?
So like this says professional learning to support writing, 3 days of school per embedded PL, 1 district PD day. How much of that is all built into the idea, well, they'll have some other time here, so we can do that there? Does any of it change?
Right, so regardless of the resource that we select, we will need the curriculum, the requested, we'll hope for, I should say, the curriculum writing funds here, because again, it's not just adopting a program and putting, insert a box, press play. We really need to be able to understand really the tenets of science of reading, which is work that the district has engaged in over the year and things that we need to actually be focusing increasingly more on. And with regard to the professional learning, it is challenging to provide ongoing embedded professional learning when we're having the 6 days that are really primarily from August to February. So when we think about the additional requested time, that would allow for time to bring teachers across the district, especially, for example, when we think of K-3 literacy and K-3 reading, to bring teachers together from across the system. And that's something I think if we listen to earlier Board of Ed Curriculum Committee meetings, our teachers are definitely craving the opportunity to be talking across the system about how we're approaching the really important work of helping our youngest readers grow and learn.
If I could just add to that a wee bit, there's nothing in the PLC proposal that triggers something else. If we don't do this, we can't do this. And we're not doing it. That's not the case, okay? So, and it wasn't designed like that. Does it help? Yes, of course it does. But it's not triggering, well, then we can't have this or we can't have that.
And then under literacy, where you say it's 32,850 for the Title I loss, what does that look like? Like, what does that actually relate to? Is that?
I want to just make sure that I'm getting this
So
right.
in
It's
the-
probably Ames Web and.
So in the
instructional
past, it was
resources.
Teachers College. That's what it was used.
So that kind of goes also in the PD, it's in the PD.
So I'm sorry,
We're
but you
not-
say it was the,
So in the past, not this year, but in the past, it was Teachers College.
Which we didn't budget for in FY25.
oh, thank you.
Okay. All right, PLC questions. Robin.
My main question is looking at the overall costs that we have budgeted, it's basically flat this year versus last year. And you do have a significant amount of, it looks like, professional learning at the elementary level for literacy, support writing, and various other things. So the main question I have is that if we're budgeting the same level of dollars for professional development, can we do all of that without adding the additional 5 early dismissal days and the additional 3 PLC days?
It would not be.
Why
my
are those
recommendation.
additional needed? Why are those days needed? Or why are you proposing that if it's basically a flat spend? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well,
It's a flat spend here, but it's actually $100,000 cost in the transportation,
Correct.
the reduced food service revenue. That's why I'm asking.
right, so are you asking why we need the time? I can just maybe restate.
I'm asking about the proposed initiative, which is being
Yeah.
treated as a new initiative,
Okay.
and what the need is for it if it's essentially
Oh,
a flat
all right.
spend of
Well,
professional
Is it
development
being used
dollars.
for PD?
The additional time?
Can I frame something just first? Just, I've already said, I just said that it's not dependent on this, right? In terms of, so it's not like triggering something else that we can't do type scenario. Yes, it does show up on transportation because that's where the additional cost is primarily located. I'll just say a couple of wee things first. This is, if you're looking for something that has uniform support across the district from administration, superintendent, teachers, this has uniform support over the district. If you're looking for something that, it's not always teachers and administrators agree on things, right? This is one of the agree on. There's not always, if you're looking as a board as a way of supporting something, this is something that, I'm just saying that passionately, this is something that can move the district forward, can be in place for a long time, serve all teachers and have a result on all students. I will say we did reduce from the last presentation that we did from over 200, like 220,000 or 19,000 down to the 96. So we reduced the number of days from the high school late arrivals from 5 to 3. Yes, the 96 is the net of the cost for the transportation and the loss of breakfast. Personally, like, I know it's the budget and this is a wee bit flippant, but comparing the cost of breakfasts in it for professional development is, it's good to do because you need to make it up. So we'll leave it there at the 96. This is also addressing recommendations that are in the NEASC accreditation report that we received to provide additional time for people. It's also in a recommendation, addresses and responsive to the recommendations on the Tri-State Consortium report that we had. To me, it's like an umbrella of PD. You have professional learning communities that's in-house, done by themselves, and you've also all the other professional learning that goes on district-wide and everything else, if you want to look at it this way. Why do we need it? This is one of the things that will be very helpful to our teachers, and ultimately, we know what's the biggest difference of student performance in a classroom? It's a teacher, right? If you improve the teachers, if you improve their profession, enhance their profession, it's going to improve the student performance. It also is a big retention and recruitment. Like people coming to our district, one of the questions they do ask me, what do we do for professional development in the district, right? This is, we've been looking for recruitment and retention opportunities. This is one of them. Yes, it does provide 5 other early dismissals for all of the other work that we need to do. And it provides these 3 additional. I'm not saying this is a reason for doing it, right? And it's tangential, but it's a wee minor nod to it. We haven't done anything of late arrivals for high school students. It can be put, it touches on that, but that's not the reason for doing it.
I think, I'm sorry that I wasn't maybe understanding your question originally, Robin. I think that the additional time will help us provide a more coordinated effort and focus. So for example, regardless of what happens with the PLC and, professional learning proposal, the work that we need to do in this line item in your K-3 literacy still has to happen. Would it look very different if we had time to get teachers together consistently in a meaningful way across the district?
There's not much in this budget, and I'll stop after this sentence. There's not much in this budget for the expense that has such the leverage and potential benefit, in my opinion.
Other appeal, Dave.
So I guess I'm just trying to think about when we were working on the teacher, the last budget go round, and we worked to put in some funding for outside education and other development opportunities there as a retention tool. I think about the work days that teachers have. I think about the cuts we put in last year to teachers and are proposing in this year. Have we done any, and I hate surveys because they're pretty weak, but have we done anything with checking with teachers? Like, do they want release time? Do they want PD? Do they want PLC? Like, what are they, have we gotten any data on what they value? Given the shortcomings of doing that sort of thing?
The answer is yes, we have that data. And through the PDEC committee, we surveyed teachers.
All right, can we get that, please? Share it out. Thank you.
Just one question, Alan, on the PDEC survey, do you have just a high level kind of thing that you could share on this in particular, since we're talking about the additional professional development?
We do.
Yes.
Yes. Just verbally, or, I mean, it's obviously a report, or it does make more sense to just, we can send it then.
Let's just send it. Okay. Sorry, Robin. I just limited brain cells left. Any other questions, Katie?
Thank you. So I think actually today's conversation around PLC has been illuminating, even though it's been a topic that's been floated without a lot of details for a while. And I think that part of what Robin's question earlier was, Amy, was about like kind of almost like, why isn't there a cost to this, right? Other than, the transportation and the revenue, like we're not paying for something. And is my understanding correct that one of the differences between professional development that's focused on individual teacher training and, maybe bringing people in to teach specific skills, and a professional learning community, PLC, is really the opportunity for teachers to speak to each other and work on what is actually happening in their classrooms and their student performance? Is that correct? Where, as opposed to bringing in a trainer, it's more time for teachers to meet together?
So in my earlier remarks, that's actually, I think, how I phrased it. The professional learning is more broadly for systemic opportunities that might be directed by the board, administration, or the state. They're more large, big picture. Professional learning also helps support individual teacher goals. PLCs is a more collaborative opportunity. It's when the group is looking at, for example, grade level standards, or looking at student work samples and data, and then collaboratively discussing those outcomes, and then planning forward together to more address them in a formative way.
Yeah, so I think that's been really helpful to today's conversation, is kind of understanding the difference of, bringing in kind of like an outside training versus like time to meet and do the work together. My question for you is, are there opportunities to provide that collaborative time for our teachers that don't result in the loss of student instructional time? So one of my concerns about this initiative is that we are reducing the number of minutes that students are in their classrooms, right? And Dr. Addley, I fully agree with you that like it is the teachers that teach the kids, and that is so important. But the kids also have to be present in the class, right? So there's like a 1 and 2 that go together. And Marge, this probably comes into your area as well in terms of contractual obligations about, is it even an option to explore time for teachers to have dedicated professional developed days that aren't counting against students removing from the classroom?
Go ahead.
Contract negotiations are coming up.
Please speak higher.
Contract negotiations are coming up.
Okay, so I would flag that as an interesting thing for us to consider as a district, is what kind of opportunities might we be able to provide for there to be time for staff to accomplish these goals and to work collaboratively that do not result in a loss of instructional time. That sounds like a real win-win to me. I understand that there will be financial components to that. I absolutely do. To me, that sounds very, very worth it. So I want to flag that. And then the second thing is anecdotal, not just from my own perspective, but what I hear broadly is I do want to note that while having an early release day, having a late start, does not count against our 180 requirement. I see the appeal of that, and it doesn't count against the contractual pieces. However, it's not just the minutes, right? It's also how things impact the day. I think that we can all remember back to, you know, what were some of our favorite days in elementary school, that half day before Christmas break, and it was just a party. So I do think we need to think about how we might be diminishing the 6 hours that are remaining after a 2-hour delay, the half hour, you know, when, especially at the high school, it's a significant change in a block schedule, right? We have shortened classroom time, you're missing certain things. So I want to make sure that in our conversations around this, we're being real about the cost to the students. A lot of the previous, you know, kind of philosophical things on professional development that's been put in front of the board, I absolutely recognize the value, and I'm a big proponent of professional development. However, some of the metrics that were put in front of the board were about having none or having some. And the fact is, we have quite a bit in Darien. So it's really like, is the marginal cost worth it, right? Like, I think that's what we need to be looking at, not just the complete absence of it. So I would just say that as we continue this conversation, I would appreciate us to really look at the nuance and both sides of this.
So based on what you're asking, we have a model at the elementary school and at the high school. So we could certainly get some real data on what happens on an elementary school conference day, you know, how that impacts the rest of the instructional day, and we have the PLC already running. So I think if we could have some sort of information back, ideally some level of data. Does it impact student attendance? Does it, you know, how does it impact what we already have impact the instructional day at both levels? Joanna?
It also seems like in this discussion that it's more at the elementary side, that there's not a lot of time for PLCs. What is the cost if we just give the 5 early release days? And to that end, if we did do that, is there an opportunity for a revenue driver with an after school, you know, a partnership with Darien After School or whatever it's called anymore, that kind of thing?
Okay.
I'll just make a comment just about the contractual matter. We are using everything that's in the contract right now, the number of days for various meetings and so on. So we are actually maximizing our contract. I'll just say, like, if you go to the contract for this type of stuff, it will be exorbitantly expensive for any additional minutes you can put in place for teacher work time. It's not just our district, it's a district, that's the way it works. If you ask for additional time or otherwise, I won't even get into the pros and cons of meeting before or after school or anything, but
Is that data you could get for us? Do we have districts where they've tried to do it through contracts and we know how they've settled, or most people stay away from it?
they basically stay away from it. But if I could ask council that they would give me examples of their negotiations with people of what potentially adding in minutes for means. That, believe me, it's expensive.
Yeah, but if we could get some information on that, that would be nice to
I'll
understand.
try my best.
Just in a memo would be fine.
For
Pardon?
this budget season, or you mean for negotiation? Sorry.
Well, I think part of the question probably is whether we would want to adopt this through with the trade-off with instructional time, or whether we'd want to try to take this on as a.
Well, I'm not negotiating, I say negotiations, but I'm not proposing necessarily to put it in that negotiation.
Understood.
Understood. Yep. Okay. Then I think, Joanna, you asked, is it feasible to just do this at the elementary school? So.
What is the cost compared to?
Okay.
the entire proposal?
And also, would that meet our needs for the teachers? Because I agree that it seems like there is more of a need at the elementary school this coming year because of the literacy implementation and some of the other things that you have on here that are specifically for elementary.
Okay.
If you were asking me, I would say just the elementary teachers, not even these new things, like just not even these new things alone. They are the ones that really are on a treadmill in many ways and don't have the professional time to do some of this stuff.
Okay. Well, maybe that's okay. So we'll answer that, but it sounds like it could partly be answered as part of the elementary teacher day discussion. Okay. Any other questions on PLC? All right. Fellow elected officials, members of the public.
Crystal Hill, CDSP Chair. Want to speak to you on PLC. Putting aside the merits and the needs of teachers to participate in more PLC time, I just want to talk from the student and family perspective about the logistics of this initiative as outlined. In the 14 years I've been in Darien, things have changed. I mean, 11 years ago, I now have an 11th grader. I started being heavily involved in the PTO from the kindergarten level. We've seen a significant shift at the PTO level of the number of families that have two working parents. That's gotten harder for certain things to happen at the PTO level. We've had to change the way, the timing of meetings we do, some of the events we do. It's just harder to get parents during the day. And we consistently hear from parents that one of their biggest frustrations during those 2 weeks of conference weeks, it's logistically challenging to have 4 days where their children are home early. And adding 5 more days of that at the elementary level is a significant challenge and ask of our families. So I don't think that should be lost in this discussion, that it is a burden that's going to be put on our families to have 5 additional days at the elementary level where they have to find childcare. I think I hear a lot that, younger families, modern families, they've changed. Darien is not a place where most of the families have a working mother or a stay-at-home mother at home anymore. And it feels like maybe the district hasn't moved with where our families are. There's certainly uptick as post-COVID when we had a lot of young families move to town. A lot of those kids are now coming into the district. We're seeing it more and more. So I just don't want that to get lost in the conversation. The merits of needing this time may be there, but the logistics of the way this is outlined is a challenge for our families. And in a tough budget year, where it's going to ultimately be $100,000 to the bottom line, the timing of it also seems perhaps questionable.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank. I'm a high schooler that went through the Darien Public Schools program. I have 2 younger sisters. I went through K-5 at Ox Ridge, as did my 2 younger sisters. And I did 1 year at Middlesex before going to private school over COVID. Why I'm here today is to tell you a bit of a story. I fell asleep in class as an elementary schooler 5 or 6 times, which is insane. As a 9, 10-year-old, no kid that young should be falling asleep in class, right? I'd be taking laps of the school. I'd ask to use the bathroom. I'd take a lap of the school. I'd read projects on the walls, right? And why was that? Because I was bored, right? Now, the IDEA program saved me, I think. Because as a gifted student, we have special needs as well. There's a disconnect between the high expectations of ourselves and the results that kids can achieve, especially without enrichment from schools. And so the fact that the board is axing the IDEA program makes me really hurt. Now, my 2 sisters have also gone through the IDEA program. I did as well. And for families like mine, education is a big draw of why we even came to Darien, right? Outside in the strategic plan booklet, I read the home sales are down and it's a significant factor in the strategic plan. And I also saw that our district at a glance was the #1 high school in Connecticut. And you had a big golden star next to the sign, programming for gifted learners. And the fact that it's going to be gone, I mean, I just think it's a travesty for gifted students in Darien to not have access to a program so great, such as IDEA. I now attend Andover, a boarding school in Massachusetts. And when I'm asked about my education before Andover, I don't cite the private school I go to earlier. I cite the IDEA program as being the basis of my academic success, skills, and enrichment. And so why I'm here is to ask the board to reconsider axing the IDEA program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bo. I've been Darien resident for more than 12 years.
Frank is my son, oldest. I have two younger daughters as well. I still have this vivid memory of my 7-year-old daughter came home with a clay-board of Sumerian in her hand, and the smile on her face just stunned me. That's the joy of education, and that's the power of the IDEA program. I think that is priceless. Okay, I'm an adult. With the priceless part talked about, let's talk about price. I understand resources is always limited, even for the fluent town of Darien. Back 12 years ago, when I was considering buying a home or owning a home in Darien, I had choices. Both me and my wife worked in finance industry in the city, so we're not just confine our choices in Connecticut. We compared Short Hill, New Jersey, Scottsdale in Westchester, and of course Long Island. One of the reasons we chose here is because we have friends here, and their kids went through the public school here, which is very impressive. And above all is the IDEA program. Because I think back then, who graduated already, who is a successful engineer, he showed me the videos of making a rocket, and that's part of the IDEA program back then. That totally impressed us. That's one of the reasons we chose to stay in Darien. And as my son just described, the whole education system is the core competence of this town. And that supports the home price and the value. And this supports the tax base and the whole education system. So if we invest into the education, as we're talking about here right now, it's a good cycle. We're investing in education, the good reputation of our public school system will enhance the wealth level and everything of this town. So I think this is it's a good cycle. We should keep it going. And back to the IDEA program, we consider that as a cherry on top of this big cake. Don't kill IDEA because that's the cherry. Please keep that. Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you.
sorry, sir, could you give me your last name for the notes for the minutes?
Last name is Hu, H-U.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mike Rieger, 4 Apple Tree Lane. I come to you in strong opposition of eliminating the IDEA program. I have 2 daughters here in town. One is not in the program, one is in the program. I want to give you briefly the perspective as a parent of both of those situations. And so first with the child who's not in the program, I've gotten to know her friends over the last 10 to 12 years, and the program is absolutely critical to their ongoing success and watching them grow up and thrive. And they're going on to do amazing things. Secondly, for our daughter who is in the program, frankly, I would be lost as a parent without the program. The staff who operate the program, I think, are some of the best educators that we are fortunate to employ in this town. They have the experience of being in their positions typically for over 20 years and have seen generations of students progress through the program. So they're an invaluable resource to me as a parent. I listened to the recording of Thursday's meetings, and Dr. Addley, if I may put you on the spot for a minute or so. You highlighted that the program has been in existence for over 50 years and that it is not ideal that we are considering eliminating the program. That's not the best sales pitch I've ever heard, to be honest. You noted that we have a responsibility to meet the needs of all students, including our gifted students. So I'm a business person, I'm pretty bottom line oriented. And some of these stats that I wrote down include that we serve 237 students with 3.3 positions. Some basic math indicates that's approximately 72 students per teacher. So if we're looking for efficiencies, I'm not sure that that's the first place that I would look. That seems pretty efficient to me. Some of the solutions that Dr. Addley presented, and thank you for proposing solutions, included additional professional development for our general classroom teachers. However, I'm concerned because elsewhere in your presentation on Thursday, you noted that professional development is its own challenge in the budget, and as we were just discussing logistically as well, for families and students. And professional development overall is a critical area for recruitment and retention of our teachers. So this just doesn't make sense on its surface.
Sir, you're
And
at time.
Thank you
There's
for,
another
thank
public
you for
comment.
hearing me today.
Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Relier. I live at 6 Ridgeview Avenue. Thank you so much for your time this Saturday. I'm here to express serious concerns about the proposed elimination of IDEA. This decision is alarming and short-sighted. Some may argue that gifted programs are elitist. I disagree. Differentiated instruction tailored to individual learning needs is not elitism. It's just effective education. The current identification process could be improved. It could be broadened to serve more students, but eliminating the program is not the solution. This decision negatively impacts all students. Gifted students will lose access to teachers trained to handle their unique gifts, but also their unique challenges. Students not in IDEA will lose the small group time that they currently have when IDEA students are elsewhere. All students will ultimately suffer from the long-term economic consequences of diminished property values that our other neighbor spoke about. I urge you to reconsider this decision, invest in all our students by maintaining and strengthening IDEA. This is an investment in Darien's future.
Thank you. Yes, so thank you all. For future reference, further commentary about IDEA should be kept to the end of the meeting. We're trying to stay by RC. We're certainly interested in hearing from the public, but there is a discrete public comment period. I think everybody in here has already spoken, but there is a discrete public comment period at the end where these will continue to be focused on the actual RCs that we're discussing. We're now moving on to RC 23.
So RC 23, Darien Summer School, it continues to be a successful program with over 1,500 students and almost $1 million in generated revenue. It continues to generate a lot of interest from the community. No real changes for the budget going forward. We do expect that next year's program will likely hit or just come close to $1 million in revenue.
John?
So, this last fiscal year, we surpassed our revenue numbers, Rich. How'd you build the revenue numbers for this proposed budget?
So we look at the number of classes that have been offered in the previous summer school. We look at what our price point's going to be, and we kind of extrapolate that going forward. You'll see when we see the increase in revenue in 31005, there's also an increase in expenditures in the 12001 account. There is corresponding expenses related to those who run the individual camp or program, and in some cases, it's a percentage of how much revenue they bring in.
Okay, so I guess what was the actual 24, 25?
So it was 945,000. So we do have 910 in RC 23, and then we book $35,000 in RC 11.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on summer school? No? Okay, fellow government officials who wish to speak about summer school? Members of the public with questions about summer school. Okay. RC20 finance.
So RC Finance, there are no changes other than the contractual increase for the annual audit of $1,000. The auditors are appointed by the Board of Finance and are required every year.
Any questions about RC20? Okay. Government officials who wish to ask about RC20. Members of the public who wish to speak about RC20. Okay. RC16.
So RC16 is administration. The only real change is in legal fees where you'll see a $60,000 increase. We do have, as been noted, teacher negotiations coming up in the fall. And so that increase in legal fees represents the pending teacher negotiations this fall.
Okay. Questions about RC16? Katie?
Thank you. I have a couple of detailed questions, but I want to start with the big picture one. Alan, I was hoping that you could speak to kind of the thought process, big picture in the budget about why there are no cuts to admin.
Well, I can ask, perhaps it's a different type of question, not particularly for this particular, it says administration, but that's fine. I can address it here if you want to do that. Because the administration's in other parts of the budget, but that's understandable we brought up here.
Yeah.
We have, look, it's a tough challenge in budget year, yes. Clearly I've thought about administration. You can't take just the whole infrastructure, start to dismantle the infrastructure that's doing all the things that our public wants, our community wants, our children want, that you want, that I want. If you start taking that all apart, it's only recently that we actually settled on an actual administrative model. In terms of like the administration, you might be thinking about department chairs, assistant principals. We've just spent close to 2 years nearly going through process to land on that particular model. And I'm not going to be supporting dismantling that because you might get away with it for a year. You might get away with it too, but long term, that is going to be a detriment to the school system if you start messing around with that. And we've been sitting at the table here. Any given year is any given year, and everything else is up for discussion. But we committed to actually this particular model moving forward. And yes, people have made their own personal and professional decisions whether to step into that and step out. That's unfortunately part of the budget process, and that just goes with the flow a little bit. But that being said, that it's going to be a recruitment issue again, right? You're going to be losing administrators. We're just getting settled with an administrative team that's an excellent, high-performing administrative team that you have. I'm just going to tell you, people are not going to want to come here as administrators if you start to continue to take it apart, particularly the department head model, assistant principal model. I think the short answer is I think you need it.
Okay. Other questions on this RC?
Can I add on to what Katie said?
Sure.
So I feel like you said we've just settled on one system, but I actually feel like we now have 1.5 systems. Because my understanding originally of department chairs was not just that they wrote curriculum and aligned things vertically, but they also were in the classrooms, evaluating teachers. But last year when we added an AP, that was so there would be more time for the APs to go into the classroom to evaluate teachers. So now you have 2 different areas of administrators evaluating teachers. So it feels like a redundancy in that way.
Well, we reduced some administration, right? Some of it has to be picked up. We also, the additional assistant principals were also for special education to serve that population and that need. So it was all sort of tied together, Joanne. It wasn't just, it just wasn't like straightforward that the evaluation goes to the assistant principals. There was a trickle on effect of one impacting the other.
Amy, do you want to add?
It's really also important to note that beyond observations, another requirement, expectation, and best practice is investment in, again, embedded professional learning. So the department chairs who have content area expertise work very closely with not only the building admin, but with the teachers to develop goals, personal and professional teacher goals for the staff within the departments. And so those goals are related to what happens in classroom for observed practice. They set goals, they monitor them during mid-year conferences and circle back at end of year. They also provide a lot of coaching in district. So all of that is important and it's discipline-specific work.
At the middle school and the high school, we wanted those assistant principals out, in contact with kids, in contact with the teachers in the actual classrooms, and that is happening.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I just wanted to add, Joanne, in our last presentation, we showed the reduction of how many PPTs when it went from 2 APs to 3 APs. So a lot of it was to free up assistant principals in middle school and high school to have other opportunities, not just for evaluation, but for coaching. But we did show the number of reduction. I think it was about 25, if I remember, about 25 reduction.
Just add one other piece, the department chairs, I think, provide an opportunity to work alongside the building administration to ensure that they're keeping current across all of the disciplines. For example, if you think about the high school, the variety of disciplines and courses that are there, they are provide a conduit and a liaison to the department's staff and student teaching, student learning experiences and expectations across the departments.
Since we actually put in place the elementary assistant principals, I think since then we have reduced 2 administrative positions since then. Net 2 administrative positions. Even while we've added the assistant principal to the high school and middle school.
More questions on this RC? Yes.
Would it be possible to get a itemized list of the $12,500 for catering?
I think we see some of it here.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyone
that's
else?
actually the 2000. Oh, no.
Any more questions on this, RC?
Just
Joanna.
What is the difference between CES and CES leadership?
CES, it's just in general, I think it's just the tuition or the fees for it. And I'm a member of the CES leadership at CES.
Katie, did you have a question? Oh, and Dave.
Thanks. Alan, 24-25, can you remind me what good or service was provided by the Partnership for Educational Leadership and what good or service is anticipated in 25-26?
So those are all of those items listed there are in the superintendent's contract. So that's just a contractual matter.
Right, but what good or service was provided to the district?
Oh, for this year, this past year?
For the previous and is anticipated.
I did not participate in it. This year I'm not participating. Last year I did. You asked me what services? That's services to the superintendent. That's my professional learning organization.
Okay, so I guess, so last year you participated in something, an event or clinic or some development. You said you're not participating in it this year coming forward.
This year I have not enrolled, currently have not enrolled in that organization.
Okay, do we anticipate that?
Remains, I honestly did not sure.
Thank you.
It could be a saving.
Katie, did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Okay, any other questions in RC 16? Okay. Fellow elected officials on RC 16. Members of the public on RC 16. Okay. RC 18, personnel, human resources.
So RC 18 includes the staff turnover account. We are budgeting just over $634,000. In this account, it's really aggregated into 3 areas. First, this year we saw 42 teacher positions turnover, down from 66 in the previous year. We are budgeting an assumption of 40. We are also assuming 20 paraprofessionals turnover. That is a similar number to what turned over this year, which is the accrued savings in the new salary schedule. And then finally, within that account, we are assuming that 2 secondary teachers will resign or retire from the district, allowing us to complete the 4 to the 5. Should that not occur and we not lose a teacher in those 2 subject areas, then that would create a deficit just like you would have with turnover if you don't meet turnover. Another account, salary savings, which was new in the current year. We are budgeting again $100,000. We did materialize $120,000 this year. However, about $58,000 of that were the 2 new APs that were added and the change in principal at the middle school. So that really created the bulk of the savings, which is why we didn't elevate it to that $120,000 line item again this year. And then finally, in contract support, we do have 2 non-certified contracts that will be unsettled. And so there is a wage settlement set aside for the custodians and maintenance, which will start negotiations this spring.
Questions in this, RC? John?
So Rich, the big change here is the 250,000 that it's associated with the 4 to 5 move. Is that okay? So the basic, when you look at your basic turnover assumptions around those 42 teachers, it's the same underlying inputs then.
Yeah, and then again, 130 or so thousand associated with power turnover, so that's relatively conservative student salary schedule.
Okay.
True teacher turnover is about 2.
Okay. Thanks.
Sarah?
Thank you. I mean, I know you say you assume that these 2 teachers at the middle school will retire. If you could present it, like how sure are you about that?
I think we're pretty confident on one.
Okay.
And then the other one, it could be a flip of the coin.
Okay.
It's not really any different than, we make an assumption that 40 teachers
Right.
will leave the district.
Right.
You could have 20 teachers leave the district and be short in turnover, or you could have 60 teachers leave and have excess money.
Right.
So we're basically taking that same calculated risk that will happen.
Okay, but neither of them has said, yes, I'm for
Correct.
sure retired. Okay.
It could also come from the high school, correct?
Right, so it would have to be a secondary teacher. So
Yes.
if it's a high school teacher, as an example, that steps out, a middle school teacher would go to the high school.
Okay. My next question is about long-term subs. Just curious, this says the average daily rate is 445 a day. How does that compare to other districts?
So I don't have that data. We'd have to
Okay.
probably look that up. It has been escalating over the last 3 years or so.
Right, so when we had a teacher surplus, we used to be able to pay the master's step 3 to attract people. That doesn't happen anymore. People don't come unless they get credit for their education and experience. So I think the average is 445. Sometimes we have to pay more. Sometimes we can find a newer teacher, but that's happening all over Fairfield County.
Okay, thanks.
Piggybacking on that, like the daily rate, I think is 125.
110.
No, 125. for
125,
daily.
sorry.
Okay. Why the huge difference?
Well, so these are long-term substitutes who'll be in the classroom for probably months. They're doing lesson plans. They're really taking the role of a teacher. So we pay for that.
Right, I understand that, but you're saying that it's not possible to fill that role, like people aren't willing to commit to that time unless there's that
Especially
amount.
especially in shortage areas, they just won't do it. We're just remaining competitive with surrounding districts.
Okay. And then second, on the last account, 250.29 staff development programs, there's a mention in the text that there's mental health training for athletic head coaches. And I'm curious why we're not doing that in-house and through Dr. Dad.
So I think unfortunately, Dr. Dad would need to speak with it, but there is a module that we're going, do you know?
I know that Dr. Dad is providing the professional learning for the
She's
staff.
been working on it with Chris Manfredonia, and so we would need to get.
Oh, she's here.
Here she is.
Hello. Yes, we've been working with Chris. I know we mentioned earlier the mental health first aid training that's being done and offered through the town. The challenges for some of our coaches, they also have other employment and they're not necessarily available at the same times. So it's offered as an online module for that mental health first aid. There is an opportunity possibly for us to get that training done through another manner that would not be of cost. We're exploring that, but as of now for coaches, there's a specific mental health first aid training for coaches that's available online so they can do it outside of the time that they're coaching.
Sarah?
Going to the tuition reimbursement line, I know that we are contractually obligated to cover a certain amount of that, but historically, we have not met that number. Is that $60,000? And I should know this. Is that $60,000 what we have agreed to put into the budget, or is that just what we're assuming?
So it's $50,000 for the teachers, $10,000 for the
Okay.
administrators. We agreed to fund that within the budget for both those groups. We do typically fund, pay for the majority of the teacher usually hits that 50, the admin's not.
But that number, we can't reduce that number in any way, or is that?
So we
that-
agreed to fund it as part
Yeah,
of.
that has to be in there.
Right.
Joanna?
The team mentor stipends, I'm just wondering what the change was, why the state sort of stopped paying for it, but still requires it.
So the grant used to cover almost the entire thing. So we used to get about $20,000 a year. Now it's a little less than $7,000 a year. And so the rest of it's being picked up by the district.
Who else? Okay, elected officials with questions about this, RC? Members of the public? Okay. So just as a follow-up, oh, we don't have any on this, RC. All right. Okay, RC 27. Now, Alan, there's some changes here. How are we delineating between what you want to talk about in public and what you might not want to?
I think the, any structural changes or otherwise, we can leave aside and go outside of the process and executive session, and also working with the town officials, as we said we would, for improvements in that. So Leon is here, our director is here to talk about the department. Those things can be left aside. He's going to talk about the personnel and the restructure. I think that is fine for here.
Okay. Leon, thanks for being here.
Yeah, of course. Good afternoon. So Dr. Addley's proposal is to eliminate our floating SSO, so elimination of one full-time employee, and restructuring my responsibilities. And that would result in an overall savings in this RC of $50,230. And that's the significant change in this RC.
Okay, so if there are questions about any of the costs, that's fine. If there's questions about how this is going to work, we'll take them in exec session. Joanna?
So when you average out what the SSOs make right now, and then you average out what just salaries as an aggregate, what they would be making when they're just 5.5 instead of 6. Is it that everyone is getting a $5,000 raise, or are they all paid different amounts?
I guess I don't fully understand the question. They are all paid the same amount. It's the director is taking essentially a portion of that job, which is why you don't necessarily see a cut in that line item. You see the cut in the director line item.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
maybe just explaining it or getting explanation further. So basically, we're restructuring the role of the director.
Correct. So there's one position that will be eliminated, which is the floating SSO. And then the duties of that will be shifted to the director.
Got it.
Katie?
Thank you. I understand that. It's just, I guess it's just odd. Like essentially we're down 1 FTE. But we don't see a reduction. It just doesn't quite make sense, right? We see a reduction in the director's salary by half. And essentially he's taking half of an SSO position, the floater. But why isn't the SSO salary reduced by half?
Well, the SSO salary is essentially eliminated. We're reducing one SSO.
But like in the line item 21601, it remains the same. So we see that, there's a reduction in 11031, Director of Security. But essentially, like there's a half in each.
Why are you accounting for it that way versus the other way, Rich? I guess is a question. right? Sorry, I don't
We
mean.
really look at it as the net cut is the SSO. We could have left the director of security shown as a 1.0 and a 1.0 reduction in the SSO line item. An SSO salary is a little over 55,000. Half of the director's salary is 60,000, which is why you're not really seeing the change. It's really how you reflect it, whether you want to show the director as a 1.0 and a reduction of one SSO, or whether you want to show it as a half and a half.
Well, it makes sense to me on page 258 in the financial sheet, right? We have a reduction of a 0.5 FTE in the director of security, and we have a reduction of a 0.5 FTE in the SSOs. But what doesn't line up to me is why when we come back on 257, there's only a reduction in the salary of the director, and there's no reduction in the salaries of the SSOs, because that should be reduced by at least half, even if the director of security is getting that half. I mean, is that correct? That's what's happening? He's getting half a director and half an SSO?
Essentially.
No, his
salary
is staying.
Right, and we're expecting him, and I don't want to speak for Leon, but we're expecting him to still do all of the functions of the director of security job.
Okay, so sorry, that was material information, what you just said, Rich.
Okay.
So what, if this is my new understanding, is that the director of security's responsibilities are changing, and that half of his working time will now be dedicated
That is correct.
as an SSO, and we will eliminate one SSO.
That's correct.
However, there is no reduction to his salary. So his responsibilities change materially, but there's no reduction to his salary, which is an issue I will set aside. But that makes no sense why we have accounted for it in this financial explanation when we show his salary at $61,800. Like, I mean, that's very misleading.
So how would you'd like to see the SSO arm 21,601 go down by one full FTE and the corresponding, and then maintain
So
11,031?
what this sounds like to me is we are eliminating an SSO, and we are changing the scope of the responsibilities of the director of security.
That's correct.
Correct.
That is not what is written here.
Well, it's not meant to be deceiving, that's for sure.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate that. I don't think that's the intention. However, that 0.5 SSO time that's being spent is now significantly more expensive. So we just increased the marginal cost of that SSO by a lot.
No, he just said it was 60 versus 55.
No, so he's making his exact salary, right? But half of his time as an SSO. So you take half of his salary, that's more than an SSO is making.
It's 61 to 55. There is a marginal difference, but it's not.
How would you, I guess my question is, how would you account for it in our budget book?
I explained that. This is in essence a reduction of an SSO and a change in a job description to the director of security. So the line item for the director of security should not change at all. That's
Okay.
merely a job description.
I was just confirming that. So can we account for it like that? I mean,
I think that's fine. I mean,
That's
that makes
fine.
sense. It makes
Yeah.
sense to me. That's fine.
It's fine. And then we'd show 5 SSOs.
yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
Jill?
Yes.
I know that we initially, and tell me if this is an exact question, we initially had the floater in case of absences. If you can probably see where I'm going with this question, is that an exec session?
Yeah, that would be an executive
Okay.
session discussion.
So can we put that for the 14th, please?
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to make one point of clarification. And if I'm wrong, Rich, please correct me. But Jill, you said that it's 61 versus 55. So it's actually 61,000 for a half-time SSO that we're paying the director of security versus 55,000 for a full-time SSO. So that is material.
Yeah, but you're losing it. You're restructuring basically the security department.
Talking about the amount paid for the SSO time. That when we are paying the director's salary for an SSO, we are paying double, more than double than we are paying for an SSO
As a floater, yeah.
as half-time commitment.
Okay. Dave, did you have a question?
I mean, I'm just confused. I mean, I know we're not, are you suggesting we shouldn't cut anybody? Like, I'm not sure what the point.
My suggestion stands from the presentation of the budget that this portion of security should be moved to the town budget so that we can focus on education.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we had a pretty in-depth discussion, I think, probably before you were on the board about why that wouldn't be appropriate. But we can cover that in exec session. SSOs are not SROs, and we talked about that in detail.
Half the board is also new.
Happy to cover that at another time. I'm just clarifying for you.
And I think in executive session, I can provide another wee bit of clarity around the issues that you're concerned about, Katie.
Okay. All right, so this will be on the 14th, how this is going to work. In addition to some of the discussion about the facilities.
Leon, I recognize you're sitting there in the middle of this discussion. And it's not your, to be honest, it's not security, director of security's ideal that he would recommend, but that's where we are now.
Okay. All right. Comments from elected officials? Comments from the public on this RC? Okay, thank you all. We had one outstanding item on just the budget overall, looking for perhaps an alternative. We talked about if we don't move forward with defunding idea, what funding would we need to find as an alternative? And so we agreed to circle back to that discussion. This, Greg, was your point. No, whose point was it?
Can you
Somebody's.
repeat that? I'm sorry. Can you-
So what we talked about earlier when we had the idea discussion was that if we don't, if we decide to maintain that program as a board, that we probably need to find an alternate source to reduce the 469. Now, we don't need to do that right here at this moment, but we need to tell administration to go back and look for that 469. So we marked that and then marked that we wanted to come back to that.
Okay.
At the end of today. So,
We
go
still have
ahead,
the
John.
multi-year budget to go through. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I think it still stands. I mean, the idea is to just have, Dr. Addley came up with what his view of the least bad idea is.
Right.
What's the second least bad?
What's the second least bad? What's the third least bad? Let's
Okay.
understand, because he's making decisions. We
Sure.
understand they're hard decisions, but instead of waiting till the 14th, and
That's right.
then board says we don't want to eliminate idea, now we have to wait for another 2 weeks.
That's right.
Let's go into that meeting armed with
With the information.
potential alternatives, given what we've already heard as some feedback.
Okay. Katie?
It's been said a few times today that that this budget reflects the guidance given from the board. And while I understand we can use the term of the board to mean different things, and it may mean a majority in this case. However, when it comes down to the budget, we do vote individually. And I want to take this opportunity to reiterate that I did not give specific guidance. I was never in favor of backing into a number, hitting a target. I maintain that it is the responsibility of Darien Public Schools under the leadership of the superintendent and the Board of Education to provide a budget that is responsible to education. What we can afford as a town, what we choose to spend as a town is another conversation, but our responsibility is to provide for education. So as we're talking about this, I am in no way in favor of eliminating the IDEA program, nor am I looking to make up that money in other cuts.
Just a minute,
Excuse
please. No, thank you. Okay, Dennis and then Sarah.
So
Other way.
I appreciate Mr. Grambling's point to raise alternatives to the monies saved by proposed cut to IDEA program. But I'm very hesitant to propose cuts, again, you mentioned at the beginning of your point, this is people, right? This is 98% of our budget is going to be people. So we're going to talk about another set of people or another set of people. We bring up 2 or 3. I'm just very reluctant to do that, and the morale that's going to cause, and the discord, and it's just, I understand the rationale, I do, but I don't know that the solution is better than the problem. So I struggle with that.
Okay, Sarah?
I'll echo Dennis's point. Also, I'll echo Katie's point. I mean, our job is to do what's best for the students in our town. I think, you know, the guidance that we gave you was not 4.39. The guidance that we gave you was about last year. So I don't know that we need to go back and find $494,000. That's not the guidance that we gave. So I don't really want to open a can of worms and get another subset of people all worked up for potentially no reason. It doesn't work for me. My own personal opinion. And I also am not in support of cutting IDEA.
Dave and then John?
Thanks. So I guess going back to the point earlier and following up on Greg's point, why don't we shorten the cycle here? Maybe we could take a sense of where we are on this cut and maybe forego having to wait till the 14th to get recommendations. I don't know if anybody would like to entertain that at this point. The other thought is that, you know, it's been suggested that we are a blank check and we can do whatever we want to support education. That's not actually how things work by statute. And we have to be cognizant that the Board of Finance does have a say in this. And so while we did suggest a number kind of like last year, it's not really reflective of the guidance. So I think we really need to do this thoroughly and see what alternatives are there. I think people pushed a lot on the PLC. I don't think that was just blindly because of PLC. I think people were looking for alternatives and to think of other things that may be possible. So we're very early in this process. However, I would love to reiterate and see if anyone would like to join in and just state where they are and see if we're even going to go down the road of looking at ID at this point.
Okay. Well, and Katie and I both just vocally said we're not in support of cutting IDEA.
Okay, let's finish this discussion. John?
Well, I'm all for responsible budgeting and not going through what we did last year, which I personally found an embarrassment to this board, by adding back to the budget. I do think the process has changed for the better in that our fiscal authority has given us very specific bipartisan, transparent guidance on its taxation strategy and what that means for this board. We have the statutory authority to ignore that and go through the same process we did last year. It's basically a second budget process. So what I think we're trying to avoid is if we are to change the prioritization that our superintendent laid out. And by the way, these 5 people, we pay a lot of money to run this district, and year in and year out, we're in the top rated district in the state. And we are in one of the top rated districts in the state. And we are in one of the top, recognized districts in the country. So if we do question what the priorities are, and we have that right, and we've done that in the past, I would implore that we actually make an offset, because going through that process that we did last year was a extremely laborious undertaking that wasted a lot of our time, and more importantly, wasted a lot of people around this table and who we saw today's time. So let's responsibly budget by providing to this district. And just to put this in perspective, our student count ex ELP since fiscal year 2021 is down 15 students. Our budget is up 19.98% over that time period. So this notion, I think our DEA president said, have lost our way as a school district, is insane. There's 800 people that work for this district. We support them. I'm totally supportive of the contract that we signed 3 years ago, and I look forward to negotiating the next contract. But we have to responsibly budget at this table. And I think, today went a lot better because we were kind of around the bounds of targeting an area of a budget increase. So I'll stop with that.
Okay, Robin?
I do not support cutting the IDEA program. I think it's a very integral part of our education, and it is also what helps set Darien apart. And I'm worried about what that message would be if that program would be eliminated, because I do think that it kind of goes against the values of our strategic plan and even the vision of the graduate and the competencies we're trying to build in our students. As I had mentioned a number of times during this meeting, I mean, I do think that there is potential opportunity and it's probably unpopular, but the participation fees and looking again at the analysis that the administration had provided to us for athletics, clubs and councils. And again, these are kind of nominal fees. And I hate to say that because it is essentially a tax, but at the very least, I think it would be helpful to look at that as a board and rather than having to eliminate programs, allow our district to continue to provide programs and provide new programs as well, and maybe with a different way of going about that. So I don't want to go down a path of having more personnel being cut because I agree that that would be extremely detrimental, and I don't want to have that kind of thing going on in this process. So that's where I stand.
Okay, Joanna, did I see your hand? Yeah. Just to start, John, with what you said that we are down 15 students, but up 19% in spending over the last 5 years. Was that, I can't remember exactly what you said.
Roughly 19.98%.
So 5 years ago, things did cost a lot less than they do right now. So just to give that one comparison, I think is a very specific lens to look
I
at.
can adjust it for CPI if you wish.
But generally speaking, I also keep coming back to the idea that we are no longer qualified for the Title I grant because we are not impoverished enough. So to be, boxing ourselves in so much due to these, I understand everyone has a taxing policy, but I think we can go before the Board of Finance and say to them, it's 4.8 or it's 5.1 because X, Y, and Z, we need this and here's why. I don't think as a board, we don't have any agency. So I just want to put that out there to begin with. I don't support cutting the IDEA program. I also don't support a couple of other things that are potentially being cut, but I don't know if this is the right time to get into that. So. Does anybody else want to say anything? I'll go ahead, Dave.
So the CPI, John, following up is consumer basket. It's not reflective of our budget. So I know it's been suggested that we should model off that, but it's not actually a good benchmark. I'll keep it quick because I think the idea people are pretty smart. I think you guys know where I'm standing on this one. That being said, I think it's important that we do focus, John, to your point, to get to a number that reflects what our obligations are to students and our obligations statutorily to the Board of Finance. And we do that very quickly and get down there and move on to other business this year. So I support that.
Greg?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's what we went through last year was absolutely abhorrent. And mostly for the folks who are here who wasted 9 months out of their year. We cannot be in a budget cycle for 9 months out of 12 months of the year. It's totally unacceptable for us as a board, and we should endeavor to do whatever we possibly can to avoid that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. As an individual board member, I also have significant reservations about cutting IDEA. My concern at this stage about making a decision in this red hot moment is that there are multiple things that we haven't discussed yet. And so I am worried about one of the things that we run into as a board is we make decisions component by component, and we don't look at the big picture and say, okay, well, if I add all of those things together, what number does that give me? I absolutely agree with you, Joanna, that we absolutely have agency. And if the right number is 5.1, that's one thing. If the right number is 10%, we need to be all fired. So I think that if we don't focus in on, an appropriate set of numbers, and we don't focus in on making sure that we go through the right set of decision-making criteria and understand how these things work together, then we can end up with a budget that's big and unwieldy as we did last year because we haven't stepped back and said, here's, first of all, the overall goal, and second of all, here's how these things interact together, and here's how we are going to prioritize. So, again, I've no desire to cut any programming, frankly, and pretty much anything I've looked at, I don't love. But I also recognize that we do have to come up with a budget that is reasonably fiscally responsible, and we are 2/3 of the town budget. So I personally, while I hate that it causes any distress to the community, I personally like the plan that we put forward, understand what is the actual structure that the administration is proposing for IDEA, or for gifted children, what does that look like? Is there a crosswalk? If there is not a crosswalk, it's a different discussion. If there is one, then, then we need to have that discussion and decide whether or not it meets the standard that we're looking for in terms of the education that we want to provide. So that is where I stand. Again, not because I like this exercise, but because I think this exercise is a necessary part of the job. Katie.
Thank you. I think this is a really valuable discussion, and I appreciate everyone that's participating in this because we do need to think big picture about our work. There's a couple of things that I just want to hit on. One is that I've had quite a bit of conversations with Board of Finance members, as well as I'm sure most of you had, about what happened last year. And the message that I really took away was that, like, what we bring to them has to be defended. And I don't think that was last year, and that's on us. So if we are asking them for dollars, we absolutely need to be confident that we need those dollars and to communicate why. That is the direct message that I have heard from Board of Finance members across parties. So we need to take that to heart, that our responsibility doesn't end with passing a budget, but it's also defending a budget. Secondly, we are hamstrung by the budget that we receive. So in terms of the process, it's already started by the time we receive a shrink-wrapped budget that's not even public yet. And when time and time again, we get a budget that has surprises in it, what are we supposed to do with that? It's almost impossible not to go backwards like we did last year. And last year was terrible. I don't think anyone enjoyed it. What were we supposed to do with that? This year, again, surprises, programmatic changes that have not been discussed, when year after year, we are saying there should not be surprises in this budget book. We should know what's coming. Anything that is programmatic needs to be fleshed out ahead of time. Again, this year, we're saddled with that. What are we supposed to do? Idea, programmatic change, surprise in the budget. And now, like, we're calling it a crosswalk. We want to have the development of a plan. Well, we tried that last year. We tried that last year with a trust me on the middle school, and it was a failure. 29 classes outside of policy, set policy, Board of Ed guidelines. We're going to do that again this year. We're going to eliminate a program that has brought out alumni and NASA scientists to speak about the value of education in Darien, and we're just going to trust that a plan that hasn't been formulated can achieve those same results. We are setting ourselves up to fail with this. Something bigger has to change.
So just, I think in order to defend our budget, it has to be defensible, which means that we have to do things like flag the fact that we understand that we actually do have to budget to a number. We can't say the world's our oyster, we want anything we want, and then put forward a budget that says this is anything we want. We don't care what the numbers are. You guys figure it out. Let us know what you think is affordable, and then be upset when the number we get back is not what we think is affordable. We cannot actually fill positions when the administration says to us, I will not fill that position. We cannot leave it in the budget. I mean, last year's budget was not defensible. So I think that among the things that we have changed this year are, number one, we have talked to that we've received guidance from the Board of Finance so that we understand what the universe of possibilities is, not so that we're pegged to a specific place, but so that we can actually do some sort of intelligent planning that isn't just in a vacuum. Number two, we did set forward our initiatives much earlier in the process. We have been much more explicit about tying funding to strategic planning. So we've done a lot of work in that area. I do agree with you that it didn't work in all cases. We certainly do have IDEA in here, and we were not expecting it to show up in the budget at this time. At the same time, I do want to say out loud, the timeline is challenging insofar as sometimes when we try to have a conversation in the summer, if we're going to talk about, let's use IDEA as an example. If we're going to talk about eliminating IDEA, for example, this summer, then we've got an entire year of staff who are working to support our children who know that there's an end of life there. So that is a challenge for us that we haven't figured out yet how to overcome. But going forward, in terms of what we want to do tonight, generally what we do in this meeting is just listen, okay? If there is truly a desire to take IDEA off the table today, again, not because anybody truly wanted it there to begin with, but because we feel like that conversation is closed, we certainly can do that. But regardless, we do have to decide what we are going to, then we have to understand that it has implications for the rest of the decisions we make throughout the budget process. John?
So again, in the past, when we've had some of these issues that have been brought forth during the budget season, we've carved out some time in the next meeting to, around that subject matter. Did it with open choice, a number of other things.
Yes.
So I would implore us to wait until the next meeting because they're all listening. There might be one, the crosswalk discussion, if you will. Two, there might be a compromise where, it starts that we can maintain it for the later grades. I wouldn't want to make a rash decision just tonight, Dave. I would want to wait till Tuesday and then we can have that decision. They also are hearing that, again, I personally would like to see other ways that we can meet those budgetary commitments without having to cut idea, but I'd like to wait till Tuesday instead of doing it tonight.
I'd agree with that, John. I don't think we need to make any decision tonight, but I think the point's been well made and I think the administration has been listening and I would expect that we may come back with some other ideas when we get there, thinking perhaps that's a non-starter.
Okay. Okay.
Again, just to minimize the cycle and get through this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Agreed.
All right.
Madam
that-
Chair, just a
yes.
point of order. I think there was a motion made and seconded to vote on this. I don't know if that's still on the table or.
I don't think it was a motion. I think it was a question if we would be willing to take a sense of the meeting, which I think.
We've done.
But I defer to the chair, of course.
Yeah, I didn't take it as a motion, but thank you for asking the question, just in case it was unclear. Okay, with that, we will open it to public comment.
We still have the multi-year budget.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Sarah. Multi-year budget.
So the multi-year budget, similar to last year, takes the existing staff and pushes them through their contracts if they have applicable step movement. If the contract expires, it just assumes that the same last year terms continue forward. Insurance, we are assuming a 10% rate increase going forward. We did put in for special education excess costs to be reimbursed at 70%. Bad news, estimated revenues did come out from the state and it looks like this year will be 60%. So that will not only impact this year, potentially years going forward as well. And it does take some of those grant positions that we talked about, like the wellness quarter, and shifts that 1/3 into the grant, into the operating budget. It does look at things like moving the transition program potentially forward in fiscal 27, school AI, the architectural study for the high school in Tokenique, and then a continuation of the reading program. We do stay within that kind of 4.4 to 5, 4.5% range for the next few years.
Questions on the multi-year? Yes, Robin.
I have a couple of questions. First, for regular ed, all of the schools, how are teachers assumed, other than elementary, which I understand? How was the projection made for staffing that would be needed at Middlesex and Darien High School? And then the same question for special education staffing, and what were the assumptions and numbers of students and the growth in special education students?
So at the middle school, we did assume we completed the 4 to the 5 starting in the year forward. That would leave that complete going in the years out. We did not make any assumptions in terms of additional special education teachers going forward.
The multi-year format does show an increase of 20 special education teachers over, including this year. For a net increase of 4 teachers overall. And I added up all the future years, including this current year.
So the only increase in special education teachers on the document on page 347 is 1, which is for the transition program where you teach special classroom teachers.
Maybe it was, okay, I looked year by year and it looked like there was an increase. So maybe I was wrong. It's hard to read colors. Sorry.
And this was tight.
Okay, that might be my mistake. Thank you.
Any other questions on the multi-year? You have one.
Just, I guess, we shared this out with Board of Finance in advance or discussed or what their thought is on this run forward number, or would we hear from them at some point on this?
On this, that's a good question. We did this last year, kind of like this, and then we have it again, and it's in their booklets, but we haven't ever established a formal discussion with them in any way. They just have it. It's a good question to ask, because I think that,
The compounding here gets. Yeah.
yes. Yes, Robin.
Rich, I'm just looking at, again, it's page 347. It's the RC 24. It does show proposed increases in staff. So that's just a question of what the assumptions
So,
are.
total, well, so there's total staff. So there's only one teacher. You do see in the outer years an additional 6 paraprofessionals for the transition program, and then 2 drivers should we move forward with the transition program. And then the following year, another 4 paras for the transition program, and the year after that, 6 paras for the.
So that's mostly the transition program rollout.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. With that, I'll move to public comment.
Good evening. If anybody in person or online would like to participate in public comment, please come up to the podium or use the raised hand icon and wait to be recognized. Once recognized, please state your name and address for the record and note that you will have up to 3 minutes to comment.
My name is Jack Davis, 197 Waite Street. For those in the audience who do not know, I'm also the chair of the RTM Finance and Budget Committee. And I was actually debating whether or not I was going to make this comment. Yes, you have the right to determine what we need for the education of our children. You also have a fiduciary responsibility to do it within a wise budget. During the course of this year, we're going to see $2 million less probably in our investment income. We have been benefited by 1% growth in our grant list, which has generated incremental revenue. We're not going to see that this year at 11 billion versus 8.5 billion. There are other financial aspects of what's going on. We've also going to be investing $160 million in debt for our schools. And by the way, we're still paying off Jokanese. And Middlesex is probably going to come in at someplace in the $50 million range. Don't think this town has not been supporting our education. Now, I'm fortunate. When it comes to the RTM, and the same with the Board of Finance, we're giving you a whole number. So whether or not you keep IDEA, whether or not you keep certain paras, that's not our decision. We do not have line item veto on the Board of Ed budget. But we do have a decision on what the total budget is. So yes, there's been some good discussion, but it really comes down to what your core is and what we've seen in growth. I've had a conversation with Jill. If you really go to core, the Department of Education for the state says you need to teach a language. That's one language. That's your core. The other languages that you're choosing are high priority, but not core. Now, I use that as an example. I'm not suggesting that you cut the other languages. What I am suggesting is that when you're looking at this budget, you start looking at it with what your core is, what's the high priorities, what are non-priorities that are still believed to be essential. And whether or not that's athletics, whether or not that's power, that's your decision. What the final budget is going to be the Board of Finance and the RTM. And so all I'm asking is be reasonable, because not everybody in this town is making the $250,000. Not everybody in this town can afford a 5% or 6% increase in the mill rate. So there are constraints here. And that's the only thing I'm asking, that's part. If you're going to take one thing, you may be looking for something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else for public comment? Come on up.
My name is Elias Wesley, and I'm a 5th grader at Oxfordge Elementary School. I'm
Elias,
also
can you pull that microphone a little closer to you so we can hear you?
My name is Elias Wesley, and I'm a 5th grader at Oxfordge Elementary School. I'm in the IDEA program and my family supports full funding for Darien schools, including IDEA. IDEA challenges me in interesting ways and is important to my learning. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Lizzie Rieger and I live on 4 Apple Tree Lane. And I don't think you guys realize how much it would hurt me and other students if you cut the IDEA program. Because without the IDEA program, I wouldn't know about so many other challenging things after school and before school. And also, I would be not challenged and I wouldn't be getting the best out of my education, which you all say that we should be getting the best out of our education. And cutting the IDEA program isn't helping a lot of people, including me, get the best out of it.
Thank you.
Crystal Hill, CDSP Chair. I wasn't going to speak again at the end of this meeting, but I just wanted to say, I think I gave public comment at the meeting where you guys all provided your guidance and said that at the end of the day, this board needed to put a budget together that met the needs of its students. And I understand this idea of core and what's provided. This is a town that just bought $100 million island. That's not a core priority. So if we're going to ask our schools to dwindle to core priorities or just a bit more, that's a bit absurd.
Just a point of information, we had zero input on that decision.
Hi, Bruce Urbanik, 20 Stanton Road. I joined the meeting on Thursday and I've been monitoring today's discussion by YouTube. Thanks for making that available. It's really valuable. Sorry, but hearing the kids talk about IDEA.
It's okay.
It reminds me of why I'm here in person. One, to express my extreme disappointment with the concept of cutting the IDEA program from next year's budget. And then two, to share some general comments about the budget and how we're allocating capital in this town. So on the topic of IDEA, cutting the program would be an enormous mistake. And it would cause material harm. It should be left in its current form. The commentary regarding some attempt to embed an equivalent experience in the regular classroom isn't practical, full stop. It's a game changer for gifted students to be surrounded by their peers, even if for just a few times a week. So by now you've heard from many parents about the value of IDEA, and I won't repeat many of their great comments and the impact that this had on them and their children. Excuse me. If I was in an elevator ride with you last year and you had 2 minutes to pitch me on the Darien school system, one of a number of things you would cite is the presence of gifted educational programming. It's on the landing page of DarienPS.org. And in fact, it's actually one of the 8 notable attributes shown in the horizontal scroll. 1/8 of the accolades for only 0.39% of the budget. Why are we talking about cutting it? Regarding the budget, as per the numbers you provided on Thursday, after adjusting for end-of-year givebacks, you have managed to an average annual spend increase of just 3.57% per year since 2020. That's an amazing job, and maybe too good, as you haven't given yourself any room trying to do this after multiple years of keeping expenses artificially low. We need to remind our town leaders, our family didn't vote for, nor did we move here for the great island. We moved here for great education and great schools. 4.6% isn't realistic, and we need to adjust for more. Please go to the Board of Finance and ask for more than that. Thank you.
Laura Peschgray, 11 Parsons Walk. I want to stress, and that's a hard act to follow, but I want to point out that to Jack's point about core, athletics is that our core? And it basically seems to be a protected area year after year when it comes to budget talks. As Sarah Parent stressed, it doesn't seem like the sports director has really tried to find any efficiencies in that. And I'm curious if that person is not interested in being part of this solution, who will find efficiencies? Because I think that it's glaring, it's political, and I think we need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to make that part of our solution so we can put the IDEA program and Paras back on the table. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kate Lyden, Doc Stater. I'm at 4 Concord Lane. I'm the parent of 2 children in the IDEA program and a DHS alum class of 96. Thank you all for being here. I know what a long day it must have been. I've been in and out on the YouTube and here in person. I'd like to just echo everything that everyone else has said about in support of the IDEA program. My 2 children, just speaking anecdotally, have absolutely lit up this year. One in particular, an incredible improvement in behavior, coming home with a twinkle in her eye about all of the group projects that she's working on, and really just couldn't be more excited on an IDEA day to go in and work on challenging mythology projects or go head to head with some of her like-minded peers. Thank you for reconsidering it for the next turn. Appreciate it.
Anybody else in person? Okay, Ms. Natasha Rose, you've been recognized and unmuted. Please note that you'll have up to 3 minutes to comment. Ms. Natasha Rose, last chance.
Hi, apologies. My name's Natasha Tomai. I live at 6 McLaren Road South in Darien, and I am the mother of an IDEA student. I wanted to speak tonight to oppose the idea of cutting this program and also to echo some of the things that I heard from the previous speaker, Jack, regarding cutting the budget as a whole. I think the guidance is sound. And I think the administration needs to go back to the board, get more creative. In fact, I think it's a little bit lazy to bring forward a large line item like the IDEA program that is clearly not going to be cut. So I think the work needs to be done on the side of the administration to figure out how to get efficiencies and maintain a reasonable, responsible budget. That's it.
Thank you.
Mr. Justin Rainey, you have been unmuted and recognized. Please note that you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I understand the tenor of the discussion has changed a little bit towards the end of the day. And so I'm submitting these comments just a kind of, again, to weigh the weight of the evidence of how we're viewing all of this. And some of these comments, to the extent they're relevant to finance and any of those discussions, they can be viewed in that vein. So first, thanks for all of your efforts. I'm the parent of 2 children in the IDEA program. And what I would say is that when the news emerged about the proposed cuts, both of my kids, their disappointment was just written all over their faces. And what I would say is, just from the public comments that we've already heard, I'm pretty convinced that you've had similar scenes unfold across the households of all the 237 students that are enrolled in the program. It was really striking and telling to me that you had alums who no longer even reside in Darien that felt compelled to provide firsthand accounts of the impact the program had on their lives. To me, it's clear that we have something very special in the program. It's not something that I think we should be walking away from. It's something you want to invest in. My children's experience, it mirrors the feedback that other members have already shared. IDEA has been an avenue for them to explore new concepts, face challenges that are not present in their general classrooms. And it's been a forum where they can forge friendships with other kids with similar interests. It's clearly a unique learning environment serving unique kids. Despite our best intentions, I fear that this environment will not be easily reproduced in the general classroom. The plan to continue to challenge these kids in the general classroom feels inadequate, and it's exacerbating my family's concern about the proposal. Educational excellence is really part of the character of this community. Our schools are one of the primary motivating factors in people's decision to reside in Darien. Following last year's contentious educational budget negotiations, the purchase of an island, and then the current proposed elimination of the IDEA program, I fear a narrative will crystallize about our town's priorities. Other talented, engaged people that are looking to start their families will take notice of these events when choosing where they wish to set up roots. I believe it is in all residents' interest that Darien remains a town synonymous with educational excellence. This is a cost-effective program serving unmet needs. The IDEA cohort represents nearly 10% of the student enrollment in 2nd through 8th grades. In other contexts, I wonder whether we would consider to fail to meet the needs of 10% of the student body. It feels overly calculating to debate the money spent per student on IDEA versus other programming and extracurricular activities, although I know that's where this discussion will head to some extent. But I hope the message has come across loud and clear that the less than 0.4% of the budget that is spent on this program punches well above its weight class. I strongly urge the board to reconsider the proposed cuts and restore funding to the IDEA
Thank you,
program.
Mr. Rainey. We appreciate your time.
User expand idea Philwich. Please note that you have been unmuted and recognized. Please state your name and address for the record and note that you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Hi, Terrence.
Okay. Hi, my name is Terrence Filowich. I'm at 97 Fitch. I'm going to make 4 points really quickly right at the beginning and then just expand on them. So point number one, people make choices when they come to this town. And point number 2, aggregate choices
Terrence, you're frozen.
affect the desirability of our town. Number 3, we need to focus on this decision and ask, is this making our town more attractive or less attractive? And number 4, I think we should be talking about expanding this program and making it the best in Connecticut rather than deleting it. So number 1, those points in turn. People make choices. We made a choice when we came to this town, and part of our choice was school district, and part of our choice was the headlines that it had this program. And I don't think it's unreasonable that similarly situated people and parents will be looking at our website, and we're in a very data-driven economy, data-driven environment. This is an attraction for this town. If we then take point number 2, aggregate choices affect desirability. If this is another data point and another headline that Darien is cutting and this is no longer part of the suite of our offering, it is going to not today or tomorrow, but it could have an effect on our property values, and property values have a knock-on effect on property taxes. Property taxes have an effect on town revenue. This doesn't seem to be heading in the right direction. Point 3, less or more attractive. Does this make this town less attractive or more attractive, this decision to cut a program? And we have one child in the program. She likes it very much. I would humbly submit this makes this town more attractive to have this program. Now, point 4, we shouldn't be talking about cutting this. We should be talking about improving it and making it the best in Connecticut, if not the best. Page. There are highly motivated parents all across Connecticut and all across the Northeast. We want to make Darien the destination for these kinds of people, not generating a headline that we're cutting this. So those are my 4 points. I ask that you can reconsider this decision. We can find a way to make this happen. We've got a lot of smart people on the board, and I hope we can reconsider this decision and not cut, expand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin Hutter, you have been recognized and unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record and note that you have up to 3 minutes to comment.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Martin Hutter. I'm from 25 Outlook Drive. Thank you to the board for your time and for this opportunity to provide a comment. I'd like to also comment on the proposed elimination of the IDEA program in its current form, a decision that I believe carries significant consequences for the students in the IDEA program and for the broader Darien school system. You have heard the stories from families for whom classroom education did not meet their needs and children that have thrived thanks to IDEA. These stories are powerful and important. We have our own version. But like the previous speaker, I'd like to urge the board to consider all second-order consequences of cutting the program. For example, did you get a good understanding from Dr. Addley of how cutting IDEA would impact the district's reputation? And did you get a good understanding of the impact of these decisions on measurable outcomes, such as SAT scores and college placements, stats that I heard you mention earlier? Many families with children in the IDEA program are already on the edge. The classroom education isn't serving their needs. Should I put my kid into another school? Can I supplement? My family has been wrestling with those questions, and I'm sure you know families who have decided to take their kids out of Darien public schools for those reasons. Cutting IDEA will push more families out of the system, and with it, high SAT scores in children that contribute to an environment of academic excellence. Those are hard decisions to make for families with kids currently in the system. I think the greater risk lies in losing new families. Will families with talented kids and high academic aspirations opt for towns like McCammon or Westport, where gifted programs remain intact? You can't make a decision without understanding these dynamics. And some harm has already been done. Today's headline in Darien Times, Darien Superintendent's proposed school budget cuts a gifted program, sends a signal to current and prospective family. Finally, I encourage the board to evaluate why this specific proposal is on the table in the first place. A proposal that's not well fleshed out, not evidence-based, not in line with the values of our community, and apparently not well triangulated with you. Often the answer to these things is sloppy work by people who are paid to do better. But I would also suggest to the board to remain vigilant against more ideologically motivated decisions, to dismantle programs that support meritocracy and academic excellence. I'll trust that you weigh this feedback and make a decision that reflects the value and priorities of our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrew Singer, you have been recognized and unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record and note that you have up to 3 minutes to comment.
Hi, my name is Andrew Singer. I'm at 25 Bailey Avenue. Our son, James Neri Singer, is a participant in the IDEA program, and it has been absolutely amazing for him. We would be completely devastated if it were taken away. He's extremely nervous right now. He loves it. He talks about it every week. We love meeting with the instructors and learning that they'll be with him for years. They can watch him grow over the years. That's such a rare case. You don't get that with a typical elementary school teacher because you go to the next class and then you never see the teacher again. But this is somebody who can really see them grow and develop and know what their needs are because they've known them for so many years. A little personal story, once he had a medical issue, I had to take him to Darien Pediatrics, and so I had to pull him from school because that was the only time they were available. And I accidentally did it. He was in the IDEA class, and he burst into tears. He said, "No, don't take me out. This is my favorite class in all of school." And it was around 2 o'clock, and school gets out at 3. And he said, "Can we please have this be a very quick doctor appointment? So can you please rush me back to school?" So at 2:45, when the appointment was done, I took him back to school, and everybody at school was like, "Why are you taking your kid back to school? There's only 30 minutes left." He said, "I just want to catch the rest of the IDEA class. I don't want to miss any of it." And, I realized, how important it is to him. It's just, for me, myself, when I was in elementary school, my school actually hired tutors to give me extra experience with math, and it was extremely beneficial. I still actually remain in touch with one of the tutors today. We're friends on Facebook, and it's just been an amazing experience, and it's really helped me with my whole career. So I really hope that you don't cut this program. I think it's just going to be an absolutely devastating thing for our son, for all the families. I think it's going to make families think about leaving and going elsewhere, and it's going to make it difficult for families choosing which town to go in. to know that this program doesn't exist. They'll be more likely to choose programs that have other, similar idea programs out there. So I really hope that you choose to not cut it and that you choose to let the idea program remain so that, our son and possibly other children of ours later on will hopefully be able to take advantage.
Thank you.
Miss Octavia Mulkenthin, please
Point of
note.
order.
Yes.
Can we just ask people to say that they support what's been said already?
We're working on how many hours right now?
Exactly.
Yes. Yes, if you are here to speak about something that's already been spoken about this evening, we love to hear from all constituents. But it is okay to just say, if you just support, again, idea or something else that's been said earlier, that's an okay thing to do too. It's helpful for us to see names and faces, but it has been quite a long day.
I would like to say a few things from a personal perspective. I'm Octavia Mulkenthin. Sorry, I live on 195 Hollow Tree Ridge Road. I just graduated this past May from college. I'm 22, and I was in IDEA through all of my Darien public school education. As I said, I graduated and I now work with children with autism. My opinion, I agree with everyone else. IDEA should not be cut. I've struggled with anxiety and ADHD since birth. And as a student who didn't see, sorry.
It's okay.
As a student who didn't see the purpose or value of school and didn't know how to escape feeling different than others in academic classes, IDEA gave me a space to grow and be myself. I used to struggle to identify with the Darien identity. And after graduating college and coming back home to rejoin the Darien community, the fact that IDEA is even being considered to be cut instead from any other area in the budget, I cannot feel any other way than to continue to struggle to fit the Darien identity. I also just want to quickly personally thank the IDEA kids who spoke and shared their thoughts and feelings. And I want to apologize to them that this is happening because I could not imagine the impact it would have on me if the highlight of my school day, my week, and my year was taken away.
Mr. Kyle Masters, you have been recognized and unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record and note that you will have up to 3 minutes to comment.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Thank you for all the efforts and time in putting together this budget and presenting it. I want to say that I support all of the people, families, and students, both current and former, that support the IDEA program. I did want to ask, there was a potential to have a motion to go ahead and table it and have the conversation or the vote on IDEA tonight. And there was a discussion by Jill to potentially talk about a crosswalk prior to the next meeting. I would like to have a little bit more understanding of what that crosswalk is, and where we can find more information on it, because we're trying to get an understanding of how this budget was presented, what was discussed, what was thought, so that we can adequately provide commentary or questions as we evaluate the options that may be presented before us for our children.
Mr. Masters, the board has the same questions. That's why we've asked for a crosswalk. And so that information will be presented at the January 14th meeting.
So can you just provide the timeline? If we're not going to get that information until the 14th meeting,
You will, the
what would be
information, public information board materials are published on our website at 3 p.m. on Monday, the day before the meeting. So that'd be 3 p.m. Monday, the 13th. It'll be on our website.
Thank you. One last question. So it's presented the 13th, discussed at the 14th, and the timeline for voting would be when?
Yeah, so there's Our traditionally, we vote on the budget on February 11th. So what was described tonight is untraditional. We're working our way through this process. So I would just recommend you on the 13th, if you'd like to see the materials. On the 14th, please watch our meeting, and that would be the best way to follow the conversation.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Nico Johnston, you've been unmuted and recognized. Please state your name and address for the record. Please note that you only have 3 minutes to comment.
Hello, Darien Board of Ed. Thank you all for being here. I just wanted to say there's been a lot of sad news recently, and I just wanted to say I love you all. I've had the pleasure of shaking Dr. Addley's hand and would like to recognize how much of an honor that is to me and how much I respect you all before I start. But I also would like to say about a couple positive things about the IDEA program that I have personally experienced. Both of my teachers in the past, Mrs. Matera and Martin, have been very important people in my life and have really shaped who I've become. A lot of the curriculum in the IDEA program, a lot of short stories based around things like time travel and space travel and just general philosophy are things I always sought after through my teachers, because sometimes I wasn't fully, I feel like not everything I learned was fully enriching. And then when I entered high school and found a lot of teachers I connected with a lot more, I realized that Miss Martin and Matera in my earlier years were people who I could connect with a lot more, just like I can in high school now, and how important they were in my life. I hope you all have a great night, and didn't want to keep you too long, but that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Amal Doifoyd, you've been recognized and unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record, and please note that you'll have up to 3 minutes to comment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the time. This is Amol Doifoode. I live on 19 Maple Street. So quickly, right? I have my elder daughter is in 5th grade in Hindley. She just loves the IDEA program, right? And again, I mean, I'll not repeat. I think somebody said, it's been a long day. Don't repeat what everyone has said. But I think to make the point, right, it's important to understand that in the first place, this should not be on the cutting list, right? I mean, I think you don't take out the best parts of your education system and keep and keep yourself in the reckoning, in the sense that be the top schooling district, not just in the Fairfield County, but in the state as well as in the country, right? So I think the thought has to be given to why we had this program for last 50 years and why suddenly we are even thinking about cutting it, right? I think it doesn't make sense. Somebody really pointed out well earlier, saying that this should not be even on the list, right, of discussion. I mean, don't how do I say it, right? I mean, don't impact the best and the brightest in your education system by removing this program. So I appreciate all the time that has been spent by the board here, but I would also request that, to keep the best and the brightest in the district, please keep this program, funded for years to come, and even expand it, as someone else said earlier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Eli Johnston, please note that you've been recognized and unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record, and note that you'll have up to 3 minutes to comment.
Hi, my name is Eli Johnston, 26 Outlook Drive. I'm a 6th grader at MMS and believe that cutting IDEA will be extremely detrimental. I just really want to talk about the 3 lovely individuals that would lose their jobs due to this move. I've been taught fabulous lessons from all 3 of them. Even Miss Erin, who I'm yet to have, has taught me amazing things. I would not be the same without them, and I think that cutting IDEA would be frankly immature and incompetent. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no further raised hands at this time.
Okay. All right. With that, I'll thank everyone for their time today. I'll take a motion to adjourn.